Chapter 41, Extermination Interlude 1. Extermination Interlude 1. Kamarak Delenda Est. The future of the Ildari race was bleak after Maelsha Eildanan had finished annihilating Kamarak and participated in dealing the final blow to She Who Thirsts. If yet more evidence was needed of how far we had fallen, the survivors of this massacre and the Webway factions not involved in the fighting ended up being unable to even give accurate estimates of how many lives the second fall had cost. Several farcers spoke of very vague numbers for cycles, but ultimately we had to use the human estimates, which, for all their imperfections, at least could be reasonably counted on to serve as minimum casualty figures. It made, no matter your point of view, for very grim reading. 777 battleships, 2,521 cruisers, 7,496 frigates and destroyers, and over 350,000 light attack craft had met their end during the successive fleet engagements and one-sided genocidal punishments. The Imperium of Mankind announced that their invasion had been able to kill 136 billion Drukhari, Asuryani, and Harlequins, a number that most craft worlds would determine was decidedly low compared to the real level of destruction. The death count of mercenaries was more nebulous, but the winners spoke of at least 880 billion non-Ildari disintegrated. The fact that over 130 billion veteran Drukhari and Asuryani warriors had been lost in this maelstrom of blood and psychic devastation was bad enough. It was nothing however compared to the loss of Kamarak and all surrounding realms, the 3 great ports in Pandaiman, the millions of weapon factories, the tens of thousands of spires and bastions, the 15,000 plus homunculi labs, the millions of slave-holding facilities, and the absolute annihilation of all strategic reserves, be they warriors, metals, or esoteric artifacts. 75% of all shipbuilding and ship repair infrastructure in the entire Webway was confirmed destroyed. The percentage of skilled workforce of expert artisans, architects, and machine builders was even higher than that. The Angel of Death had truly deserved her name, and as the Harlequins spread the tale of the fall of Slaanesh and the return of hope, a new doctrine was formulated. Contact with Maelsha Eildanan had to be avoided at all costs. Battles which had the potential to summon the new human warlord who had brought us to our knees were outright cancelled. The mere sight of the swarm was an event which had to be answered by an extremely quick escape. Avoiding provocations wherever the humans were involved and fleeing immediately at her coming were the new orders. Kamarak and Biltan convinced even the harshest conservative commander that trying to attack Weaver was pure folly. The destroyer of the Dark City was and still is a force of elemental destruction, and attempting to manipulate her and failing would be sure to end in a lot of dead craft worlds and billions of disemboweled Ildari. The exception is the Queen of Blades. But then that old monster always played by her own rules. The mark of Kamarak was not all awful news, of course. Slaanesh was dead, and thanks to the ingeniousness of Farsa Eldrad Ulthran, the psychic brand of sacrifice could be almost ignored after a while, though of course the nightmares and post-battle shock would pursue all survivors for many long cycles. Ildari were still important targets for the primordial annihilator, but the last demons of excess which had survived the second fall were far too busy fleeing through the great ocean and managing their dwindling power and resources to hunt us down. She Who Thirsts was dead. Our doom was gone. The folly of the ancient empire had been reduced to pitiful scraps, by a species we had always refused to consider as anything more than a potential source of slaves. And yet it was clear, contrary to what some idiots claimed, that things couldn't return to the good old days. The old gods and the immensely powerful beings which had made the Ildari the rulers of this galaxy and the apex of civilization, they were still dead, missing, or crippled, save one. The shards of Kain were dispersed and uncontrollable. Yes, the foremost predator was dead. But the consequences of the first fall had not disappeared just because we wished it to be so. The Ildari souls were still vulnerable, and immortality was not restored. It was a new age which dawned on the billions of Ildari disunited across the galaxy. One we had to accept where we would not play the leading roles. I am Aurelia Malice of Ulthwi, and I survived Kamarak to see this new age begin. Attention pathetic debauched mongrels of the Third Legion. Since the so-called Eternal One has fled with his whip between his ass cheeks and 4/5 of your forces are dead, I generously reiterate the terms of your surrender. Once this communication ends, you will have 1 minute to comply. I advise you to make the correct choice, if your heads still have anything approaching sanity into them after the drugs. Announcement of the warlord called the War's Myth, Battle of the Blue Maelstrom. She is dead. She is dead. Slaanesh is dead. All is lost. Slaanesh is dead. We are lost. Slaanesh is dead. Psychic outburst emitted from the battle barge sculpture of Orgy of the 3rd Legion Astartes. The 15th Legion, which investigated several days later, found no survivors aboard, yet the astropathic communication somehow continued for the equivalent of 6 months. Ha! 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 I was right. According to consortium witnesses, the first reaction of Fabius Bile when he was given the news about the fall of Kamarak and the death of Slaanesh. The governor was making his speech about resisting the tyranny of the God Emperor when he suddenly fell to his knees, screamed like a little girl, and writhed in agony for long minutes. No, this isn't a joke. The governor is dead, and so are his 2 sons, 3/4 of his wives, and half of his cousins. The plebeians are assaulting the palace. They have 2/3 of the PDF with them. Send us. What do you mean the Purple Guard of the Glorious Republic is dead too? You know what, I don't care. Send us the Valkyries, we are cancelling the contract and leaving. No, I am not overreacting. The crowd has been roused by several Aquila preachers and are proclaiming that this is the hour of the God Emperor's judgment or some such nonsense. There are millions of them. Send the Valkyries, we are leaving this damned planet. Exchange of communication on the frequencies of the mercenary company the Lucky Devils on the hive world of Braganza, 5 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. The Battle of Kamarak and the death of Slaanesh were, I will freely admit, an unpleasant surprise, and not just because I was present in a full session of the Council when it happened. No, I didn't see it coming. I am not exactly in the favor of the Golden Throne, am I? And for all my talents and skills in predicting certain events, this secret was especially well guarded. By my most optimistic estimate, I doubt more than 10 custodes and the architect of the plan had any idea an invasion of Kamarak was on the table. Now let's speak of what you wanted to hear. Yes, the death of Slaanesh, or as the citizens of the Imperium prefer to call it nowadays, the hour of the Emperor's judgment. I was overseeing a session of the Council when it happened. 3 men died. The first was Lord Admiral Srirangapatna, I think, with the second being Judge Maximus Warangel, and the third being Lord Champaner. Yes, there were only 3. Yes, I knew they were cultists. What do you mean 3 is far too much? The Council, much like the Senatorum Imperialis it detached itself from, was an assembly of tens of thousands of members. I wonder, if I led an investigation of the Senatorum Imperialis, how many worshippers of the 4 would I have found before the scouring of Kamarak? No answer, Inquisitor? Thank you, I continue. It was the Mark of Kamarak. It was the death of a god. It was certainly the Emperor's judgment delivered upon Slaaneshi cultists, and at least in this instance the Terran propaganda had no need to befuddle the masses. Before the day was out, I knew most of the plans I had drafted for this millennium were reduced to ashes. Terra Nova and the segmentum it ruled over would have likely fallen anyway, that much I think we can both agree on. The rumors of a full STC database had already brought the hundreds of Forge worlds towing the party line to the brink of defection. Erdish and a few other worlds had already returned to their Martian overlords. And I had evidence that at least Milehand and Artemia Majoris were negotiating with Mars. The scouring of Kamarak was the final push the Cogboys needed to be convinced it would be far better to serve under the Angel of the Omnissiah than the demons of secessionists who had never respected them much, if at all. And without the Cogboys, Novaterra's armies would have little left in terms of ammunition production, construction dockyards, and all the other things one absolutely has to be in possession of to wage a war. People too often tend to forget that hundreds of worlds in Pacificus hadn't seceded, or if they had, it was not to join a pseudo-imperium. The interregnum would have likely been over within the century given the new disastrous rapport of strength against the Imperium, but it was not strength which mattered anymore, was it? It was faith. Pacificus was without contest the least religious segmentum of the Imperium, but even its citizens weren't immune to what the appearance of a living saint and the millions of miracles the elimination of Slaaneshi cultists in a single hour represented. Adding to what already promised to be the disintegration of a 2-centuries-old nation, Weaver was not a fanatic like most people who are imbued with a part of his power tend to be. Yes, I met 2 of them before her. Both times, they had received wrath. My opinion of both was that while they were terrifyingly efficient on the battlefield, they made poor friends, sub-par rulers, and light is a merciless pyre was a proverb that described them perfectly. Unlike them, the Angel of Nyx wasn't fond of oppressing billions of civilians, launching wars of faith left and right, and while she massacred billions of Xenos, it was difficult to argue that Kamarak didn't have it coming. It also helped she made for a rather attractive figure on the Holovids and she genuinely brought peace after the flames of war. I knew the moment I had a full report on her this was a very, very dangerous woman. And I didn't need foresight as the Novaterra Empire collapsed at its foundation to realize that Weaver was going to create something the legions of Astartes waiting in the Eye of Terror should stop before it was too late. The Basileia of Nyx had saved enough soldiers from the furnace of Kamarak to build herself an army which knew the Chaos Gods existed, and they knew because they had the proof that they could challenge the monsters and win staring right at them. It was without precedent, and I was really surprised the few of the old guard who had once known the Primarchs didn't realize the implications of it. By the ashes of Caliban, even the Eldar understood it was best to either launch an offensive with everything they had or not march at all, and they are some of the most arrogant creatures in all creation. Maybe they were too arrogant. Maybe they were too busy dealing with the consequences of the utter annihilation visited upon the Third Legion. The debased line of the Emperor's children had lost 92% of its numbers in a few minutes, after all. And with their destruction, dozens of opportunities existed to seize planets, warships, forges, millions of slaves, and every other asset vital to continue the Legion wars. I was not there to see their reaction when Operation Stalingrad's results became common knowledge, but I imagine there was a lot of screaming and curses when it became obvious that they had a very large problem on their hands, and one they had foolishly assumed was going to disappear before they had to make a serious effort to get rid of it. When all evidence pointed towards the fact they had failed to learn the lessons of Operation Caribbean, the death of Kamarak, and the shattering of XS. Ah, they arrived. I'm sorry, Inquisitor. I fear our time together is at an end. I advise you to run. Dark Angel interrogators are rather infamous for their lack of respect for proper authority. Oh, my name? I am Cypher, savior of Praxis. I am fallen. And I have a new long road ahead of me. 96th most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Drazar. The Living Blade. The High Executioner. Elite Assassin. Extremis physical threat. Endangerment of Alpha-class militarum assets acceptable to eliminate the threat. The Xenos is to be killed on sight and incinerated completely. Reward, 13 trillion throne gelts, 1 planet. Do not worry, Ibram. You did exactly what you had to do, and finding extraordinary STC toys is not exactly my department anyway. I leave that to one of my predecessors. I'm sure you know her name, words attributed to Saint Sabbat upon the conclusion of the battle for Menazoid Epsilon, 766M41. The number of awards, rewards, and celebrations the Battle of Kamarak generated among the Imperium of Mankind was downright astonishing. The 7 Stars of Terra and 2 Lions of Terra were what the historical records emphasized the most, but there were plenty of commemorative medals, street namings, and monuments for everyone. As a consequence, the fact the Imperial Navy has failed to give the name of Augustus von Kischer to a single starship, no matter the administration in charge, proves that the issue of the fast battleships was not one a lot of Lord Admirals and naval commanders felt ready to forget. Extract from The Price of Victory by Victor 2 Kane, 001M41. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Moro Subsector. Wuhan System. Wuhan 2. 20 minutes before the mark of Kamarak. Thought for the day, abhor the night, it is the light that endures. Inquisitorial Acolyte Crixus Taft. A lot of people had hoped years ago that the moment the St. Basileia took over the Nix sector, most of the reprehensible conduct of the nobility would cease. As Crixus Taft passed the green doors of a palace decorated with iridescent feathers, rubies, and golden statues, he thought many of these hopes must have been cruelly dashed in the Wuhan system. Oh, the junior acolyte of the Holy Inquisition didn't blame Lady Weaver. Firstly, because it was imprudent to blame someone who could remove your head from your shoulders while 5 kilometers away by sending a spider directly through your throat while you slept. Secondly, because it wasn't the fault of Lady Nix that Wuhan stayed a place of the nobility's indulgence and decadence. As the purges and the massive expansion of the penal legions had proved, the supreme ruler of Nix had put an end to most of the problems caused by the nobility residing in the sector's capital. Many arrogant aristocrats had left Arbit's audiences with only the clothes on her back left of their fortune, and sometimes less than that. But that was in the Nix system, a location where the word of General Basileia Taylor Hebert was law. Outside of Nix, it rapidly diminished. It was never non-existent, but the places where the heroine of the Imperium's power was as strong were more exceptions than the norm. This was not a flaw of the Lex Imperialis, it was the system working exactly as it was supposed to. The sector lord, or in this case the sector lady, was supposed to be what High Gothic called the primus inter pares, the first among equals. Thanks to the expansive libraries Lord Inquisitor Tor put at the disposal of everyone of acolyte rank and higher, Crixus knew that there were many instances from Obscurus to the eastern fringe where a sector lord or lady was not even that. Nix was assuredly the most economically, militarily, and technologically powerful world in the sector, probably the most religiously relevant now too, but plenty of star clusters did not have this certainty thanks to the vagaries of imperial history. Consequently, yes, Lady Weaver could do a lot of good for the Nix sector. Yes, she was more powerful than any member of the Menelaus dynasty in the last millennium had ever been. There were debates in inquisitorial chambers whether the Basileia was 5 or 6 times more influential than her unlamented predecessor. But her reach wasn't unlimited, especially on the worlds where the local political actors hadn't submitted to her. Matopan, Faye, and Andes were firmly in Nix's orbit, and recent moves suggested the mistakes of Omsk's rulers were going to ensure their system followed the same path. Wuhan wasn't included in that list. Many of its cartels had lost important shares to either the government of Nix or the Aegean cartel, but these purchases had slowed down in the last couple of years, and stayed well away from any majority vote, 9% for the Hubei cartel, 10% of the Shaanxi United Shipping Company, and only 5% for the far more valuable Wuhan Cao cartel. There were other things the winner of the Battle of the Death Star owned on this hive world, but they were mainly concentrated around Hivasao, where they contributed to the reconstruction and modernization of the hive. Logically, the Lords Magnate and the upper and lower nobility had stayed steadfastly loyal to planetary governor Hongfeng Cao. It wasn't because they were fond of the recently elevated scoundrel, it was simply that the survival of their power bases began and ended with him. The manipulative leader of Wuhan too had thus become famous for fulfilling all the vital obligations of his domains with extreme celerity, while avoiding anything that could threaten his grip upon his personal wealth and the political support of his fellow nobles as best as he could. The inquisitorial acolyte did not believe he revealed an important secret by pointing out Hongfeng's CAO's support among the middle and the lower classes was typical for a lazy, gluttonous, amoral, and debauched aristocrat. To be accurate, it ranged between very low and nearly non-existent. But the rotund governor controlled the PDF and the SDF through men loyal to him and him alone, and Lady Weaver's economic and political moves did not look like they were destined to break the status quo, so far. Some of it was certainly due to the manpower needs for the Munitorum tithe of 100 million soldiers and the troop musters of Operation Caribbean, but the ex-investigator of the Adeptus Arbits theoretically he could go back to his former job, but he had realized long ago the inquisitorial business was far more interesting for a man of his talents. Blinked before chasing off these thoughts. The general politics of the Nix sector was something far above his pay grade, and utterly dangerous to involve yourself in. It was best to concentrate on his mission. As the decadently decorated elevators brought him high up into the spire of Hive Chao Lai, Crixus Taft maintained the same expression he had been showing to the rest of the galaxy for the better part of 3 hours, that of a self-righteous, haughty, and pompous being. Inquisitorial biomasks and other technological devices allowed him to fool the Wuhane's security and present himself as Administratum Envoy Gerard Barlow without raising an alarm, but he had to use every scrap of information and observation he had gained in the last few weeks to play his role convincingly. As for the real Gerard Barlow, the man was enjoying the hospitality of Arbit's cells somewhere in the precincts of Nix Tertius. That was what happened when your own superiors and the Nix government had evidence you had pilfered from the tithe coffers and laundered money you weren't supposed to even look at in the first place. My friend, I was worried you wouldn't be able to come. Crixus allowed himself a slight but genuine smile when not 2 steps outside of the golden azure elevator, a noble vaguely resembling a huge red bird with all the frippery and red ribbons he wore intercepted him. A good thing he had self-control and extensive preparations, knowing the man was Wuaseo, Lord Magnate of Hivaseo. Disgust was a lot of what he felt at the repulsive behavior of the man. The Hive Lord should be far too busy rebuilding his hive and helping the millions of families the battle 6 years ago had put into precarious positions, but the rumors the governor was financing the noble's lifestyle in exchange for his political allegiance were apparently well-founded. And miss the party. The false envoy of the Adeptus Administratum chuckled. He did not have to fake it a lot, with the evidence he intended to gather tonight. Hopefully there would be another party in a few days. One which would see Wuaseo and plenty of other spire-born aristocrats dragged before judges and the senior inquisitors of the Nix conclave in chains to answer some pointed questions. Yes, we can't have that, can we? The financially imperiled noble chuckled back and invited him to walk in a direction even more outrageously decorated than the elevator. 2 alleys of marble statues supposed to represent former governors were mixing with old paintings of festivities and 3-dimensional electronic representations of great balls and military parades. It went without saying that most of the time, the CAO line was praised to the heavens for their outstanding devotion to the ideals of the God Emperor. The worst part was that he constantly had to keep a satisfied smile seeing this succession of falsehoods. Judging by the new standard Nix set, why was he thinking about that again? It was evident the Wuhane's nobles by themselves were unable to understand the meaning of the words duty and devotion even if someone opened a dictionary on the correct page for them. The PDF uniforms, not that numerous in the first place, progressively thinned out and were replaced by the multicolored uniforms of Hongfeng CAO's personal guard. It wasn't the shade he had been expecting from the Inquisition's files, which meant the governor had once again changed the appearance of his honor guard in the last month. Crixus preferred not to ponder about the sheer costs involved or the morale of the soldiers forced to dress in more and more ridiculous garments. It got worse as he and his friend the Lord Magnate entered the ballroom-sized halls which were their destination. As Crixus and his superiors had thought, the party tonight included little dancing, at least not the vertical kind one generally associated with that word. There was loud, languorous music that he didn't like, for the record, and many nobles he recognized immediately were using couches and sofas to partake in carnal activities without most of their costumes and clothes. This was debauchery at its worst, though undoubtedly the organizers of it would beg to differ. Between the pillars of marble large tables overflowed with plates of precious metals filled with delicacies and crystal glasses with highly expensive liquors regularly replenished. The floor was a sumptuous carpet of late M34 with an extremely sexual connotation, and upon it, servants in undergarments when they still had them served their masters and mistresses in every way they were asked to. In this atmosphere of depravity, where piety and self-control had long since been banished, the Lord Magnates were of course playing major roles. Lord Magnate Fu Chen was playing games with a servant girl which involved a mini cascade of chocolate and yellow fruits. Lord Magnate Lian Han was in a very compromising position with 2 boys and 3 girls on a large beige sofa. And Lord Magnate Fu Lei Zhou was in a marble bath singing and doing things Crixus dearly hoped were removable by mind-scrubbing once this entire affair was over. Last but not least, Governor Hongfeng Cao sat naked on a very large throne, the path to reach him being crowded by rotting bodies and a spectacle of orgy Crixus had never seen before. Assuredly, the ruler of Wuhan Secundus had kept a smiling silver mask to hide his face, but between his small stature and the rings he wore around his fingers, his identity was a poorly kept secret at best. His mission taking priority, Crixus had to remove 2/3 of the costume he wore with a wide smile and follow Hivaseo's ruler, who had apparently zero reluctance about going fully naked and fondling, well, let's just say the opinion he had of Wuaseo and the administratum envoy he impersonated fell even lower, something he wouldn't have believed possible before landing. But he had to play his role, behave like Gerard Barlow in order to not draw attention, though as the 4 or 5 men who apparently knew him were in the process of downing golden cup after golden cup of substances which were not water, his gestures soon wouldn't have to be perfect, just enough to not look suspicious. It was as he kissed a woman tattooed on every part of her body that he noticed a new wave of naked people entering the orgy halls. At first sight, they appeared no different from most servants, they wore as little as them, had half-covering masks on their faces, and some of them had a lot of rings and tattoos, not to mention other jewelry which was not ministorum approved. But as an acolyte of the Inquisition, he couldn't help but feel their presence, wrong. And some clearly had the wrong build to be servants, half of the bodies, while decidedly not fat and of a clearly young and vigorous constitution, once naked could not hide the first signs of drug abuse and several years of physical debauchery. An imposing ring on one of the leading men's hands allowed Crixus to uncover the identity of at least one, Su Cao, the planetary governor's 4th son, and a nasty piece of work even by the standards of the 1,000-plus brood reigning upon the hive of Cao Li. The agent of the Nyx conclave had only just come to this realization when the group all drew cruel daggers which had been hidden by the golden trays they carried, and a heretical battle cry was shouted. For Slaanesh! The Dark Prince will have your souls for the Dark City. The music abruptly stopped and some members of the nobility paused whatever carnal actions they were doing, not that it did much good. They were drunk, drugged, busy fornicating, and most of them had never followed a martial career a single day of their lives. In a few seconds, it became a massacre. Daggers slit throats and inflicted lethal wounds. Arteries were opened, and the carpet and the rest of the decor began to be tainted by blood. Crixus saw Su Cao plunge his weapon into the chest of his half-brother Zheng Cao, Hung Feng's heir, and this wasn't the only fratricide playing itself out, as judging by the imprecations and the screams of betrayal, many of the assassins were children in the line of succession themselves. As an acolyte, he wasn't defenseless. One of the rings he wore on his left hand was a DG weapon, but it only had 2 shots, and he expended them quickly as 2 mouth-foaming naked cultists tried to assault him. Gerard, what? The ruler of Hivaseo by his side, Crixus tried to evade the flow of killers, all the while wondering what in the name of the Golden Throne the guards' qualifications were to let that many assassins enter without so much as a whisper of alert. Fortunately, the abundance of forks, knives, cups, and everything else useful for a decadent party meant he had an abundance of projectiles at his disposal. Unfortunately, his predilection had been more towards blunt, close-range weapons, and given the size of the daggers and short swords the cultist assassins wielded, that was not prudent. All he could do was buy time. The activation of his DG weapon had also sent a powerful vox alert to his support that something had gone dreadfully wrong and the time for subtlety was officially over. If he managed to hold out long enough. But it was a forlorn hope, and he knew it very well. Of all the participants now defending their lives, there were maybe 3 or 4 aside from him who were really causing problems for their attackers, and one by one the drunk aristocrats were cut down like groks at the slaughter. Crixus saw the governor himself leave his throne and call for his guard to save him, only to be viciously stabbed by at least 6 grinning assassins, one of them being his son. The atmosphere of depravity and debauchery was replaced by terror and slaughter. Horrible odors floated in the air and even as he killed 2 of them the acolyte heard sounds coming from the cultists' throats that no human throat should have made. And then, in a moment he would remember until the day he died, all the attackers shrieked inhumanly. It was an expression of utmost agony and loathing, and Crixus truly felt fear for a couple of seconds. And then every heretic, without exception, fell over dead with expressions of horrified surprise upon their treacherous faces. Miracle! Wuaseo sobbed weakly by his side. It's a miracle. The false envoy tried to open his mouth to tell the Lord Magnate to not be ridiculous, but closed it before he could find the strength to say something. Because if this wasn't the definition of a miracle, then what was? Ultima segmentum. Craft world Malantai. Mark of Kamarak. Seer Maia Teal Lysis. Maia woke up screaming. Upon any other day, she would have treated it as a nightmare and moved on. Here and now she couldn't. The flow of visions didn't stop, and the young seer had no choice but to watch as the threads of the future shattered by the billions only to reform mere heartbeats later. And then the possibilities shattered again, only to reform once more. The entire future was not in jeopardy, it was no more. The laughter of the primordial annihilator had ceased. The visions didn't stop. Sometimes she saw the dark spires of Kamarak burning and this felt right. But too often there wasn't any joy to be found in the images which overwhelmed her. The brown-haired Asuryani watched as the defences of Biltan burned and the warriors sworn to defend the craft world with their lives were bombarded until entire sections collapsed and artworks older than thousands of empires were cast into the void. Around the planet-sized refuge of the rebirth of ancient days, an Asuryani fleet was dying. There were tens of thousands of explosions, and Maia had no doubt that this was no accident, it was a deliberate, methodically planned saturation bombardment which was going to bring down the last defenses of the craft world. The borders came soon enough. Gigantic Mundaki warriors in ungracious torpedo-like objects slammed into the craft world and poured into the gardens and streets, massacring every Asuryani they saw. Their ranks were legion, their colors were extremely diverse, going from yellow to dark grey, from white-black to blue-red. The only thing they seemed to have in common was the icon of a massive fist painted somewhere on their shoulders or their helmets. Biltan couldn't stop them. Biltan burned, and the screams of dying Asuryani rose to the skies. She did not hear She-Who-Thirst's laughter, and far from causing her to rejoice, it inflicted more sorrow upon her. Because Maia was absolutely sure, deep inside, that these Mundaki were not under the thrall of the doom of the Ildari. It was the fault of the Farsars and Autarchs of Biltan that their enemies had mustered in a single location to punish the warmongers. She heard their battle cries. Dorn lives. The vision faded and another appeared. This time it was a Raksheen which was under attack. It was burning, but not in any normal fire. The servants of the primordial annihilator, specifically those of the power of change, had come to deal the death blow to the weakened craft world. The visions didn't stop. They showed her Kurys and Nakartime facing demonic fleets and many, many other dangers. The other craft worlds in existence weren't shown, and Maia honestly didn't know if this was for the better or the worse. The galaxy was burning. Millions of wars were fought in conflagrations so massive her mind recoiled at the possible number of deaths, greater than the entire surviving Asuryani population. Imperial storms raged and abated without rhyme or reason. Songs were wrecked and the memories of ancient times were lost. Mundaki armies waged wars against the primordial annihilator while endless ranks of their forces waited on the world spared by the birth scream of She-Who-Thirsts. There was no destiny for the Ildari in this era of wars and massacres. There was just an eternal war, their numbers dwindling cycle after cycle until they were no more. But she never heard the laughter of the Dark Prince. There were no cruel whispers or soft words of temptation from the doom of the Ildari. There was no pull on her soul or those of any Ildari. There was no maw to welcome the dead, for She-Who-Thirsts was gone. The golden thunder struck at that realization, but Maia felt her spirit stone quickly shield her from this unoriginal psychic attack, an attack which had not been won, she realized immediately. It was more an echo, a ricochet of a far more devastating blast. There was no presence of the doom anymore. There was no excess. There was nothing left. There were no gods tied to her soul, or to any Asuryani soul. She was alone. They were alone. The gods were dead, and it was their fault. Their fault. Maia opened her eyes again, and as the visions faded, cried in the arms of Ivrain who had rushed into her quarters, attracted by her screams. The Eye of Terror. High orbit above Hell Forge Shatar Maves. Gloriana super battleship Harbinger of Doom. Mark of Kamarak. Lord Vigilator Iskandar Khan. It was always hard to properly estimate the production output of a Hellforge in the Eye of Terror, and Shatar Maves was no exception to this rule. Part of it was the pernicious nature of the Great Warp Storm itself, and the other part was the Dark Mechanicum's over-reliance on secrets. Many jokes had been made about the cogboys who had followed them until the siege, and all of them had a core of truth. Place 2 cogboys in an isolated room, claimed the most virulent critics, and you had enough data to fill entire libraries and enough conspiracies to make a civil war look like an enticing prospect. And while it might seem an exaggeration, it wasn't by much. Compared to the Brotherhood of Legionnaires Astartes which ended in betrayals and murders with depressing regularity, the Hirteks were worse in all aspects. But for all its secrecy and its tendency to execute the captains who offered too little in exchange for their services, nobody doubted Shatar Maves was a very minor Hellforge. The zone where it could be found wasn't strategically valuable, nor did it have the blessing to suffer less from the warp tides causing rampant mutations among slaves and non-slaves on the surface. Its shipyards weren't able to build battleships or grand cruisers, and should their depots be opened and the weapons inside counted one by one, Iskandar doubted he would find enough to arm 200 space marines and 500,000 mortals. As such, it was easy to argue that Khan's presence and that of the Gloriana Harbinger of Doom, respectively Lord Vigilator of the Black Legion and the second most powerful warship of the Black Fleet, were hardly warranted. A mid-sized battleship could have fought its way through the orbital defenses and the small system fleet of Shatar Maves. But he had brought 3 of them plus the Harbinger of Doom, and surrounding them were over 60 escorts. Because this wasn't an ordinary raid, it was a looting expedition, and the Hellforge was going to be plundered until nothing useful was left on the planet or the hulls were filled to the brink with machines, slaves, or data lore, and artifacts. So had his brother Ezekiel Abaddon ordered. And Khan was going to obey his words to the letter. Long ago, at the beginning of the Legion Wars, Shatar Maves had participated in the despoiling of the Sons of Horus fortresses and the sack of Melum. There were rumors, most of them certainly correct, that the Hellmasters governing the greatest forges had stolen many artifacts of the 16th Legion and bodies of legionnaires to improve their own forces. And they still supported large warbands of Emperor's children, going so far as to let the depraved narcissists have their own enclave as long as they brought back millions of slaves to trade with the Mechanicum. For all of these reasons and a million more, Iskandar felt a non-negligible amount of pleasure at the thought of plundering the planet and accelerating the decline of the Third Legion a bit more. The most powerful sorcerer of the Black Legion was about to give the order to begin the invasion proper, as the orbital defenses had finished annoying him, when the part of his mind always tied to the Empyrean warned him of an oncoming danger from the warp. And as the seconds passed, the feeling something dreadful was nearly upon them intensified. Raise the Geller fields to full power, and sacrifice 2 of the wretches to boost their output. He ordered by Vox. Iskandar had no time to verify if his order had been acknowledged. The death shriek of a god shook the Eye of Terror, and as he would learn later, all the Emperor's children who still lived on Shatar Maves had just died, soul drained by the Dark Princess in a desperate attempt to save her existence. It was like the few laws of reality which still existed in the eye vanished. The Empyrean screamed and billions of demons from the change, blood, and decay courts were summoned and struck the Hell Forge before he could give the assault order. Forges exploded like volcanoes, their detonations so powerful the improved ethereal augurs had no need to be particularly focused to reveal what had happened. Up became down, before becoming up again. Warships were thrown randomly across the system like obsolete toys the main players weren't interested in amusing themselves with anymore. It was the apocalypse, and Shatar Maves was in the middle of this, psychic annihilation. The gods were clashing, and there was no way he was going to be able to fight his way through that. But as the pressure on the hull slowly decreased, the Lord Vigilator sighed in relief under his helmet. The Geller fields had been brought to full power in time. Studying the new situation, all capital ships were accounted for and able to fight. They had lost a few small ships, but since those had little valuable personnel on board, their replacement shouldn't be too difficult. But I think we're going to need to find another Hell Forge to plunder. Shatar Maves was, to put it politely, experiencing a few upheavals. The planet was still in one piece, but it wasn't guaranteed that it was going to stay that way for much longer. Not with uncountable hordes of the four. And that's when Iskandar realized the terrible, dreadful silence where demons of excess should have shrieked and roared at the idea of their rivals trying to take a Hell Forge where they whispered. Instead, there were fading whispers. There was an abyss, and then nothing. Something had happened to Slaanesh, and it was. Lord, a trembling mortal kneeled at fist's range, the captain sends his regards, and requests, an emergency departure. According to the instruments, the Astronomican's light has begun moving and will reach this system within 10 minutes. Of course, Iskandar replied, still considering the gigantic problems which were going to arise if one of the four was truly removed from the game, and who in the name of his failure of a janitor could have done the deed if it was actually true. Then what the mortal had said truly caused him to pause and really consider the words. The Astronomican was fixed on the radiant worlds. It was immobile, and while it could send an avatar like Imperius outside it, it could easily be defeated, like the time they had journeyed to find Ezekiel and the vengeful spirit. The Astronomican was a spear of golden flames and light tearing the reality of the eye where it struck, but it hadn't expanded a centimeter forward since the start of their exile. It didn't expand. It couldn't, not with the one supposed to do the controlling in a near-dead state. Except, as the warp began to scream again, it was happening. The light of the Astronomican was moving. By Nurgle's putrid breath, what the hell is happening? Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Smilodon Trench Subsector. Andes System. Andes I. 5 minutes after the mark of Kamarak. Brigadier General Tau Shujia. Tau hated swamps, glutton mosquitoes, and humid places. The fact that Andes Primus had all three of these things in abundance made him hate this cursed planet all the more. It wasn't fair. He had spent 10 years bowing and saluting before his uncle, Lord Magnate Rongchun Shujia, and for what? A position in a hellhole no one cared for anymore once the glorious victory of Lady Weaver had been announced. Lord Rongchun and the rest of his councillors must have had a good laugh at his expense, to be sure. Their full support had been barely enough to gain him the command of a regiment and the rank of colonel. If the sector hadn't been so starved for officers as thousands were needed for the Munitorum Tithe and Operation Caribbean, he wouldn't have been named Brigadier General. Assuredly, House Shujia was the poorest and least influential hive-ruling line of Wuhan Secundus, though House Aseo was in neat decline, so that may not be true for long, but it wasn't that far removed from the halls of power. No, Tau knew this was a punishment. Exiled to a miserable planet where every chance of advancement and glory had been largely stripped before he set a foot upon it. If there were any doubts about it, he needed only to look at his command. Once it had become clear the vicious Eldar had no wish to dance with the Imperial Guard and the other forces of the God Emperor again, thousands of troops had been withdrawn and now Tau's effectives amounted to slightly less than 30,000 men. That was right. 3 regiments, 2 from Wuhan and 1 from Atlas, and some artillery support from Andes which was useless in the swamps, not that he was supposed to use it in an offensive manner. This was the anti-air and the mechanist elements ordered to defend Fort Ulm and the spaceport of Andes Primus. There were also a few cogboys, not that they really added anything with their presence. Despite his insistence, they had been unable to install a suitable air conditioner or efficient devices against the glutton mosquitoes. This wasn't fair. He should have been able to win glory in the stars, to defeat Xenos and return to Wuhan in triumph. Instead he was trapped, surrounded by these damn swamps, forced to wait until someone of higher rank decided he and the Wuhan's troops were of more utility elsewhere rather than waiting until old age and demobilization found them. And then the alarms of the fort began to blare in anger. Tao stood up slowly and growled. This better be not one of that damned Corelli's security exercises. To say he and the senior officer of the Atlas 17th Line Infantry, one Flavio Corelli, were not friends was something of an understatement. That arrogant guinea hen had arrived in resplendent red armor and tried to avoid the searches in the swamps. Well, he had been quick to change his tune. Seeing the proud blue bloods of Atlas, he hadn't bothered to learn whose nobles' personal guard they had been recruited from come from the swamps in all their muddy glory had been worth it, truly. And miracle of miracles, this had stopped the whispers among the Wuhan's regiments that he didn't know what he was doing. That his azure-clad forces did not have to wait and flounder since the 11,000 regulars of the Atlas 17th were doing it had greatly improved morale. Of course, by the time he arrived at the command center of Fort Mac, Colonel Corelli was already shouting orders to the cogboys and some Atlas operators. Situation. Tao Shujia barked as he entered the war room and glared at the red uniforms facing him, though the stone-faced looks he received in return weren't exactly going to help them avoid the swamp chores. Approximately 4 minutes and 50 seconds ago, the dark-haired officer began. The satellites orbiting above Quadrant E registered a Gamma-class explosion. The preliminary numbers are giving us a yield of 200 petajoules. The pictcasts transmitted on the hololithic displays were particularly good at giving a view of what could only be called devastation. Most of the swamp in the area had been completely blasted away and well, most of the glutton mosquitoes and the other wildlife had been pulverized. Tao was going to count that as a good thing. Since we had no company in this quadrant this month and the local tribes were massacred by the Xenos, it stands to reason this phenomenon is coherent with an explosion of the so-called webway gate we have been searching for all these years. There could be other explanations, Tao replied with a disapproving expression, trying not to show any excitement. The Xenos could have left a few ugly surprises during their last passage, or decided it's time to mount a new offensive. With all due respect, Colonel Flavio Corelli almost spat the words, for all the hatred we have for the long ears, I have difficulties finding a reason why they would announce one of their offensives by nuking an area where we have no military presence. The Atlas officer was right, but Tao Shujia sure as the Golden Throne wasn't going to admit it to his face. Begin the preparations to send a company in Beta-class protective equipment, Colonel. I want a ground look on the zone to see what we're dealing with. Yes, sir, Flavio Corelli replied after a moment, his jaw clenching but not offering a complaint. What a pity. A reason to sack this parvenu would have been even more amusing than seeing his troops flounder in the swamps with the anti-rat equipment. Still, this was a momentous day. If the Eldar device had truly exploded, there wasn't any reason to keep a brigade in garrison to guard the realm of the glutton mosquitoes, no? The Eye of Terror. Kallax. Fazaren's Lathesh the Pale Naga. The name Kallax was not native to the Eye of Terror or the fruit of the imagination of a great lord of the Pantheon. At the very beginning, it came from Chemos. To be precise, Kallax had been the name of the fortress factory the Primarch of the Emperor's children had worked in for long years before step by step rising to the rank of executive. It had immensely pleased Fazaren's Lathesh to reuse the name for its new throne world. The original Kallax was clearly no more exterminatus weapons delivered by the dozens into a planetary atmosphere tended to ruin the environment a bit, and the irony of building something it knew had no common points with the original Kallax amused it immensely. Now it didn't. The Pale Naga watched the burning palaces and the wrecked ruins of Kallax with barely repressed fury. Whether it wanted to admit it openly or not, the planet Kallax was about as useful for its purposes as the first fortress to be granted the name. Once the power of its goddess had vanished, all sorts of opportunistic demons had invaded, and while they had departed when Fazaren's Lathesh returned, the entity which had pretended to be Fulgrim was aware it had more to do with the citadels and the pleasure courts having already met their end than the vengeance it would wreak upon these uncultured brutes. It was maddening to see its realm brought so low. It was even more horrifying to acknowledge that there was no way to repair the planet and provide defenses powerful enough to defend against the next invasion. Fazaren's Lathesh had survived the death of its goddess and patron. Usurping the power of a Primarch had been a blessing in that regard. But while the latter like keeper of secrets still existed when the majority of the court of excess was no more, it had not escaped the breaking of Slaanesh without damage to its essence. Optimistically, it had 1/6 of the raw power that was its before the Battle of Kamarak. It was enough to challenge hordes of lesser demons. It was far too weak to be considered more than a nuisance by the bloodthirsters of the first host and the other greater servants of the three. This was unacceptable. But it was the truth. The anathema and his favorite female had already weakened it considerably when they denied it the identity of Fulgrim. Fazaren's Lathesh didn't know who it hated the fiercest. Was it the anathema? Or was it the queen of the swarm, Weaver? Both had participated in the slaying of its goddess. The pale Naga turned and slithered to meet the arriving groups of debauched hedonists it had been able to call children for millennia. They were few, and in orbit the spectacle was even more pathetic. 4 cruisers and a few frigates orbited Kallax. There were no battleships or battle barges. There were no grand cruisers or assault cruisers. The pride of the Emperor was absent. Of all the losses, that last one definitely hurt its cause the most. As the Eye was a hostile war zone for it and the few demons following its lead, Fazarens Lathhesh was in dire need of an impregnable base and a powerful flagship. The pride of the Emperor would have offered both in the same package. But due to the treacherous actions of Nurgle, that was now impossible. Many thoughts in its essence were of disbelief that the positions which had seemed so invulnerable since Horus had his little duel with the anathema had crumbled so easily. But rapidly disbelief was overwhelmed by pure hatred. Yes, Fazarens Lathhesh knew who was responsible for this series of crises and humiliations, not to mention the murder of their goddess. "Command us, sire," the first pink-armored Astartes of the surviving Emperor's children said, and Fazarens Lathhesh recognized Lucius the Eternal, well, not so eternal now, since the benedictions of soul resurrection had broken like so many curses and blessings. The Space Marine's Blade Master was just plain ugly with all his scars and none of the alterations Slaanesh and Fazarens Lathhesh had given him. But know that only vengeance will appease our hearts. Then feel the fires of passion burn in your bodies, the pale Naga hissed, for I also desire vengeance above all else. 66 Emperor's children were kneeling in front of it. There were more who had survived, but Fazarens Lathhesh knew instinctively those wouldn't follow its lead. Maybe because they had been emotionally crippled by the sorcerers of the Black Legion, or because they had already decided to betray its ideals like Bile did. "Do you hear me, Kern, Nurgle, Tseanch?" Many Astartes widened their eyes as the names of the gods were never uttered lightly in the Eye of Terror. "I am alive. And I swear I will know no peace, no respite, until the Aquila falls, bloodied by the vital fluids of Weaver. On my essence, on my true name, on the broken life of my goddess, so I swear." A storm materialized and rumbled above its head, but the gods didn't destroy Fazarens Lathhesh. Its oath had been accepted. Lucius, its last Lord Commander, was the first to repeat the oath. Somewhere in the webway. 1 hour after the Mark of Kamarak. Primarch Rogel Dorn. The miniature subrealm had been the perfect image of Drukhari society. Given the area available, a competent city builder could have used the space to prepare the lodging for 10,000 souls and the hydroponic tanks where algae and other types of food would have been cultivated. Since the location had only one device providing some illumination and nobody would ever mistake it for a true sun, this was the best way to build a stable civilization in what was for all intents and purposes a gigantic cavern with no grass and sinister black rocks. Drukhari being Drukhari, what they had built was an ammunition production line, and next to it they had erected execution altars and torture dungeons. The atmosphere, as one could imagine, had been absolutely gruesome and disgusting. There had been impaled corpses everywhere. He hadn't the time to count them, but there had to be over 5,000 at least, and the sheer number of skulls piled up on either side of the roads were broadcasting the cruelty of the Eldar to every being who had eyes to see. Rogel Dorn had been able to see the utter lack of morality of the Drukhari in these actions. The Primarch of the Imperial Fists had also been able to see their total and complete inefficiency. A Mechanic-use ammunition manufactorum of equal size would have produced 25% more ammunition in a standard day before his capture, and the number of fatalities would have been divided by 10. These long-eared Xenos weren't just torture-addicted monsters, they were also models of incompetence. The slave overseers and the leaders above them weren't even able to ensure the industry of evil they tried to spread in the webway and beyond worked to even modest standards. Kamarak and its surroundings, in the end, seemed to have no purpose but to capture more slaves in order to create ammunition, ships, collars, and pain-inducing weapons which would lead to the enslavement of more species, be they human or non-human. Or at least this had been the model they followed in the Dark City until a few days ago, and in this large webway cavern, the slaves had continued to work until a few minutes ago. Until their overseers all died at the same instant and the devices supposed to punish the prisoners in case of a successful revolt activated. After that, the dark rocks, stalagmites, stalactites, and many other stone formations had trembled before collapsing, burying the majority of the miniature subrealm under the debris. Fortunately, Rogel and his honor guard had managed to reach the elevated promontory before the psychic detonation and the earthquakes, physical or mental, which had shook the webway began. Yes, fortunately, because as he had a good vantage point to watch the rock's size, the Imperial Fist's Primarch didn't think even a transhuman warrior could survive a rain of projectiles like this one. Torture chambers and ammunition factory had disappeared in the horrible shrieking which had resonated lengthily in the tunnels of the webway. "This simplifies things," he said to the Astartes waiting next to him. "It is simpler but not easier, Lord," one of the salamanders replied. "Indeed," Dorn agreed. "The way we came from is completely destroyed, so we have to go forwards. We will find the Khan, and then we will find an exit." Still, the Space Marines and himself had managed to put a non-negligible distance between them and Kamarak when what had to be ripples of a gigantic shockwave came. What had the Imperial forces tried to do? Or to ask a more interesting question, what had they fired to cause such psychic shockwaves in the first place? But the stones didn't talk to him, contrary to what iterators had claimed during the Great Crusade, and there would be no answer until they returned to real space and the Imperium. Let's go, the former ruler of Inwit declared. Kamarak is no more, and we must find my brother. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Nyx System. Nyx. 4 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Minister of Justice Missy Byron. The Luxor Palace of Floor 61, formerly the Menelaus Ajax Sand Palace of Nyx, had a distinct Neo-Egyptian theme everywhere one looked. It had been a surprise the first time Missy visited, because as far as she knew no planet in the Nyx sector had a culture containing anything resembling ancient or modern Egyptian traditions and monuments. As far as she had been able to discover, one of the many scions of the Menelaus rulers had traveled outside the sector in M34 and had enjoyed his visit to a Neo-Egyptian planet so much that he had decided to bring home a large quantity of objects, jewelry, and souvenirs to remember his travel there for the remaining years of his life. The name of the planet itself had unfortunately not survived the millennium between the palace's construction and their time. Due to its originality compared to multiple Greco-Roman mixes of poor taste, the renamed Luxor Palace remained close to what it had been before Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor had the last Menelaus king of kings executed. Taylor's decorators, overseen by a couple of Astartes, had toned down the profusion of lapis lazuli, gold, and stone statues, but the Neo-Egyptian vibe had if anything been increased. Large paintings of deserts bisected by great rivers had been transported here, and artists had worked on trompe-l'oeil artwork which could almost make you believe you were on the shores of the Nile, watching the red sun setting over the horizon. The para-human woman had no doubt that if one day Taylor decided for one reason or another to sell the palace, there would be a little army of potential buyers despite what promised to be an astronomical price. The White Dunes Blue River duality had a calming effect on the mind, and it was accentuated by the stone frescoes, the fruit trees which resembled palm trees, and some squares of oasis greenness where white seats and jars filled with water awaited those who had been given the right to enter this part of the Basileia's domain. Which were not many, truthfully. Unlike some floors of the upper hive, floor 62 came to mind. Floor 61 remained in large part property of the Nyx government. It hadn't been sold to some noble or cartel head eager to inhabit domains which had been denied to them until a few years ago. Of course, that didn't mean the floor served the same purposes as it had under the Menelaus rule. Missy knew for certain at least one of the palaces had been transformed to become a military hospital with a wing or two specialized for rejuvenation, and 2 other buildings were refurbished for security purposes. Still, the Luxor Palace had been used by all para-humans as a place where they could rest and not be swarmed by large crowds when they ended their day. This included their supreme leader, the Insect Mistress, who had used an entire wing for several weeks in the year 293 M35. Hard to forget it when Dennis had teased Taylor if she wanted to replace Basileia with Pharaoh. Today had been supposed to be no exception. After a week spent listening to the whining and supplications of many high-profile parties caught in the act of money laundering and supporting the commerce of proscribed drugs, Missy had hoped to have a day of peace, with a meal with Dragon to lament on the idiots causing them headaches. It wasn't going to happen, and the fault lay with the astropathic messages from Wuhan and Andes which had just arrived on her table. Somehow, I can't help but think this is all Taylor's fault. Now that's just your paranoia talking, replied Dragon, who was admiring the collection of paintings exhibited 10 meters away from their little alcove of peace and tranquility. Taylor has additional powers now, but I don't see how she could convince heretics to fall over dead several thousand light years away from Pavia. The Minister of Justice grimaced but didn't say anything in response. Dragon was right, and yet Missy had the premonition that, somehow, their boss friend was involved up to the neck in this. Though frankly, the young woman thought the Magos Draco was far too chipper about the entire situation. It wasn't her who had to deal with the paperwork this debacle was going to generate. Fine, the green-clothed para-human continued. We have 2 problems to deal with, Wuhan and Andes. Andes should not take long, the Tinker remarked. I think it's obvious what happened. The webway gate which was used by the Eldar to ambush us was destroyed from the other side of the connection, generating the equivalent of a very large nuclear bomb's detonation, albeit one which has little radioactive fallout. As far as I can tell, it's rather good news. We might be able to withdraw the military forces and use some Mechanicu's expertise to properly terraform the planet into something useful. Revenge against the glutton mosquitoes and the swamps. Missy teased lightly, not expecting a confession, but to her surprise, Dragon vigorously nodded. I won't deny that is additional motivation, but honestly keeping a world in such a dilapidated state is really a waste of resources. Having an ocean world if the main continent is submerged would give us plenty of options. Having a civilized world if we drain the swamps and lower the level of the oceans would also give some benefits. Keeping Andes Primus as it currently is serves no goal. By the way, where is the debacle in all of this? The commander-in-chief of Andes Primus garrison is an imbecile. Dragon chuckled and chose this moment to remove the red robe of the Mechanicu's, allowing her to see how most of her body was protected by beautiful metallic scales of a blue-red color. I have not been keeping an eye on every deployment Taylor made before leaving, but I don't think the regiments stationed at Andes Primus were sent as congratulations for jobs well done. Especially when the Andes governor and she had agreed the best defense if the Eldar came back consisted of the 3 destroyers orbiting the planet. True, but I doubt she expected the inter-regiment relationships to grow hostile to the point it's it, Missy replied as she handed the incriminating slate to her Mechanicus-affiliated friend. It seems like Brigadier General Tao Shujia has used his rank as an excuse to send the Atlas troops to do reconnaissance at every opportunity. Reading between the lines, Dragon commented while keeping her eyes fixed on the data slate, the man is a slacker and an incompetent. It was the job of his light infantry force to go into the swamps and discover where the gate was hidden. The Atlas infantry Taylor sent is categorized as line infantry, but it was rather heavy by the standards of the 294M35 military reforms. Using this particular regiment to search for something in the Andes swamps is just a plain bad idea. Dragon frowned before continuing. Tao Shujia, I think the man is the nephew or another rather close family member of the Lord Magnate of House Shujia. Yes, he's the Lord Magnate's nephew, the Shaker para-human side. I'm of a mind to inform Lord General Ziegler he can throw the whole book at him. The incompetent bastard deserved it, if the reports were any indication. My advice would be to wait until Taylor can be informed of the situation, the Minister of Industry suggested. She often has fitting punishments to give to the guard officers who have the temerity to displease her. Yes, good idea, she might send Shujia to garrison duties on Polar. Dragon shivered theatrically in return. The death world of Polar in the Atlas subsector had the well-deserved reputation of being the coldest world inhabited by man in the Nyx sector, and like many inhospitable planets, the PDF and guard effectives were minimal on-world. Except for the local small population, few officers could justify equipping thousands of their men for war games in this kind of environment. On the other hand, Wuhan is truly a disaster of the highest order, as I read it, Dragon summarized as she gave back the data slate. That sounds about right, Missy agreed. The planetary governor is dead. His heir is also dead. 11 of the governor's other children have shared his fate, which wouldn't be so bad if one of them wasn't among the assassins who caused the deed and a chaos-worshipping cultist. The Inquisition and the Arbits are preparing one ship each to rush to Wuhan as fast as they can, and I think we have to seriously consider if making a suggestion to the Brothers of the Red is necessary. I'm tempted to say yes, Dragon said far more calmly than Missy. According to all Newsphere reports and the Vox, we have less than 30 dead here on Nyx due to this strange death of Heretics wave, and 9/10 of those who perished were monitored either by the Inquisition or the Arbits. But that is here, and Nyx isn't Wuhan. Judging by the disastrous consequences of the assassination, it is clear Wuhan had no idea about what was preparing in the shadows. The Space Marines will be dead useful for any Inquisitor to track and remove these madmen from causing more damage than they have already done. That's a point in favor, the young woman agreed. I don't think the Sons of Sanguinius are ready to deploy a full company for such a matter, but even a few battle brothers have a devastating military and political impact. The Heracles Wardens would have been a better choice arguably, but at this hour there were less than 5 of them in the entire Nyx system, and most had critical duties they couldn't be pulled out from at a moment's notice. Space Marines or not, I agree it's a disaster, especially politically, Dragon recognized. I had no love for Hongfeng Cao, and I'm sure Taylor didn't like him either. But he was still a stabilizing influence on the decadent Wuhan's nobility. Now I fear we are left with 2 choices, we either purge the entire nobility, or we try to restore the status quo. The second option didn't make her jump in anger, but Missy would lie if she said she liked hearing it. The second option is no option at all. You've read the same report as I. The inquisitorial acolyte who survived the slaughter made it very clear the whole reason we'll have so many high-profile funerals in the near future is because our dear friend the governor had organized several nights of orgy, debauchery, and other things I prefer not to think too much about. Seriously, Missy had known the Wuhan's nobles were only bowing to the Nyxians in wealth and resources, but did these aristocrats have even a drop of decency in their entire bodies? Missy was rich, and even her moments of weakness when faced with culinary and clothing temptations never reached 1/1000th of what these decadent idiots had been doing. It will be a purge, then, Dragon replied grimly. A good thing I sent the majority of the Munitorm's Wuhan's tithe to the Svalbard sector in the first wave. The average PDF of Wuhan loves Taylor, and without their noble officers, I think we will be able to trust them to support the changes. The difficult part was going to be to find a popular figure to be the new planetary governor. In many ways, Wei Cao would have been the ideal choice, but Taylor would not consent to let her consort be away from her for the better part of a year, and frankly, for all her political skills the Wuhan-born noblewoman was not necessarily good when it came to ruling on her own. Would she be better than 99% of the local nobility? Yes, but given how pathetically low the threshold to beat was. Lord Magnate Wu Sao and Lord Magnate Rongchun Shujia are the last 2 great nobles left alive, and I wouldn't trust them with the administration of a high floor. But we can see the positive side. There's a positive side. Absolutely. At this very moment, the smile of Dragon was very draconic. Since Hongfeng Cao and most of his potential successors are dead, I am going to dispatch a few magi I can trust and you are going to send the representatives of the Aegean cartel too. If we play our cards right, Taylor can be in control of the Wuhan CAO cartel by the end of the week, and I will have the shares she doesn't control. Now that is absolutely evil, Missy smirked. So we don't do it. Oh, no, we definitely do. I'm going to send orders to several merchant ships, and the Navy will likely agree to an escort of a couple of frigates. They were killed in the middle of an orgy that, if they had any decency, they would have never participated in. This was the moment one of the guards in charge of the Luxor Palace chose to storm into the room, a large data slate in his hands that was transported like it was full of explosives. My lady! My lady! An urgent message from the Pavia High Command has arrived. It's... Mumbling a thank you, and seized by a dreadful feeling of foreboding, Vista took the news container and began to read it. Somehow the words failed to completely register. Destruction of Kamarak, by order of the Adeptus Custodes, annihilation of several hundred battleships, heavy losses, discovery of a dozen STC model templates, great victory, immense gains, deicide. Missy couldn't help it. She began to laugh hysterically. Oh Taylor, I told you so. Magos Draco Dragon Richter. Let it be said that when Missy laughed like that, it was contagious. Dragon had cackled for the better part of 20 minutes as well, and she was still smiling when she entered the room where the two members of the Mechanicu's council she had been able to summon on such short notice were waiting. The rumors of victory are already spreading through the noosphere, said Archmagos Prime Arithmencia Sultan once the greetings were done. The mistress of ships had received the news shortly after Dragon did, but excitement was palpable in her metallic voice. That said, Dragon wasn't going to blame her. There's no hope of containing them. Are we even going to try? Asked artisan Magos cybersmith Lydia Beta Rosamond with a cant mostly used for triumphal celebrations. Because I think we need a bigger budget if we decide to. Of the 54 tech priests I met on my way, 2/3 were already praying in front of the Omniscia's altars. And for being supposed to be logical and pragmatic, it meant the point of no return had long since been passed. No, I don't think it is wise to try, the Magos Draco stated to the two other female tech priests, who technically still outranked her. The astropathic communications are arriving by the hundreds and some guards we chose as liaison have extremely loose lips. Before the day is out, Nyx as a whole will know of it. There's no way we can keep the revelation of the battles of Pavia and Kamarak a secret. The mood among certain circles was already jubilant at this hour, soon it would be something more, something, well, Dragon didn't find the words, but religious ecstasy did sound appropriate as a start. We will probably have to give a holy day to the workers, Lydia Beta Rosamond proposed. Until the flesh has properly celebrated, production levels will decrease to unacceptable levels. It was always funny how the Mechanicu's managed to rationalize the need for normal humans to party. Agreed under certain conditions, Sultan promptly answered in Binaric language. But before that, we have to estimate the consequences of the Basileia's holy victory at Kamarak. Dragon refrained from sighing. If an Archmagos Prime, one of the highest-ranked adepts in the Nyx sector, was beginning to think in terms of holy, the religious situation had truly grown out of control. I'm afraid the consequences are all too clear, Dragon stated. All plans, from the worst case to the best case scenarios, are truly and completely obsolete. We have to prepare new ones in a hurry, and then communicate them to General Taylor Hebert, because I don't think a wave of superinflation in the Nyx sector is what we want. In the most optimistic assumptions where Pavia was concerned, the Nyx Mechanicus, led in this instance by Master of Logistics Lexico Arcanus Fowl Op 6A2 Tertius, had studied the potential sources of ore, metal, money and other benefits Operation Caribbean might seize if the fleet won one-sidedly for a long time. The 13 major bounties had been at the core of the potential acquisitions, along with the 2 Malta-class star forts. Asteroid bases, looting the pirates' caches, the transformed space hulk, potential archaeotech the outlaws might have gotten their hands on, the Imperial warships flying the black flags, scrap metal, the space mines. The triplex Foulborn Master had done an excellent job assessing what was the best possible outcome that could be simulated. The poor Lexico Arcanus was unquestionably going to be aghast that Taylor had already shattered it before launching her attack on Kamarak. 2 million tons of adamantium had not been in the plans. And by the contracts signed with the representatives of the 24th Fleet, 51% would have to be sold at market price to those magi and archmagi who wanted to purchase it, which at 700,000 plus thrones gelts per kilogram made a very neat pile of treasure. It almost gave her the urge to snicker or laugh hysterically again. And to repeat, this was what had been won before the attack on Kamarak. If a third of what was contained in the preliminary communications was true, hell if 100th of what Dragon had read was true, there was enough to purchase a few sectors and still live like a king, or in Taylor's case, a Basileia for a few millennia. 12 STC templates. Well, technically a damaged STC constructor and 11 STC templates, but that was semantics. There were Mechanicus explorators who spent their entire lives without finding more than fragmented third-hand copies in a near-destroyed state, and here they had convinced the Eldar to relinquish 12. And no, the fact it was once again the holy number of the Mechanikus hadn't escaped her. Dragon knew the insect mistress might as well prepare for some veneration and worship, because there was no other alternative. I am going to begin working upon them, the mistress of ships promised. Without any study, however, I can already predict most of my plans will call for a massive expansion of the Imperial Navy and the Adeptus Mechanikus in the Nyx sector. They. It seemed even Arithmencia Sultan had difficulty finding words for the defeat her leader had handed to the Xenos. The victory of Kamarak has ensured the Nyx sector must be adequately defended, and to do so in a short amount of time, we will need battleships, millions of tech priests, billions of additional workers, more star forts, investment in machine tools, terraforming assets. Such was the excitement of the normally emotionless Sultan. Her voice was shifting to different cants of binary at irregular intervals. We might also warn the Basileia General Saint to not come back with too many Astartes, the mistress of artisans interjected with a tone revealing to the two others she could almost not believe what she was telling them. For all our industrial efforts, there is a limit to how many space marines we can arm without angering the Munitorum and the Administratum. Easy to say, buzzed the Archmagos Prime of Ryza. The Flame Rot is back. The Flame Rot. One of the great Gloriana has come back from the past. The salamanders will come here. Dragon let Sultan pour out what she felt, it was just too funny to watch. Besides, the female Archmagos was absolutely right. Between the two artifacts of Fukin found, the return of the Flame Rot, and the many deeds Taylor had done at Kamarak or before, the salamanders were so indebted to the insect mistress that not letting them come to Nyx would be essentially impossible. And of course that didn't even take into account the Imperial Fists, the gene seed of the 3rd Legion 17,000 canisters. And many things that were properly inestimable. Queen of escalation indeed. Dragon's words would not spread, but a few trillion people across the galaxy wouldn't have disagreed with them. The Eye of Terror. Sikaras. Grand Cathedral of Gamarakalkas. Travis Cairn. His sergeant had always said Travis was too clever for his own good. And to his shame, he had proven the old scar-faced bastard right. During the first raid, he had done the worst thing a soldier of the guard could do on Kadayan soil, he had hesitated. Travis Cairn could mutter a lot of excuses. In fact, the private must have voiced most of the possible ones in the last few years. Their superiors had been idiots, especially their colonel. They had not been given enough power packs. His regiment was from St. Tantalus, a little industrial world of Segmentum Obscurus, and it had been a mistake of the bureaucrats which had brought them to the Kadayan Gate. Obviously, their Kadayan liaison officers had been jerks and unwilling to give them the kind of weapons they considered standard. There had been no warnings, no drills, and no special training to inform them what awaited them. Travis and the St. Tantalus Second had been nothing more than bait for the arch-enemy. All of this was true, to the best of his knowledge, until it was the voices screaming in the wind which gave him bad ideas again. All of it didn't matter anymore. Travis and all the survivors of his infantry regiment had failed to take their own lives when they had the chance, and now, as a result, they were slaves of the arch-enemy. They were slaves of the word-bearers, the most ignoble of the traitor legions, or at least that was the commonly held opinion among their slave battalions. Like many men and women before them, the guardsmen of St. Tantalus had at first hoped there would be an opportunity to escape. But they were in the eye of terror. Looking at the wrong thing at the wrong moment could transform you into a gibbering mass of flesh and tentacles. Simply being at the wrong place was sometimes sufficient to wake up with horns and a tail. They were in hell, and their masters only cared how loud they could scream when the hours of punishment came and how much work they could do before the last embers of life gave way. On your feet, miserable vermin! An overseer burst into the tiny resting areas in which the survivors of St. Tantalus and 100 other regiments' remnants were piling up in a futile attempt to recover from their efforts. Two men who weren't fast enough to leave their positions on the cold hard floor were struck by knives pulsating with dangerous blood icons. Travis turned his eyes away from it by reflex. Many slaves had tried to resist or even just looked at these weapons for too long, and all sorts of horrible things had happened. Faster! Faster! You have been honored by the gods today. Oh, this wasn't good. Travis didn't like this at all. Today you will pray in the cathedral. No one mentioned that technically, they were already working in the cathedral, or at least in what the Imperium would have called the underhive beneath it. The fanatic wouldn't have liked being corrected, and the punishment for opening your mouth when you weren't invited to which was almost never was not codified, but each punishment was sufficiently gruesome to discourage everyone watching it from trying again. They were chained to each other, and the blood-soaked metal had never felt heavier on their necks, wrists, and ankles as they began what was certainly their final walk. Because praying in the cathedral, as every slave knew, was a very indirect way to say some fanatical heretic is going to sacrifice you to his dark gods, and if you're particularly lucky, he will make it quick. Something landed on their right as they climbed along, impossibly large staircase of obsidian smelling like excrements and disease. Travis did his best to keep his eyes on his feet and not look. The fact it had wings and was able to go wherever it wanted despite the large numbers of overseers was all you needed to know. And it was one of the reasons among many others why no one was in any hurry to die, despite the unavoidable and cruel punishments, and the acknowledgement their lives were nothing more than nightmares. They were in a realm of hell, and nothing, not even the God Emperor of the Ecclesiarchy, had any power here. Travis had seen fellow slaves take their own lives, only for their screaming corpses to rise again within a few minutes, their souls tied to their broken bodies as their slave masters were eager to tell them. They weren't the only column to climb these damnably long stairs. Tens of thousands of slaves were gathered, climbing to their deaths, and the more they marched, the more they knew there was something extremely evil and hellishly hot ahead of them. The very stone began to turn spongy in the color of blood. Sometimes the column stopped, as the overseers took time to massacre a slave unable to continue. Rejoice! Rejoice! The time of prayers has arrived. The time to pray to the gods is at hand. If Travis Cairn had been more courageous, he would have tried to make the sign of the Aquila or whisper a prayer to the God Emperor. But the tortures the overseers and the masters above them gave to everyone who had tried that terrified him far more than he wanted to admit. There was no escape. His life was a nightmare, and if this galaxy truly had gods, they were all evil and thirsted for human screams. Finally, they arrived in the cathedral proper. It was exactly as bad as the voices and the overseers had told them. Walls of flesh sang a dreadful melody. There were cages everywhere, and in them were many slaves who were singing too as they were lowered centimeter by centimeter into the furnaces of Sicarius. There were lakes of blood, and from them crawled demons. And this time, an impulse from the chains binding their necks forced them to watch. It was the exact opposite of what a cathedral of the God Emperor represented. There were hundreds of impalement pikes everywhere, the torture devices were counted by the thousands, and the agonized screams of their fellow slaves were a chorus which hurt his ears. His last hopes died. Whatever death the monsters had in store for them, it wasn't going to be quick. Something that was made beyond obvious by a gigantic obsidian cauldron overflowing with blood and screaming faces. Above it, a giant in Baroque armor recited words which, Travis felt sure, had never belonged to any language of man. Submit. A single word, and suddenly Travis, like every slave, felt a crushing weight on his shoulders, and he prostrated himself. The incredible pain brought tears to his eyes. Witness the glory of the gods. Whatever was speaking, it was not human. It couldn't be. It was. There is no god but Malal, heretic warp thing. Travis Cairn wondered if he hallucinated. The pressure upon his shoulders seemed a bit weaker. Who dares? I, Festic Dwarp whisper, dare. Squeaked the same voice. I say speak, by the power vested in me by the great and magnificent Malal, that your gods are false fake. You are heretic, dark apostle Gavresser. Repent, and Malal will be merciful, yes. I am going to enjoy flaying you. And as the power immobilizing them was lifted, the gigantic armored figure twisted before thorns and red muscles began to tear the plating apart and reveal the daemon which had been hiding in it. Your power is nothing. Your god is nothing. For the first time, Travis was able to see who was challenging the daemon, and once again he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. It was a gigantic grey rat, surrounded by some 20 plus similarly sized brown-furred rats. And this was when the chains of slavery broke. Every object which restrained him and the tens of thousands of other slaves broke. The collars crumbled to dust. The tainted metal on their ankles and wrists fissured and liquefied without causing them harm. Witness the might power of Clan Tricheric, the anarchy in religion, most favored of the great Malal. The grey rat proclaimed while raising a 3 meters long staff sparkling with dangerous green lightning. I am the deranged bishop of 1,000 foul siblings, yes. Pray beg for my forgiveness and die, heretic. A ray of darkness emerged from the blood cauldron and met the green lightning in a colossal explosion. And before Travis' eyes, the impossible happened. The darkness began to recede. One shot of a massive rocket launcher carried by a brown rat struck the evil artifact, and the world exploded in red, green, and lightning. Travis was thrown more than 20 meters away. But there was no pain. And when he rose, most of the overseers were dead, and the daemon master had disappeared. It was impossible. It was impossible. It was impossible, and yet the truth was in front of his eyes. Man things. The grey-furred rat was in an extremely piteous state. In fact, that probably understated things. His fur was scorched in several places, one of its paws was burning in green flames, and it was clear speaking was likely the last thing he would ever do. Man things, hear my words. It said quite something about how unbelievable the entire situation was that, despite the cathedral being full of tens of thousands of slaves, there was nary a whisper. All the word-bearers have said spoken to you, is a lie. Their gods are just parasites who want you to suffer and scream cry for their amusement. Long ago they banished the true god in fear he would reveal to you the truth. The massive rat flinched as the green flames spread further on his arm. There is no god but Malal and the Skaven are his messengers. Anarchy is his blessing, and through it you will no learn of him. And somehow, it felt right. Wherever you fight and pray, fight the false gods with all your might strength. The Skaven screeched in pain before continuing. There must be anarchy in murder. Anarchy in genetics. Anarchy in machines. Anarchy in warriors. Anarchy in sorcery. Anarchy in justice. Anarchy in trade. Anarchy in knowledge. Anarchy in food. Anarchy in the stars. And anarchy in religion. For only with anarchy will we defeat slay chaos. All the Skaven gathered about their chief had their eyes illuminated in green. Praise anarchy. Praise the Council of 11. Praise Malal. The grey-furred Skaven died. But before his last breath, the giant rat had convinced them. Praise Malal. Tens of thousands of slaves screamed, having found a new battle cry to hold onto their existences with. When the overseers and hundreds of the chaotic militia came to storm the upper levels, Travis was in the first wave with the daggers he had requisitioned from the overseer he hated the most. Acacia Expanse. Pavia System. 6 hours after the mark of Kamarak. World Engine Starry Sky. Feyruk Nefertun. Ha. 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 I will open 10 new galleries for my new Kamarak collection. Saruk himself will die of jealousy. There were moments when Trazyn was good company. Presently, the Feyruk was very much aware this wasn't one of them. As much as I believe his words are true, I don't think I want to hear him for a while. Jatok, please teleport him out of my world engine. I don't care where you send him or how you proceed, just send him somewhere else. Your orders will be obeyed immediately. The Nemza ran out of her throne room, followed by an entire phalanx. In the distance, the laughter and the proclamations abruptly cut off. He proved his utility against the Queen of Blades, but he abuses your generosity, mighty Feyruk, Destruction Overlord Sitka said carefully. That can't be denied, the mistress of the Narushlatset dynasty replied. And I fear he is only going to be more unbearable in the years to come, not less. No, Nefertun didn't need a cryptech gifted in the manipulation of the space-time flow to predict that outcome. But we will have to tolerate his eccentricity. With the Queen of Blades alive and more powerful than ever, Solemnist's campaigns of petty thievery are immaterial. Since the treaty with the humans is signed, couldn't we focus our firepower on Eldanesh? Sitka proposed. The Queen of Blades is a massive threat, I agree, but now that Kamarak has been annihilated she is alone or so close to being totally isolated the difference is immaterial. Don't be so sure, the Narushlatset ruler chided, she has proven resourceful in the past, and if we tried to corner her again, I fear we would lose a couple of world engines. As she had only 3 of them left, this obviously would represent an enormous loss of assets and status. Losses of battleships were one thing, losing planetoid-sized warships quite another. No, Nefertun added regretfully after a moment of contemplation. We will try to kill her when she comes to fight in the Nyx arena, though I am far from confident of success when millions of years have failed to inflict lasting injuries upon her. In hindsight, the survival of the first sword-bearer alas wasn't a surprise. Enaria Eldanesh hadn't been dreaded by the Necron dynasties and the entire galaxy because she was easy to beat, sword fight or no sword fight. By your will, mighty Feyruk. Although shouldn't we train some veteran immortals as a contingency? Yes, excellent suggestion, she should have thought of it, but between the treaty, the recovery of the relics, the battle reports and the repair programs for the fleet, there had been too many things bombarding her engrams to think about this particular issue. And find an adaptable commander for them. It is almost guaranteed that it won't work, but there is no reason not to try our best. One needed to only get lucky once, in the end, and if the Narushlatset successfully killed their longest living enemy, the prestige one would be unimaginable. The engines of the Starry Sky are ready for translation, mighty Feyruk, one of her senior cryptechs announced from his location in the engine control section. Then it's time to depart. Human warships are arriving in increasing numbers, and it is best not to taunt other species with something they dream to have. We have accomplished our goals here. Really, they had done far more than that. Kamarak was entirely destroyed, and between the loss of a greater abomination and the sheer number of fatalities, the debased descendants of the Ildari would need a long time before recovering enough to pose even a minor threat. Her dynasty would rebuild and strengthen itself faster than them. You know Sitka, Trazyn was at least right on one point, Saruk would die of jealousy if he knew what we have achieved here. Intergalactic Void. 10 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Star Reaper engine hegemony. The Silent King. The enemy is fleeing, Master. Your brilliant plan once again led us to a great victory. The supreme ruler of all Necrons honestly didn't know when he had begun to seriously loathe flatterers and the thousands of useless sycophants of his court, but since the beginning of his exile, he knew their words rarely failed to cause him more frustration. This battle would prove no exception, and not just because he didn't have another Triarch nearby who could verbally chastise the poor strategist. Judging that one image was the quickest way to show his opinion on the subject, the artificial intelligence of the hegemony materialized what lesser species would have called a multidimensional map. Between the gravity and energy sensors, the strategic situation revealed was not in the Suraken dynasty's favor. "These beasts are relentless," one of his most capable overlords commented with distaste evident in his voice. "Kill one fleet, 15 new ones are converging towards us and more are trying to bypass our warships and escape our vigilance." Sailing through the intergalactic void had been supposed to be his penance and exile. But never had the Silent King thought he would face a threat like the one pursuing them. Even the main weapons of his personal Star Reaper, a planet-sized vessel which had regularly destroyed entire star systems, had been unable to do more than stem the tide of hungry creatures for a while. And then whatever malevolent intelligence was giving commands to these trillions of biological hulls had decided the Suraken dynasty was a threat, and they had begun to lose ships. The Silent King knew his fleet could win the next battle, and probably the one after that. But the ones which would unavoidably follow? The enemy was endless. And he had only 20,000 ships to protect the hegemony and his 2-star harvesters. His pride told him to attack. He could unleash the full power of his Star Reaper, a ship which had taught the Old Ones and their servants the very meaning of the word terror, against these beasts spitting bioacid. But his reason and his long experience of war told him the battle was already lost, whether he used the hegemony for a sacrificial gambit or not. The enemy outnumbered them too greatly, and if it had an irreplaceable war commander, the Suraken ships hadn't been able to find it. The tactics of the war in heaven worked, but what use was a victory when the enemy sent bigger fleets after each defeat? Tradition forbidding him from speaking with his subordinates, Surak was forced to write his questions and instructions to the high-ranked nobles awaiting his commands. "Have they changed course?" "They have not, Master. Their vanguard is still progressing towards the star clusters of the Charnovok dynasty." "Then we withdraw. The galaxy must be warned of the peril to come." "Master, no lesser species will be able to slow down these fiends. I will end the Great Sleep. The Necrons must be warned, and arm themselves against this threat. We will unite once more and crush their tendril fleets one by one." "It will be as you've ordered, Master. These beasts will tremble before the might of the reborn Necron dynasties. Send the word. The end is coming." And for the first time in millions of years, the Star Reaper hegemony and its escort fleet changed course and revised their astrogation charts to return to the galaxy they had voluntarily abandoned so long ago. 100,000 churches. 30,000 monasteries. 200 cathedrals. But don't let it fool you, brothers, Lady Weaver never set a foot on Pradesh, or anywhere in the Mumbai sector. Words attributed to Captain Dante of the Blood Angels, 001M41. Segmentum Tempestus. Mumbai sector. Pradesh. 13 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Colonel Rajnagaraj. There were plenty of good ways to wake up. In general, Raj's preference went to being in a soft bed with pleasant company, but he understood other guardsmen had different opinions. That said, receiving the equivalent of a large bucket of cold water directly in the face would not, in his opinion, ever be listed as anyone's favorite option. "Urg," was the sum of the reactions that came out of his mouth as he nearly jumped in an instinctive attempt to strangle whoever had dared play this trick upon him. Raj stopped as soon as his brain computed that it was his commissar who fixed him with a very stony expression. "There was no need to resort to these extremes, commissar. I was going to wake up on my own." The representative of the commissariat raised an eyebrow, and the colonel suddenly realized they were in the middle of, let's call it the aftermath of a well-celebrated victory. There were guardsmen and guardswomen asleep everywhere, a lot of them naked and sporting tattoos and piercings that he was rather sure had not been there yesterday. There were hundreds of empty bottles of Amasek and regiment brew liquors everywhere. I will admit we may have celebrated a bit too, wildly. He searched for his officer's cap, and noticed it was now painted blue and serving as the pillow of a woman he was pretty sure was the unofficial wife of the 3rd Company's captain. But the men needed to blow off some energy. Though to be honest, and at this moment Rajnagaraj didn't want to be his men and himself had not planned that far ahead. A party had already been in preparation for their miraculous survival, but when the astropathic call had arrived that a saint had demolished Kamarak and sent billions of Eldar straight to hell or wherever the long ears went when killed, the colonel couldn't have stopped the men from cheering and then going on a wide, general party all over the fortress and the surrounding area if he'd tried. "You are very lucky," the commissar told him. "I am of a mind to send you to the penal legions or shoot you, but since all of your men have been involved in the very same activities you were or worse, I would have to organize the firing squads for the entire regiment and possibly more." Yes, on second glance, it appeared a lot of refugees and civilians who had left their shelters once the Eldar had disappeared had also participated in their not-so-little moment of fun. His head chose this moment to remind him he had the most terrible hangover of his career, and the pain was such he simply blurted the first words that came to mind out loud. "We will, of course, submit to any punishment the commissariat deems suitable." "Good." The smile of the discipline officer was a terrible thing to behold. "I've spoken with the surviving Ministorum priest, and he agrees there were a lot of impious words and disrespectful expressions uttered next to the name of a holy saint of His Most Holy Majesty. So you're going to put your regiment in marching order, and you're going to repair the nearby church." "You're joking," Raj blurted out in surprise. The nearby church had received the attention of the Eldar's long-range artillery, and was now missing a roof, some walls. It would be more fitting to call it a ruin than a church, and no, that wasn't an exaggeration of the problem. Am I in the habit of joking? The commissar's gaze made him shiver, and Raj quickly turned away to bellow orders. The surviving Pradesh forces would spend 4 months repairing churches and other places of worship until the higher UPS finally decided to send them be killed on another planet. Still, to their very last breath, the guardsmen and guardswomen would swear the Great Pradesh Party had been worth it. The Webway. Approaches of Craft World Ulthwi. 14 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Aurelia Mellis. The retreat from Kamarak was a nightmare, and the fact it could have been far worse than what they endured was very meager consolation. By the time their progression saw them enter the Webway sections which were recognized Ulthwi territory, the number of Drukari ex-warriors, ex-slaves, and refugees of all kinds had climbed to 100,000. It was an impressive number since the goal was to find salvation on a craft world, and the dynasts and their high commanders had always insisted their cousins were utterly delusional, though given Biltan army's average behavior, one couldn't exactly say their perspective had been totally wrong. It also gave her massive headaches. While they didn't need to concern themselves about she who thirsts sucking out their souls, the psychic brand of sacrifice had crippled many of the oldest Drukari among their numbers. If they had had sufficient transport capacity, it would not have been more than a minor hindrance, but there were few of the precious raiders or ravagers, and those had already been crowded with wounded. The supply situation was also calamitous. Unsurprisingly, the fleeing warriors, and she included herself in that lot, had been more interested in saving their skins than stockpiling food and water in some secret caches or creating a supply depot. The route fleeing from Kamarak had been a quick, desperate affair, and a lot of people had saved the clothing on their backs and nothing more. Given that over 30% were slaves, this meant plenty had nothing at all save their names. They were in pain, psychically and physically. Aurelia didn't know which of the two was the most dolorous, and at some point she stopped caring. Each 1,000 heartbeats seemed to demand an even greater effort of will, and though in each new avenue they expected to find the sentinels of Craft World Ulthwi, each one seemed to be another disappointment and failure. The ex-slave turned Draken had been forced to order a halt when the Harlequins found them. As always with the followers of Seguruk, the Webway itself seemed to twist to accommodate their arrival, though even with her limited experience, Aurelia noticed big changes. As every masked Ildari appeared, the Webway seemed to illuminate and regain strength. Wraithbone, which had stayed decrepit and half-dead, was infused with new life. Where before they seemed to walk in the shadows at best, the middle of a night at worst, it was now closer to the first light of dawn. The clothes of the Harlequin seemed to reflect this too. The young Drukari couldn't remember what their colors had been before, but by Cain, they sure hadn't been this vibrant blue, gold, and pink. We bear the word of the great Harlequin, it was impossible to say who had spoken among the 300 or 400 servants of Seguruk. Maybe it was only one. Or was it all of them? Speak, clowns! A former dynast conscript exclaimed. Have you done not enough to? Slaanesh is dead. The name should have provoked revulsion and the kind of attention no Ildari, not even the soul-evading Harlequin, wanted to gain. But it did nothing, and the certainty in the voice convinced the last doubters this was not a dream. The doom of the Ildari had met its end thanks to the humans' actions. The world began to lose coherency as it dissolved into songs and visions of dance and triumphs. Aurelia Mellis blinked, and shook her head. She was alone, with a single Harlequin in front of her. It was hardly a simple trooper, however. The character presented all the characteristics and the attributes of a shadow seer. The future is no more, Aurelia Mellis. Evidently, this brutal confession, without jest, riddles or games, only increased her apprehension. In a reality that never will be, you would have risen to be the consort of Asdrubalvekt, master of Kamarak. When he would have dismissed you, Seguruk himself would have empowered you to become one of his agents inside Kamarak. There you would have risen to become arguably the second most powerful leader of the Dark City, ruling the cabal of the Poisoned Tongue. The sentences should have made her wonder if the shadow seer of the hidden path was delirious, but somehow, the implacable voice convinced her this was the truth and nothing but the truth. I am of no use to Seguruk anymore, then. Given the state of Kamarak when they had escaped it, it was extremely questionable if there was anything left of it at this hour. A deicide was not a small thing, and the measures taken to ensure it had in all likelihood wiped out most of the important sub-realms. Not at all. Our god firmly believes one doesn't abandon a blade just because the dance has changed. The Harlequin then abruptly changed the subject. Do you know what is killing the Asuryani and your other cousins? That question Aurelia didn't need a lot of brainstorming to answer. Their low fertility, the former slave shrugged, that's the reason the dynasts of Kamarak and pretty much all of their bastions in the Webway relied on the homunculi so much. We needed the gene labs to compensate for the flow of regular deaths. One thing which made her belatedly realize the Drukari as they had been before this terrible battle were likely doomed. Slaanesh was dead, but the murderous behavior of most of the elite highborn who had survived wasn't likely to change just because she who thirsts had been pulverized. Truth, the shadow seer nodded, visibly satisfied. Without Isha, fertility among all Asuryani, Drukari, and other sub-factions is at an all-time low. Since rescuing the goddess is a hopeless task, the laughing god has explored other options. Other options? Aurelia felt she could be forgiven for being extremely suspicious. The doom was broken into 6 parts, began the member of Mask the Hidden Path. They were all parts of the Dark Princess, Aurelia cut in. And the taint of the Empyrean corrupts everything and everyone. Not if you tangentially use the light of an anathema to purge the aspect of its impurities. Aurelia wasn't a specialist in this esoteric domain, so she had to concede the point. Still, since the Great Seer of the Humans was not noted to be a friend of Ilderic and the destruction of Kimarak was not exactly a friendly gesture, it meant Segeric had only a limited amount of power to work with, and she said as much to the Harlequin male. Besides, we have stopped worshipping the gods long ago. And even if we didn't, why would we consider accepting a new leash upon our souls? Something materialized in the hand of the Shadow Seer, and Aurelia realized after the initial moment of stupefaction it was a heart. A beating heart, comprised of a matter resembling some sort of psychic crystal, and its color was at the thin line between pink and red. This is the heart of carnality. No, I can't. A vision flashed before her eyes, one where she was lying powerlessly on a crystal floor, broken and defeated. Then another replaced it, one where someone looking vaguely like her but transformed, danced in what seemed a ballroom. She had hair the shade of the heart presented before her, she was taller, she was smiling, she was happy and safe. This is a trap, Aurelia Malice said weakly. The Shadow Seer didn't even bother denying it. Instead he simply gave her a point she had not considered at all. Ulthwe does not have enough spirit stones to protect all your refugees, even if they didn't need to alter their existing ones after the second fall. But this new aspect, properly cherished, will create its own spirit stones and save our souls. Of course. Much like Segeric was protecting the souls of the Harlequins who answered his calling, the new ascending goddess would do it for her followers. But doubt and fear still prevented her from saying yes. You don't see the future. And surely there are worthier candidates in this galaxy. The best candidate for such a task would be the Ilderi Empress for the symbolism, admitted the Harlequin. Unfortunately, this title is currently held by the Queen of the Swarm thanks to certain jokes not engineered by Master Segeric. The Queen of Blades would be the next best candidate, but she has already outright refused and threatened us with emasculation if we asked again. You are thus the logical choice, symbolically and psychically. Any other time, Aurelia would have reacted violently to these revelations, but today there were more pressing concerns. I have no power. Rather, let's say you haven't bothered to struggle against the process of atrophy, like most Drukari. This will change if you become the Queen of Hearts, High Emissary to Lady Athardi. She took 10 heartbeats to think about it before speaking the words. I accept. There was no ceremony, no dagger carving her flesh. The beating heart just floated to her and then entered her. The explosion of energy was unlike anything she had ever felt. The transformation began in earnest. And when Aurelia rose again, she knew she had become something far greater than anything she might have ever hoped to be in a future that would never be. Ulthwe is not going to be the same with you, the Shadow Seer laughed. And Aurelia, divine power in her, laughed with him. Segmentum Obscurus. Solus Sector. Craft World Ulthwe. 17 hours after the Mark of Kimarak. Farsa Eldrad Ulthrun. Celebrations and parties of a joyous nature had always been rare in the halls of Ulthwe for as long as anyone remembered. It wasn't because they were grim by nature, it was just that life offered them few opportunities to truly cheer for something with their voices and hearts. There was a reason their home was nicknamed Ulthwe of the Damned or Unlucky Ulthwe among countless other unflattering titles. Many famous farsars and autarchs, not a single one of them born in Ulthwe, had spoken derogatory comments and expressed disapproving opinions about the permanent presence of one of the largest population centers of the Asuryani so close to the eye created by the birth of Slaanesh. Somehow, these narrow-minded fools failed to understand it wasn't exactly by choice the craft world remained where it was. Each attempt to cross certain war zones or choke points and finally leave the Imperial Wounds vicinity had been costly failures, and every individual following the path of the seer he knew of had prevented at least 2 cataclysmic disasters that would have allowed the primordial annihilator to gain the upper hand inside and outside the webway. So Ulthwe stayed where it was, enduring the attacks of the annihilator's slaves, and the most common events everyone participated in were funerals. There were more happy occasions, but they were usually dignified and codified to the extreme, that way if they were interrupted by, say, a demonic invasion, organizing a retaliatory force or a defense fleet would take as little time as possible. A few Yandan emissaries had even joked behind their backs the Ulthwe black armors were simply pragmatism pushed to the extreme and that this way, every warrior defending their craft world was adequately prepared for their own funeral. Eldrad knew this wasn't true. The black armors were crafted from materials increasing their skills to confuse and evade the enemy's sorcery, but it wasn't an unbelievable claim. Cain knew many of the young sometimes believed it before their elders corrected their assumptions. Thus the party raging in the halls, ballrooms, chambers, gardens, and practically everywhere it was possible to party without creating security issues was unlike any other. Gone was the dignity. Gone were the codes and the legendary discipline and haughtiness. At this moment, the Asuryani of Craft World Ulthwi were celebrating with the vigor of beings who for too long had been forced to bottle up their pride and emotions. Needless to say, if the power of excess had been alive, it would have been truly unconscionable to allow such scenes to develop. Young maidens were dancing in robes that any drukari of Kamarak would have vigorously approved of, such was the amount of flesh they showed. There were fruits growing in the gardens that elder autarchs simply waited under to bite while they sang old tunes which had survived the long cycles of war. Fountains were now delivering highly sugary elixirs instead of pure water. But Slaanesh was dead, and exceptionally and with a never-seen-before unanimity, exarchs, farcers, autarchs, and more or less every senior figure of Ulthwi, including the spirits of the dead, had agreed that, for this occasion, they would throw a memorable party. And at present, the promise was more than upheld. Millions of Asuryani were dancing, singing, and pausing their self-control for 3 turns of light and dark, discarding the dark colors of war and raising their glasses to the death of excess. Even the speech Eldrad had given beforehand that the humans had done most of the job and Biltan had been a massive hindrance, had not soured the mood. Ulthwi had never liked the dynasts of Kamarak, and the less said about the pirates they used as their attack animals, the better. Eldrad poured himself a new drink and sang louder with 30 other youngsters that had about as much dignity as him, with large flowery vestments and large yellow hats. Truthfully, they all sang very badly, but it was the enthusiasm which counted, no? Thousands of beings and horrible creatures he had spent his life to keep in check were no more, and for the first time since he had been recognized as a farcer, Eldrad had stopped monitoring the future and only cared about laughing, drinking and celebrating. He had been too young when his childhood had really ended, and for a few heartbeats doing what had never been possible when he was young felt like a bomb on his soul. To the fountains. Ulthwi! 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 Marvelous acrobats showed their immense talents to roaring crowds outside battlefields. New dresses were created in the middle of dances as contests between weavers and artists began and ended with every tune. Illusions of excellent quality were presented to young and old. Despite his best efforts, Eldrad began to slow down after several thousand heartbeats. His mind was ecstatic, but while far from senility and remaining in excellent physical condition, humility compelled him to acknowledge he wasn't exactly in his prime anymore. As a result he navigated tranquilly through the buffets and the outer edge of the countless dance floors. The term seemed to apply for a third of the craft world now. It was at this point she appeared, escorted by 2 harlequins. Many loud exclamations rose everywhere. Despite a not-so-livid skin and a red mask, the newcomer was evidently female and of drukari descent, but what was even more provocative was the fact her crimson gold dress bore the symbol of the antique phoenix, the extinct animal of Ildari royalty and divinity. And yet where she touched with a finger, Asuryani saluted and smiled before returning to the celebrations. And when Eldrad tried to taste the power surrounding the newcomer, he didn't sense corruption or something depraved, just joy and something mischievous. "We present you the Queen of Hearts, O drunk seer," the first harlequin declared. "The other refugees will be led to you after the healers have restored their health," the second servant of Segeric informed him. "Don't do anything Segeric would disapprove." Eldrad wanted to ask more questions, beginning with how many refugees the harlequins had led to the craft world, but most of the issues which had just appeared somehow disappeared when the young drukari in her sumptuous phoenix robe took his hand and they stared into each other's eyes. For the first time in eons, Eldrad truly felt desire and embraced her, and the queen reciprocated. "I am Eldrad, farcer. I am Aurelia, emissary." A kiss ended the introductions. There was much dancing after this, and as the celebrations continued, they went to the high gardens. There the dance would become horizontal, and both Asuryani and drukari united in carnality and love. Segmentum Tempestus. Craft World Biltan. 20 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Phoenix Lord Janezar. Janezar was not fuming with rage when she entered the Autarch Council headquarters chamber. The storm of silence had passed that point long ago. Her current temper could be more accurately described as unholy wrath by a religious observer. 2 guards tried to prevent her from entering. "You can't. Your presence has not. Begone." And she didn't repeat herself. They were knocked out like the petulant children they were. Now if only there were fewer of them inside the room where over 50 exarchs and autarchs had gathered to decide the fate of Biltan. "Lady Janezar, an unexpected honor," babbled one of the head cretins. "We were." "Be silent," at least the idiot was still sufficiently intelligent to close his mouth when he heard her voice. "Do you understand the reasons of my presence?" The entire audience stayed silent. Good, maybe there was a tiny bit of hope for them. "By all rights, I should kill all of you immediately. You did not participate in the Battle of Kamarak, but you were involved in the deployment of billions of aspect warriors and you gave your full support to High Farser Mokdavar, may his soul rot in the warp for all eternity. The storm of silence had almost vomited when she had heard the Biltan leaders were intending to go to Kamarak to fight side by side with the dark monsters of the Homunculi and the dynasts. This was Kamarak they were talking about. Kamarak. The place made her remember the debauchery and collapse of order before the fall. The further an Asuryani stayed away from that nexus, the better for their soul and sanity. And save for the immediate survival of your craft world, no reason could possibly justify sending an army there. But the warmongers had proved that in a galactic contest of intelligence, they were the losers, even if the opponents were greenskins. We are still only getting preliminary reports, an exarch of the Dark Reapers protested. We only need some time. You want a report? I will give you a report, imbecile. The ancient warrior had to breathe several times to find some calm and serenity, and of course not kill the dark-armored young idiot. It was difficult, and not just because the male richly deserved whatever death she could inflict upon his worthless carcass. Your entire expeditionary force which reached Kamarak is dead. No one counted the exact casualties, but I would be very surprised if your losses are less than 1.5 billion. You also lost at least 6 war fleets and their full support train. And the only reason the situation isn't worse is because Segarak closed the gates before you could ferry more millions of aspect warriors and marines into the slaughterhouse. This was the kind of stupidity one would have expected from barbaric lesser species playing with sticks and stones in caverns full of mud. And then there's Biltan itself. Since you didn't even take the precaution to temporarily seal the most important gates, the psychic explosion which surged forth during the deicide has caused critical damage both to Biltan itself and its population. Several mouths were wide open by this point, but she ignored their stupefaction with ease. Here too, nobody had the opportunity to count your losses, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are in the millions. There weren't enough words in the Ildari language to describe how much the Biltan warriors had disappointed her. Every mistake it was possible to make, they had done it, and then they had added a few impossible mistakes to the list. There's no need for preliminary councils or anything drowning in your special brand of stupidity. Your surviving armies are dispersed across the galaxy, and thanks to the events leading to the death of She Who Thirsts, you will be completely unable to recall them in time to deal with your enemy's retribution. Biltan has suffered heavy damage and is forced to decelerate to prevent further internal and external damage. You are finished. Biltan has angered everyone in this galaxy, and now you are going to pay the price. Lady Jane Czar. One of the Howling Banshees exarchs started, only for her to send silent death and to leave a deep scar in the white armor. You, my Banshees, are the greatest disappointment of all, the storm of silence dispensed with any pretense of courtesy. Of all people, I thought, rather naively, it would be my daughters who would understand the priorities of the Asuryani as a whole. I thought the death of our doom was something so important, so evident, that my shrines would recognize the importance of letting others do the dirty work and let the drookery bleed alone. But it appears I was utterly wrong. My Banshees have behaved like the rest, narrow-minded children with pointy toys unable to do anything other than shouting in the dark when the demons come for your souls. You should have raised your voices against this idiocy, and instead you encouraged it. The 5 howling Banshees in the room went to their knees and groveled. We beg your forgiveness, the eldest murmured. We are willing to give our lives for you if it's the punishment you desire. Slitting your own throats will not right the wrongs you have committed, Jane Czar replied coldly. You will earn your forgiveness by mighty deeds and repenting for the disasters your campaigns of arrogance and superfluous self-gratification have inflicted to the Asuryani. All the warriors who had donned the lesser copies of her amour would have to be retrained, physically, but especially mentally. You will go to my shrines and muster all the howling Banshees who have sworn their oaths to me. Then you will meet me at the gate of the Crystal Forest, where we will escort the non-warrior population loyal to my precepts to Yandan. As of this moment, your efforts of redemption begin. If a howling Banshee refuses this order, let it be proclaimed she is to remove her armor and abandon this path. I want people atoning for their mistakes, I neither want nor need angry failures in my service. Stand and go obey my commands. The 3 exarchs and their 2 younger sisters obeyed without a word. Naturally, the moment they left, a storm of protestations exploded in the Autarch Exarch Council. Scandalous. The Howling Banshees are one of the few shrines to have more than 50,000 warriors left. You are weakening Biltan at a critical time. You come here to insult us, and now you think we are going to stay idle while you raid our reserves of female and male warriors. The Autarch who had uttered this rhetorical question had just enough time to realize it was his last mistake before silent death slit his throat. The loud sound of his dying body hitting the floor restored some measure of silence. Azurman and I are not going to close our eyes to Biltan's actions any longer, the former arena gladiator made sure to employ her angriest voice, not that she needed much effort to find the motivation there. I am going to save the innocents who want to be saved and the daughters, sons, and children who swore themselves to me. Perhaps the other lords will imitate me. It's also possible they won't. But let there be no mistake, I am sick of you. I am sick of Biltan. There are too many vital conflicts in the war against the primordial annihilator to open new fronts, and yet, that is exactly what you've done. I will never forgive you for that. And I will never forgive that you almost managed to save the existence of she who thirsts. The enemy will come soon. I advise you strongly to fall upon their blades. Even wounded, Biltan has resisted many raids and invasions, be they from the upstart Mundaki or the brutish greenskins. Jane Czar didn't answer. The favor of Farsa of Siam-Han owed her had allowed her to watch what was almost certainly going to come for Biltan's throat. By this point, it really didn't matter if the surviving armies and fleets returned to their craft world in time or not. Tens of thousands of space marines, and more warships than all the Asuryani possessed, Biltan was going to be destroyed no matter what resistance it was able to mount. The only thing left was to save what was still salvageable. Should you fail to meet your end inside these halls, I will hunt you down and kill you myself. Segmentum Pacificus. Craft World Lugganath. 23 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Hyatarch Yulian lay Kadieth. The door of his new quarters closed and Yulian waited a couple of heartbeats before beginning to chuckle loudly, a hilarity which soon transformed into full-blown hysterical laughter. It took a lot of time to stop. The Grand Council and a supermajority of Lugganath had bestowed multiple honors upon him and his senior officers. And they were calling him the hero of Lugganath. This was not the reception he had been expecting once he returned home. At all. No one who lived long enough and won sufficient amount of battles could be blind to the negotiations and agreements behind the scenes occurring in any craft world, and Yulian Lakadieth had believed he was competent enough to know which direction the wind would blow every time he returned home. This time he had been completely wrong. There had been no recrimination for the loss of the adamantium or the treasure caches he had been unable to take with him. Of course, the reason so many people were happy to see him was because Yulian Lakadieth had the singular honor of being the only Asuryani, Drukari, and non-Rashan commander in general that Weaver and her armada hadn't pulverized to cosmic wreckage, set aflame with incinerator torpedoes, or outright massacred in a frenzy of slaughter which must have made even a minor god cringe at the sheer level of collateral damage. That human is completely crazy, the newly promoted Hyatarch remarked to himself. The short conversation when he had been graciously allowed to ransom himself had convinced him their opponent of the day at Pavia had been terrifyingly dangerous. But no one, and certainly not him, had imagined that after ridding the galaxy of Sliska's presence, the human fleet would decide to invade the webway and add Kamarak and Slaanesh to their tally of things we have rendered extinct. Merciful Isha, Kain, Seguruk, and all the gods living and dead, it had truly been a brilliant idea to negotiate when he did. Otherwise, there was absolutely zero doubt in his mind that he would have joined the rest of the dead pirate admirals. That human is completely crazy, Yulian repeated with more fervor. Note to self, each time I leave Lugganath from now on, make sure Weaver is on the other side of the galaxy and in no position to invade the webway. On this point, he couldn't allow the euphoric celebrations to cloud his mind. By the grace of Seguruk himself, he had survived an encounter with a being which was more akin to a hurricane of destruction than a living creature. Believing a second encounter would go the same way would be the height of arrogance and stupidity. And on this thought, Yulian Lakadieth changed his well-decorated uniform to an even more splendid one in orange with ribbons of black, blue and yellow. It would not do to fail to impress potential admirers at the immense party about to begin. There are many reasons why a lot of people have taken to calling the Battle of Kamarak an epic moment of butchery, and all of them are valid. The Imperial Guard lost 1,101,695 men in this inferno. The Adeptus Mechanicus removed 11,800,907 Skitarii, tech priests, and tech operators from its ranks. 97 knights and 7 titans were utterly destroyed, and all survivors were damaged to varying degrees, with high losses among their infantry protectors and support personnel. The Imperial Navy confirmed the loss of 7,739,754 men and women in the multiple slaughters fought in the Port of Lost Souls, with the Ultima 70th Battle Fleet alone accounting for over 4 million of these fatalities. Everyone suffered crippling casualties. The Frateris Templar, both in space and on the ground, were almost wiped out. They lost 900,270 souls. The Aeronautica Imperialis paid dearly for its dutiful heroism with 443,934 dead. 1,106 Space Marines would never fight again. The Astartes auxiliary serfs bled like their masters, 697,948 died for the God Emperor. Rogue trader fatalities were around 56,000. The Inquisition lost 114,392 agents and detached personnel. And other forces lost much more. The fatalities, as far as we have been able to ascertain at this hour, number 23,235,342, meaning 46.1% of all forces involved in the destruction of Kamarak have perished weapons in hands. This is likely the greatest victory the Imperium has ever won against the ruinous powers. Lady Rafaela Harper, 297M35. Acacia Expanse. Pavia System. 24 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Aquarium ship on Tebe. Ocean Mistress of the Unsound Depths Lox ENA. There were two certainties to be learned from these battles. The song had changed. The humans were madness incarnate. Certainly the home world of these non-aquatic beings had to be filled with hallucinogen-filled water. Loxiana saw no other explanation. If they were sane, the humans wouldn't have invaded the webway. If they had a puddle of sanity left in their bodies, they wouldn't have chosen to invade Kamarak of all nexuses. But they had. They had, and they won. All the sirens had been able to clearly hear the billions of Drukari vanishing forever, their souls devoured by a cruel goddess on the edge of annihilation. The humans were mad. It really took a special kind of mental instability to challenge the creatures which lurked and screamed in the ocean that wasn't T1. They were enemies which could make your head explode just because you were too close or you had looked at them the wrong way. But the commanders who had captured them had done it. And now the predators hurled themselves at each other, shrieked, and fought for the scraps of the fourth throne, their insatiable hatred temporarily turned against each other. Blood, change, and decay were reacting to the death of the Prime XS. The greatest storms the mistress of the unsound depths had ever seen were unleashed, not against reality, but against would-be rivals, telling ambitious stories of hatred and revenge. On the surface, the waters were calm. Pavia was now partially lit by the beacon of light pain, which appeared to bring more light and propagate less pain now. Here too many things had changed. But Loxiana had lived too long to believe this was anything but temporary. Darkness had retreated to the darkest abysses of the non-ocean, but this victory was not eternal. Sooner or later, the three which were four would notice the small rat gnawing at the roots, and then they would return more terrible than ever. They are going to suffer, one of her granddaughters said. And they will lose. Madness and ignorance won't save them when the true war really begins. They killed a goddess, an even younger tail leader pointed out. It was the weakest of the four, which was arrogant enough to leave a fatal opening in her heart and refused to take their threat seriously until the end. The other three won't make the same mistake. What if the humans, led by their tide of light, won't make the same mistakes either? It wasn't a question the ocean mistress had ever given much thought to before. Maybe there was a third certainty to be found as Kamarak was no more and an entire faction of demons finished burning. Insane or not, the humans wouldn't die without biting back with all their strength. Battleship Enterprise. Chancellor Friar Achelios. Usually, walking in the alleys of the Enterprise was extremely easy for a navigator, and whether he was Chancellor or not made no difference. Friar wasn't going to say he was unpopular among the crew, but the familiar rumors and the tales accompanying every navigator had not failed to appear on the battleship. So yes, escort or no, though he always kept at least 5 bodyguards near him, security concerns were a thing people always gave him a wide berth. Not so much now that they were back at Pavia and the battle was over. The discipline among the crew had, considerably relaxed, to use one of these ironic understatements of low Gothic. People were celebrating in every room as long as they were not on duty, and emisec and other alcoholic beverages which were certainly against military regulations were flowing everywhere. Songs, some familiar to his ears and some totally new, were in the air. The mood could only be described as jubilant and euphoric. It was such an atmosphere of victory most people were kissed, hugged, or offered drinks no matter their origins. Friar had seen an Ogren dressed in a parade uniform which strangely looked like a mix of Nick's clothes and a commissar cap. Some astropaths receive public affection, and even 1 or 2 Rashans who had come as emissaries be elevated to the status of favored regimental mascots. I think the soldiers don't need to be taught how to organize a party, the Chancellor of House Achelios lightly commented to the only one of his assistants, Talon, who had not abandoned him to get royally drunk and do all the things victorious guardsmen and imperial agents did when victory was won. It's even more extraordinary that they're this cheerful when the Inquisition teams are testing thousands upon thousands of men and women to verify there are no unpleasant effects left among us from Kamarak. Friar's lips twitched. How delicate of his subordinate to not mention warp corruption by name. These men, and women, have gone through hell to win victory. As long as the Inquisition limits itself to tests and removing the tainted groks from the herd, I don't think anybody will be able to stop the celebrations. The commissars may take umbrage, Chancellor, Talon reminded him. Oh, they will, Achelios confirmed, but Zuef and most of the commissariat are either trying to heal in the infirmary wings or recover from their military ordeals. I expect they will restore discipline in a day or two. As the ruckus grew louder when they approached the observation rooms, they could speak with conversational tones. No one seemed to be interested in secrets and things which didn't involve partying anyway. So is it confirmed? Yes, Chancellor, the total treasure list has been updated to 73 navigator maps, which will be of course added to the objects found in the vaults of the Empire of Sin. Friar Achelios sighed as he evaded the drunken attention offered by 2 women in fey uniforms. So Pavia was more profitable from our perspective than Kamarak, in the end, at least this was how many Novators and the Pater Nova would see the entire expedition, he had no doubt. True, but how could we guess the serpent would stash so many astrogation-related treasures in one vault? There was nothing to do but shrug and smile at that. Nobody, least of all him, had expected what they had found in Sliska's vaults. After Lady Taylor Hebert had used her insects to claim the first, most analysts and aspirant seers would have bet, Friar was sure, that the 3 other vaults would be more or less the same, gigantic piles of treasure, to which Xenos and non-Xenos were calculating the numbers. Except that hadn't been the case. Vault 2 had been, well, it was a sex dungeon, to be blunt. The inquisitorial agents who had stormed it had described it as the greatest collection of sex toys, porn, and other sex-related artifacts in the known galaxy. Paintings, jewelry, sculptures, and of course sex toys, many of them representing various parts of Sliskus anatomy. This was one which was likely going to be sequestered or outright burned the moment the Inquisitors had the spare time to light the pyres, except the pieces they needed to take as evidence for future trials. It went without saying House Achelios had no interest in it. Vault 3 had been nicknamed the Vault of Flags. It was as the name indicated, filled with the regimental and ship flags the Drukari admiral had stolen or taken by force in his long career of piracy. Aquilas and other Xenos symbols were also mentioned in the reports. That too, neither Friar nor House Achelios as a whole had any will to purchase or trade against resources and services. But that left Vault 4, which had been dubbed Star Quest by some Navy experts, and which contained the immodest number of 131 navigator maps, 169 standard astrogation databases, and over 7,000 Xenos maps and repositories acquired by the Serpent. Friar Achelios hadn't the slightest idea why the ancient pirate had gathered all this astrogation lore and so many navigation objects in a single location, but if even half of the maps and artifacts could be used, it was easily a prize worth more than the 2 million tons of adamantium Lady Weaver had extorted from the Eldar pirate for his life, and the value of that shipment was roughly 1.8 quadrillion Nixian throne gelts. We couldn't, Chancellor. At least I won't pretend I saw that coming. But Lady Weaver is full of surprises. That too was one of the larger understatements running around. Good. As I'm sure you're a competent assistant, you have already imagined what we may be able to offer to our generous benefactor in exchange for this vault of maps. Chancellor, the coffers of House Achelios are not exactly empty, but I doubt that, save the service of our navigators, we really have all that much to offer to the Basileia anymore. Between the bounties of Pavia and Kamarak alone, the saint will have a fortune in the quadrillions to her name. By the prize system, she's the order giver, her own admiralty, the commander-in-chief, and the supreme general giving the orders. That's 4/10 of the total in her hands. I won't say the wealthiest members of the Senatorum Imperialis need to feel concerned, but they will certainly notice everything. True, Friar wasn't going to disagree with anything Talon had said. But clearly, we have an advantage the totality of the magisterial houses will envy us for. We were at Pavia in an official contract when Vault 4 was discovered, and if Lady Weaver decides to hand out copies, I have no doubt we will have first pick. Thus we will need to be bold and secure our position by her side. The time of prudence and timidity is over. As the green giants I've met a few hours ago proclaim, the iron must be struck while it's hot. Did they say that before or after trying to hug you to death, Chancellor? Alas, respect was definitely lost with all these celebrations. Battleship Judgment. Lady Inquisitor Rafaela Harper. At times like this, it was difficult to argue Bacta wasn't a miraculous substance. If it hadn't been available to them, 3 of the 4 Inquisitors present wouldn't be in a condition to speak with their colleagues, and in at least one case, hardly in a condition to breathe at all. But they were there, around a round table, and they were ready to discuss what certainly was one of the most glorious victories the Inquisition had ever managed to support and fight through in its entire existence. I think we all need a drink before we begin, Pedro de Moray offered. No one objected, and 2 servitors brought a bottle of wine and crystal glasses. The latter didn't stay full for long. That's a very good bottle. Wine from Macrage. No, the Basileia offered 2 to Odysseus and me before our departure, Rafaela admitted. At the time I was a bit busy, so I failed to ask where it came from. Well, I will certainly ask who her wine contacts are, the younger red-haired Inquisitor declared. This is far better than Amasek. And likely more expensive than old-fashioned amateur Amasek, Zoe Zircon added. We will spare no expense, her counterpart of the Ordo Obsoletus sniffed haughtily. Besides, I have a feeling I am really going to need it before I make my report to Terra. Yes, she didn't envy him that post-battle report. It was often joked that the Ordo Obsoletus was practically an unemployment sentence in areas behind the front lines, since they were charged with explaining unexplained phenomena and miracles. And when nothing out of the ordinary happened, their expertise was in very little demand. And then there were other extremes like Kamarak. I won't even make the bet this is going to arrive on the desk of the inquisitorial representative, continued Pedro. It would be surprising if it didn't, Cleopatra Coral nodded in agreement. Now on to business, I think. I have investigated the disappearance of Contessa and analyzed all the evidence, and I believe the sirens are saying the truth. The portal which swallowed Inquisitor Contessa and her escort wasn't activated by them. To be sure it was close enough to be mistaken as such, but it wasn't their powers or technology. I will ask to review your evidence, the representative of the Ordo Excorium made a by all means gesture, but if your conclusions are validated, then the most likely culprit is Chaos. I know, Cleopatra replied. I can't say why they would have intervened so directly against a single inquisitor and not against other critical members of the Inquisition, but... The cloaked woman exhaled rather loudly compared to her usual manners. I also have the displeasure to tell you Contessa's quarters were one of the targets of the demons which tried to storm the judgment in the last minutes of the space battle. I also have psychic and non-psychic evidence the angels created by the fires of the Blackstone Fortress fought them off. All my teams found our corpses, some of them looking like desiccated mummies. Raphaela grimaced before making her decision. I will write the paperwork and declare Inquisitor Contessa missing in action. There wasn't much chance they would live to meet the woman again, but stranger things had happened. Once our reinforcements arrive, I will likely request several acolytes to help you in this affair. The main effort of the Holy Ordos will have to be the anti-corruption tests and interrogations of all survivors for the next several weeks, Zoe murmured in a whimsical tone. Are you sure you're of the Ordo Machinum? Pedro chuckled. You know what I mean. The entire force of Operation Caribbean and the reinforcements have seen the ugly face of the ruinous powers. The traditional methods are impossible to use now. Not only would the living saint not let us kill her soldiers, but given how many templates of STC the Mechanics found, any move we make against the tech priests would most likely result in a civil war with Mars. Zoe is correct, Cleopatra stated, but casualties have been rather heavy among all groups, and I have an idea to accelerate the process. General Taylor Hebert isn't available, Raphael reminded her. The young saint, because what could you call her if not that? Had collapsed in exhaustion while returning to the Enterprise and was recovering, her dawnbreaker guard letting no one disturb her rest. Actually, I want to use the big moth, the Excorium woman corrected her guess. It's always surrounded by the same golden light she is, and as long as it is fed, the purifying halo can be used to reveal the difference between pure and tainted. It is on board of the Great Quest, so it's not like it's a huge logistical endeavor to organize shuttle rotations. This was definitely innovative, and Raphaela had nothing to say against it. Of course, the fell influence of the warp was hardly her field of expertise. Situation on the Xenos. The sirens and their artifacts have all been transferred onto the aquarium ship on Tebe, Pedro de Moray commented bitterly. Please remind me why we haven't shot the governor who used his influence to prioritize the transport of exotic fish over guardsmen. I will look into it, Cleopatra promised. On that front at least everything is proceeding as we wanted. The sirens have kept their end of the bargain, and the conclave back home has found a nice inland sea on Kalskov which can support their biology and has no human settlements nearby to be influenced by their song. The funds to build a monitoring study base are likely being allocated as we speak. The Rashans. They have been behaving like model mascots. There was more than a touch of irony in Zoe's words. Except a small contingent of Mechanics from Nyx, they have stayed alone on their star fort and will likely be towed back to whatever system Lady Nyx will decide to settle them on. Not that there will be a lot of issues, these black and white Xenos are so cute it should be made a capital offense. The non-violent species we saved at Kamarak? Inquired Cleopatra. This time it was Raphaela's turn to defend her choice, since it was by her will the Xenos had been evacuated. The Brachira, the Akrani, the Axlo, the Naiad, and the Olamithic Xenos have been transferred into special compartments more adapted to their physiology. All of them can be useful for the Imperium's purposes, provided they cooperate. And out of the 5, I am confident 2 of them can be controlled by Lady Weaver if the majority of them refuse our commands. I notice you don't include the Strezais on that list. I wanted the Strezais to dissect them and see if the rumors of our colleagues generated in the Abyssinian sector, specifically the one that these creatures having a psychic matrix enabling them to use technology like the Greenskins, can be verified with the instruments we have available here. Probably the best use that can be made of those vermin, the Ordo Mechanicum representative confirmed. And now I think it's time to raise the biggest issue of all. How do we convince Taylor Hebert to provide us ether gold before the other adept uses? The Eye of Terror. Starfort Cairo Agadir. Ozek Ahriman the Exile. Ozek hated failure. That the most important events of his life were his father Magnus the Reds or his own fault had not made him grow fonder of them. Failure, in this unforgiving galaxy, wasn't an opportunity to rethink your mistakes. It had every chance of being the first step on a very short path leading to your grave. Reminiscing about failure wasn't why he was so angry, of course. The former chief librarian of the Thousand Suns Legion wasn't that petty. No, the reason he was so emotionally unstable had more to do with the fact someone had burned trillions of future threads and forced him to abandon his quest in the depths of the webway. For uncountable years he had tried to access the labyrinthine dimension. Hundreds of unsuccessful attempts and dozens of costly battles with the Eldar clowns. And for what? The former chief librarian had to abandon the quest when he was finally beginning to make progress. The fact no one had really tried to deliberately sabotage his plans, that he was just caught in the ripples of the destruction of Kamarak and the death of a god, was just adding insult to injury. Ahriman could only congratulate himself that his occult pacts had allowed him to be warned early enough to flee back to his entry gate. They will pay for that nonetheless, the powerful sorcerer swore out loud. The hundreds of Rubraci behind him stayed silent, like they always did. Ozak then returned to his examination of the damage surrounding him. The damage caused by another failure. Star Fort Cairo Agadir had been his property, one of the many outposts the leader of the Prodigal Sons warband used to supply his fleet and store the precious knowledge, artifacts, and other treasures he obtained during his varied operations. It was hardly the most valuable or the most defended, but it was an ancient fortress which had been in his service longer than two-thirds of his other assets. It had not been undefended. The Starfort's primary weapons had been modified to use sorcery of his own design, and to improve security it had been placed in an asteroid belt where 999 demons of Tsianch were bound to a great deal of space mines and other lethal ordnance. The void shields of the battle station had been boosted by psychic treasures. And if someone managed to breach them, a near-infinite horde of mutants and oath-bound servants which had once been human were ready to fight them. There had been no space marines protecting it, Astartes were far too valuable to be kept on humiliating garrison duties like this one, but there were plenty of sorcerers ready to sell their lives dearly to avoid his displeasure, and his wrath. Obviously, it hadn't been enough. The walls, ceiling, floor, and mostly everything between them had been burned by etheric flames. It was as if a maniacal company of salamanders had decided to torch his star fort corridor by corridor and room by room. Maybe the attackers had tried to erase the evidence of their crime, but if so, time had run out for them. Out of the webway, receiving an astropathic cry for help was not a problem for him, and he had come as fast as he could. And so the bolter rounds indicated clearly which sort of enemies had led the assault on his property. Moreover, the enemy who had masterminded this attack was too clever for his own good. Yes, the stench of sorcery and the flames had removed most of the evidence, but the servants of this fortress were his, body and soul. He could always interrogate their imprints in the Empyrean if everything else failed. It took him 9 rituals to obtain his answers, and the answers he received didn't calm his anger for even a single moment. Ignis. Ozak telepathically contacted his brother who had stayed aboard his flagship. Found any clues about the suicidal idiot who declared war on us, brother? Suicidal idiot is extremely appropriate. The name I wanted is Militia. Ozak and Ignis were sufficiently close in thought for the exile to hear the mental whistle of the other Astartes. I am rather impressed by her, audacity. I thought ambushing Abaddon's convoys was already ambitious, but now she's moving against us. Audacity isn't the word I would use. No, I suppose not. Must I place a bounty on her head? Yes. The lore we lost here was duplicated elsewhere, but there are certain artifacts which were contained here for excellent reasons. The Prodigal Sons warband and himself would not forget such an insult. Make sure the short-lived career of this arrogant child sorceress ends very unpleasantly. We will remind everyone declaring war on us has consequences. With great pleasure, brother. Segmentum Obscurus. Gothic Sector. Fullerus System. 28 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Murder Class Unholy Dominion. Captain Kara's Bane Song. The leader of the cult of the Undying Vigilance begged and shrieked as the demonic engine began to eat his feet. Make it slow, the commanding officer of the Unholy Dominion ordered, and in the next seconds, he could feel the malevolent spirit of his cruiser transmitting its appreciation. Karas wasn't stupid enough to believe this was a sign the thing which was the next best thing to a conscience liked him and would serve no one but him. Should an ambitious underling stab him in the back and offer his blood to the dark gods on this very bridge, the ship would like the murderer too. The Unholy Dominion had had plenty of captains since it broke the shackles of the false emperor and opened its eyes to the truth. You are going beyond your authority, Captain, the sole plague marine present aboard his ship gurgled in a voice in which contagion and decay reigned supreme. Oh really? The former lieutenant of the Imperial Navy mocked, unsheathing his claws and giving a parody of a salute before pointing one at the gleaming symbol of the Eye of Horus. Do you really think my ship was diverted from its usual raids with extreme urgency because the War Master felt you were doing a good job? The Plague Marine and the dozens of disarmed cultists surrounded by his elite cadre of naval enforcers didn't answer. The answer was self-evident. You. He barked, pointing at a 5-armed thing which had been presented as the Awakened Blight or a similar title. Remind me of the mission the War Master, praised be his name, ordered to you and your entire cult to continue until the call arrived. We were to watch over the Eye of Night. And should agents of the false emperor try to seize it, kill them. Yes, Karas agreed. And yet the first sign the War Master, praised be his name, had of the Eye of Night being used by our enemies was when the Will of Eternity arrived at Kamarak and destroyed it to the last sub-realm. You will understand why the High Command of the Black Legion is wondering if your cult is treacherous or merely incompetent. We are neither. Protested the pustule-covered cultist. Of course, Karas grinned as a chain sword eviscerated the speaker from behind and more blood and life essence were poured onto the black metal of the bridge. The War Master is unhappy to see his confidence in all of your cults was horribly misplaced, the self-titled Bane Song addressed the rest of the cultist leadership. Between all of your organizations, you were given simple tasks. The Eye of Night and the Hand of Darkness had to stay where they were, out of reach of the false emperor's servants. The Blackstone fortresses had to stay inactive, and any sign they were being moved or activated had to be reported immediately. Should the false emperor's dogs act to seize an artifact or a battle station for their own purposes, there were alerts to be given and preparations to be made. Just stop your condescending act and kill us, Navy prick, a Tsianch-affiliated cultist spat. Killing you? Ha! That was a good one. His laughter pleased the sentience of the unholy dominion and caused it to sprout new tendrils near his command throne. Most of you are going to live. The War Master, praised be his name, has ordered that the majority of your pathetic mortal shells are to be delivered to him in person. Some of the wretches tried to launch themselves at him or flee, but each one was brutally subdued. Soon there was only the plague marine who was not on his knees. The servant of Nurgle had not moved a finger during the entire process, and Karaz didn't know if it was because the marine believed the despoiler would spare him or because he accepted whatever the master of the Black Legion had in store for him. You were given a sacred task and achieving it would have granted you more power than your wildest dreams could conjure. The punishment, I think, will be proportionate to the magnitude of your failure. The Webway. Realm of Shatiom. 30 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Tyrant Karsak Eluriak. There wasn't enough space to fit another 1,000 bodies into the Manticore Square when Karsak Eluriak passed through the gates of his palace and stood to address the crowd. It was a spectacle which satisfied his ego immensely. A proper count wasn't really possible, but there had to be at least 400,000 Drukhari gathered here, and he hadn't needed to pay a single one to be there, unlike previous speeches and other important announcements. Drukhari. The tyrant of Shatiom began. A new age of wonder is upon us. Tens of thousands of hands applauded while shouting roars of celebration. I'm sure everyone has understood the consequences of the events at Kamarak, but in case you've been asleep for these last cycles. There was much laughter at that. With the psychic screams and the earthquakes, sleeping was definitely something no one had been doing. Slaanesh is dead. The nearly bestial thunder of satisfaction was almost frightening in its intensity. Yes, she who thirsts, our old enemy, has received the fate its arrogance and behavior deserved. Details remain vague, but it seems Seguruk, the Queen of Blades, and the Mundaki have all played a part in this deicide. There was much booing when a certain word was uttered, and it wasn't Seguruk. Please, Drukhari, Karsak smiled, raising his hands in a fake sign of peace, I understand your anger. The humiliation and the sheer scale of the cataclysm these creatures have inflicted upon the Webway and the region of Kamarak is not something I find entertaining either. This was a complete lie. Kamarak had been a thorn in his side for hundreds of cycles, always preventing him from reaching the status he deserved. The Mundaki warriors had caused him plenty of problems, but killing Elathian, Zelian, and Krail Lach weren't among them. On the other hand, there is no need to deny that they have done us a great favor by removing the Dark Princess and her legions from existence. The old tyrant continued. The soul draining of she who thirsts has completely ceased. Many gates which were compromised have been captured with impressive speed and sealed off, preventing dangerous incursions into the periphery of some of our minor cities. The applause continued, though in the first ranks of spectators, who were close enough that he could see their faces clearly, he was met by expressions that showed their owners were not pleased by his acknowledgement of the lesser species. Undoubtedly some were the same idiots who had insisted they had to relieve Kamarak no matter what after Cain's gate exploded and everything began to be submerged by demons. A cataclysm of unimaginable magnitude has erased many sins of the first fall, and this was where he really had to be careful and charismatic. However, not all sins of our ancestors have been expunged from our history. The expressions of surprise and shock told him that at least his secret preparations had not been leaked. She who thirsts was a cruel and loathsome hag, and her destruction has not given us back any gods to protect us from the ravages of the entities beyond the veil. At present, the three which were four are fighting between themselves, and I say good riddance. On this, the agreement was universal. But we can't count upon this abominable contest lasting forever, the tyrant admonished with a large dose of hypocritical regret. Sooner or later, souls like ours will be coveted by the three. We are too perfect, too powerful, and too gifted for it to be otherwise. The crowd loved it. How easy it was to lead them by the nose. Truly the myth of Yildari superiority was good for controlling every blade in his realm. We all know what our cousins would advise. The craft world Asuryani would tell us it's time to graft spirit stones to our armors and throw aside emotions to become nice little husks of virtue and control. The Harlequin would promise you swearing yourself to Seguruk is salvation, except when he needs to sacrifice a few sub-realms for the greater good of his anti-annihilator struggle. The Exodusites would try to convince you the fault lies with our stellar ambitions and that it is best to renounce all and return to the primitive state of our creation. Karsak Eluriak hammered the stand in front of him. I say they are wrong. I say we have other solutions. The crowd was now hanging to his lips, all according to the plan. In the eons before the fall, there were multiple artifacts created by our ancestors to enjoy ourselves without risking soul and bodily annihilation. One group of them were the Manticore shards, crafted by modest artisans to show us the blessings of Cain. A knot and several artisans advanced in front of the gigantic gathering to present black-streaked orange crystals pulsating with energy. These would have never been able to resist the wrath of she who thirsts, obviously, there was no use pretending otherwise, firstly because everybody would know it was an enormous lie within the hour, and secondly his flock would have wondered why he hadn't spread them until now if they could make a difference. But our supposed doom, Karsak saw no need to hide his derision, is no more, and a simple surgical operation can attach them to your chests, therefore preventing any of the three from staking a claim on your spiritual integrity. The minor drawback, of course, is one has to devote himself or herself to the teachings of Cain for the blessing to be the most effective. After a second of silence, the guttural howl of approval told him most drukari in attendance saw it as a very acceptable condition. They never realized it was a lie. These were shards gifted by vainglory, but as the aspect grew stronger and ascended as Adaeth the all-consuming wrath, the drukari would enjoy its boons and see it was far better than worshipping Cain. Yes, we will follow the path of Cain. Not the so naive version the Asuryani devoted themselves to, of course. They would worship the true aspect of the god, murder. We will rebuild the webway to its previous glory, and we will erase the shame of the first fall. Forget the lamentable Ildari. We will be the drukari empire. This was the signal for his men to unfurl large banners on every wall of the palaces, the monuments, and the dark spires, revealing his new sigil to all, a roaring manticore in flight. Eluriak! 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 The Manticore Empire. Shatiom forever. To a new age. Karsak knew it was a success as the crowd applauded over and over. And he knew him being crowned the drukari emperor of the Manticore would not face any obstacles he couldn't handle. And the best part? Save trying to kill him, the Queen of Blades and Segarak could not act against his plans. He wasn't Ildari anymore, and he was going to become something far more terrible and powerful than them. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. 30 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Solar Guardian of Records Nicephorus Van Dyer. The vase had been part of an extremely limited luxury collection commissioned in the Tang sector by Ecclesiarch Messring in M32. Unfortunately for him and the vase economy, High Lord Messring was executed for the crimes of heresy, high treason, and other unforgivable crimes, and soon more or less every object which had been in his possession was considered shameful and a legacy to be forgotten at the earliest opportunity. But time had the power to erase a multitude of sins, and by M33 the aura of displeasure clinging to the objects had faded. The Inquisition had executed other High Lords since, the Space Marines had returned to their wars, and in general even the aristocracy of Terra, who remembered feuds and privilege disputes to the 20th generation, mostly forgot why said Tang vases had been subjected to violent polemics. The only thing the lofty individuals living close to the heart of power of the Imperium cared about was that, according to experts' records, there were less than 300 vases of the 480M32 collection left in the entire galaxy, officially. Unofficially, it was heavily suspected that a few dozen had been destroyed during various insurrections in Pacificus when Novaterra began its secessionist movement. All of this was to say these Tang vases weighing 15 kilograms, superb in their blue-white polyceramic from which pure sapphires and diamonds shone their peerless gleam, were maybe not priceless, but you could certainly have built a hive somewhere in Segmentum Solar with the expense it would take to purchase one. It was worth far less than that of course now that his furious brother had smashed it against the window wall, ruining a M33 painting of the Senatorum Imperialis and scattering glass and debris everywhere on the green carpet. Damn her! Damn her! Nicephorus stayed silent and tried to make as little noise as was humanly possible. The Solar Guardian of Records knew his eldest brother had anger issues, and had personally witnessed some memorable ones in the last few decades. Despite, or rather because of this experience, he was still caught aback by the speed with which Xerxes had shifted from his persona of master of the administratum to his wrathful side. And maybe wrathful was too gentle to describe it. How dare she? How dare she? To be honest with himself and at this moment Nicephorus didn't particularly want to be. This was one of the worst fits of rage he had been granted the honor of watching. In fact, it was entirely possible it was the worst rage fit he had ever seen, period. I will kill that little upstart. I will make her burn. I will torture her. I will. Several bottles, most of them not empty, had the wrong idea of being within arm's reach, and followed the Tang vase in an irregular rhythm against the wall. Then it was the turn of the plates and glasses of their dinner. Infallible assassins my ass! Bellowed the head of Clan Van Dyer. I should have known the Calidus were arrogant dullards. 3 apprentices. 3. What were they doing? Sleeping? Playing cards? Nicephorus wished Xerxes didn't shout so much. The quarters granted to the master of the administratum inside the imperial palace were more of a palace in their own right, and the large contingent of servants, courtesans, and other people allowed to pass through its defences were handpicked and subjected to some particularly exhaustive investigations, but no one knew the reach of the officio assassin or Montera, and he wasn't exactly eager to find out if they were listening at their door. These Horus-damned metamorphs were a waste of money, influence, and effort. I should have sent an eversir. That last remark made his eyes widen. Surely not. A golden orb representing Holy Terra and its holy pilgrimage sites found itself added to the list of casualties. Damn her! Why in the hell haven't the Imperial Guard and its Lord Militants reined her in? What is Oberstein waiting for? That she marches on Terra and blockades Seoul. Nicephorus wanted a drink. He really wanted a drink, and something very strong to make him forget the screams of his brother for a moment. Paul von Oberstein, also known as the Lord Commander Militant of the Imperial Guard, hated Xerxes with a passion. Anything that boosted his power and angered the administratum was going to be met with flowers and thanks. For the destruction visited upon Comorac, the removal of dozens of Zeno's fleets, and the elimination of countless heretics, the dark-haired officer was more likely to shoot Xerxes and swear undying loyalty to Weaver than approve anything coming from Xerxes' mouth. This false saint cost us 3 governors and 2 admirals. I should have her drawn and quartered for that alone. Forget the assassin Orm, now the senior adept hoped the holy ordos of the Inquisition wasn't listening to them. The phenomenon called the Hour of the Emperor's Judgment was still badly understood, but it was blindingly obvious that all over the galaxy, millions of loyal citizens had dropped dead all at once, and in all the cases transmitted to his office, the corpses were branded with heretical runes. Nicephorus didn't have the full picture for the Zion sector or the 2 other star realms under their control, but the first survey of the situation was deeply unpleasant to look at. Hundreds of high-ranked PDF and SDF officers, nobles, judicial executives, adepts, religious authorities, and cartel lords and ladies had suddenly and without explanation died, and a task force of the Inquisition was in the process of hunting down and massacring entire families which had been serving Clan Van Dyer for generations. Nothing was of a nature to hurt their power base in the long term, if it stopped there and the plebeians didn't begin any uprisings. Because for some reason, having your betters caught as heretics was not the way to solidify their divine-appointed mandate over the Zion sector. Is this what they call military oversight these days? And what was the Adeptus Mechanicus doing, giving her control of a full battle fleet? Likely they hoped the victorious general would allow them to discover more archaeotech in their Omniscia-approved endeavors. And judging by the result, it seemed it was a great success. So there would likely be more Mars-sworn capital warships accompanying Weaver in the future, and the Fabricator General was going to support her whether it was politically acceptable or not. Not that Nicephorus had the courage to say it aloud. Not when Xerxes was busy trampling a tapestry and scattering a rare collection of M32 jewelry acquired from several Ultramarch artist captains across the room. They fear the hour of the Emperor's judgment. They should fear my judgment. 2 more paintings were lacerated with golden knives. Who does she think she is, that pathetic bitch? More vases shattered. A small sculpture in bronze was used as an improvised hammer to smash more collections. Beverages spilled on the carpets and the wooden panels. This is not over, Weaver. I will be the last man standing if it's the last thing I ever do. And then Xerxes stormed out of the room, leaving a spectacle which would not have been out of place on a modern battlefield, not that the Solar Guardian was an expert on the subject. His eyes fell upon the vellum parchment which had been the first to suffer the unlimited wrath of the head of the Van Dyer clan, and Nicephorus winced at the memory of the words he had read. This is a disaster and I really need a drink. And with no one to watch him, the old man allowed himself a loud sigh of despair. I don't know how the Officio Assassinorum functions, and I have no wish to learn. In my opinion, brothers, we should dismiss them and use their resources for something nobler, words attributed to the Primarch Fukin shortly after the siege of Terra, though their authenticity was hotly debated in the post-beheading years. Calidus Master Callista de Sarkamor. Should the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum perish in the exercise of his functions or die of natural causes, generally a horrible and violent decapitation and subsequent incineration, the identity of his or her successor was left to the 6 Temple Masters. The highest-ranked assassins voted between themselves, and the one receiving the greatest number of votes became the new Grand Master. Said like this, it sounded simple. In reality, every master tended to vote for him or herself, producing days-long or months-long deadlocks as the usual promises and other political maneuvers took place in the shadows. But it often happened one or several masters lost their patience and decided to deal with their opponents the old-fashioned way. Grand Master Hunter, formerly Master Hunter of the Vindicare Temple, had seized the seat by eliminating 3 out of 6 masters, including Callista's predecessor, a fact neither she nor any Calidus were in danger of forgetting any time soon. So when the bastard began to criticize her temple openly, the dangerous woman didn't let her nominal superior step on her toes. I wonder why we're bothering with your metamorphs, Weaver stormed Comorac with an entire army when you failed to slip in even a couple of agents. With all due respect, the impersonation specialist retorted, maybe the Grand Master should decide to use the resources of the Adeptus Custodes, since it is their intervention which led to the Battle of Comorac. Excuses, always excuses. The Everzer Master laughed in his drug-filled tank. If the Everzer Temple had been ordered to find a way into Comorac, it would have been a success. And the Eldar would have known exactly which gate to look at and the exact path of infiltration long after blasting apart the psychotic killing machines. Subtlety, thy name is not Everzer. Like the successes of the Cacodominus War? The Venus Master asked ironically. The sound which came out from the broadcasters of the tank was soaked with hatred. The Cacodominus War's final battle remained a very sore point for the Everzer Temple at the best of times. A little divergence of views between the High Marshal of the Black Templars and the Officio Assassinorum had resulted in the deployment of 10 Eversors to slay the Xenos monstrosity, and not a single one had managed to survive for more than 1 hour. And as everybody knew, the Black Templars had emerged victorious at the end. Enough, the Grand Master declared coldly. The volatile discussion instantly stopped. I have not summoned all of you to recall past failures. The subject of the discussion is General Taylor Hebert, the victor of Camarak. Why? The Venom Master, a woman who was easily the tallest of their group of 6, wondered. We aren't going to try to assassinate her again, surely. We have never tried to assassinate her. The poison expert shook her head several times in an exaggerated manner. Yes, my mistake. Those 3 agents the Inquisition warned us about were not Calidus apprentices deployed by Clade Quintus Frost and certainly not acting under the orders of a certain high-ranked adept. Her voice was dry enough to drain the water reserves of the Imperial Palace, and Callista had to hide a smile, no matter how irritating it was to be reminded of the fact her temple had needed a very good house cleaning. But I certainly hope we're not going to try an assassination, nonetheless. And if I give you the order, I would inform you there are stupid orders, and then there are orders where it's better to eat your own weapon than obeying, the Venom Master bluntly stated. The information we have from Camarak is woefully incomplete, but one thing we knew beforehand is the certainty declaring war on Weaver is the same as declaring war on the Blood Angels and all their successors. I did not have the time to test the mood of my best clades, but I don't think there would be much support for declaring war on 37 chapters, assuming they don't rally others to their banners. No such order has been signed by the High 12, the Vindicare Master intervened. It was said behind closed doors the man took large initiatives in the absence of the Grand Master, like choosing his own shoes after waking up. The Grand Master merely wishes for a preliminary assessment of the manner this general could be handled if she became a traitor. And if he expected her to believe that, Callista had a few square kilometers of land in the Eye of Terror to sell him. This debate also raised her suspicions in a lot of ways, and she didn't like it. Frost and several Calidus had betrayed the temple, but she had been unable to discover how in the name of the Golden Throne they had been in contact with the high-ranked adepts who had become their patrons. Like all agents of the Officio Assassinorum, few Calidus were ever deployed on Terra or in the Sol system, and the temple on the throne world was a fortress where each and every one of your moves was monitored. That would be a threat an army is needed for, not an assassin, the words of the Culexus Master cut through the conversation like a razor-sharp blade. Then the blank Imperial assassin left the room and no one tried to prevent his departure. Ahem, the Venus Master's poor excuse to change the topic somewhat calmed the tempers. I was wondering if I could send an operative to Cadia. There are a lot of heretics who have dropped dead there, and in my opinion that means Clade Primaries Xanaria Lithes. The planetary crust of Holy Terra had so many tunnels and underground cities it was a minor miracle there had been no major structural collapse this millennium. Some of these man-made caverns were overcrowded with grey-skinned people, like most of the throne world, giving some truth to the Administratum's claims over a quadrillion men and women lived on the soil of humankind's home world at any one time. So far beneath the surface, it was best to take faith in the established order. The judges of the Adeptus Arbits didn't lead investigations and anti-gang operations here. You never saw tithe collectors of the Administratum. Inquisitors sent their acolytes in their stead if the number of heretics, mutants, or traitors warranted it, and certainly no Chartist captain or navigator would be caught dead or alive in such a lawless and impoverished environment. But when one knew where to look, they always found locations where the number of underdwellers was close to zero, and a purpose could always be found for these places the sun never reached. Obviously no one was going to be assassinated thousands of meters beneath ground level. The effort to transport a potential corpse without attracting attention was utterly unproductive. On the other hand, if you wanted to have a heart-to-heart conversation with your apprentice, this was a perfect place. No one had ever installed spying archaeotech, servoskulls, or advanced servitors so far under a hive, or if someone had, those hypothetical surveillance tools had not been maintained for the last 3 millennia. The walls were so dirty there was no way to guess what the original color had been before turning the dark black green of decay and abandon. Old gang graffiti and some bones were all the decoration available for the impressionable eye. So, Xanaria began while playing with one of her favorite daggers. Would you like to explain why thousands of hours of training have been suddenly broken by a single third-rate block announcement? The eyes of Elena flashed dangerously, and the Clade Primaries winced, not out of fright, but in frustration at this evident sign the indoctrination and mental reconstruction processes had been practically crippled by an event impossible to anticipate. Weaver is here, and the growl was so visceral Xanaria had no doubt part of the exercises which were supposed to remove all attachments of your past life had not been that successful in the first place. Weaver is here. A double slap on each cheek and the ormite manacles tightening around the wrists behind Elena's back contributed to restore some sanity, for now. You hadn't spoken of Weaver at all when you were asked to recount your past life in the purging of sins, apprentice. Skitter, the eyes which were at this moment pale blue were appropriately subdued, alas she doubted they would stay so for long. Taylor Hebert, Weaver, Skitter, these are all her names. She is here. She is here to prove me wrong. that explained things. It was a war name or a lesser nickname which had been overlooked in the preliminary apprenticeship, and now that was coming back with a vengeance. In some ways, it was incredibly amusing that the woman who had just destroyed Kamarak and her apprentice had been enemies in the past. In others, it wasn't. Most of the Imperial Guard was busy bribing block announcers in all the important squares to repeat how many billions of Xenos had been slaughtered. Having an Imperial assassin who was at risk of going berserk every time a guardsman praised said general was a disaster in the making. Don't flatter yourself, apprentice. This is a big galaxy, and the fleets which fought at Kamarak are nowhere close to you or Terra. But she is wrong. I am stronger than her. I am. A new slap interrupted this diatribe and Xanaria internally frowned. The philosophy of the old Sophia Hess, if you could call naive ramblings and some super predator nonsense by that name, had been piece by piece erased by the growing personality of Elena Kerrigan, and the Clade primaries had not regretted its removal. You are an apprentice of the Calidus Temple and you will act as such. The command had no effect, so that left a mental trigger. Aquila 40 Morpheus. The blue eyes closed, and in a matter of seconds her apprentice was unconscious, fallen into a sleep only the correct words would be able to reverse. Now Xanaria Lithes had a decision to make. It was obvious the flaws in Sophia Hess' personality had been strengths and weaknesses. Evidently, it had allowed the assassin Orm to indoctrinate her far faster while accelerating her physical training and her polymorphine skills. The drawback appeared to be that, at the first reminder of her previous life, the young woman was suddenly uncontrollable. Xanaria knew that for the average apprentice, the question of what to do next wouldn't have needed to be asked. Each future clade was hellishly expensive to transform into a blade of the Emperor, but the loss of the resources sunk into a woman's body to make a Calidus without a return on the investment were nothing compared to the disaster a rogue and fully trained agent was. If she killed Elena Kerrigan now and explained her decision to Callista de Sarkamor, there would be no repercussions for her, merely some gossip since this would be the first apprentice she was forced to eliminate. But if she did, the shadow traveling abilities of her apprentice would be lost. Aside from the obvious option of sexual impregnation, no one among the Calidus Temple had come up with any idea how to create a para-human in the last several years. Most experiments had turned ugly, and there had been a lot to clean up every time. It was, not certain, but fairly probable, that the breed of evolved human Sophia Hess was a representative of was impossible to replicate. And while the existence of another one was confirmed, that one was not going to join the assassin Orm, not after a high-profile war like that. What to do? The loud footsteps her enhanced ears picked up forced her to postpone her judgment. Xanaria threw her unconscious apprentice over one shoulder and began to make haste for one of the potential exits she always made sure to verify the existence of while entering non-secure and secure areas. It wasn't a pleasant feeling to see the door suddenly open to reveal a black-armored custodes, and the Clade primaries wasn't going to claim she was going to dance in joy at the sight of 10 more arriving from behind to close the trap. This is an internal affair of the Officio Assassin Orm, Xanaria started, all the while more custodes arrived and the likelihood of successfully fighting her way through her ambushers went from very low to non-existent. She is my apprentice. And our liege wants to speak with her. Despite having been trained and indoctrinated to stay calm in the harshest conditions possible, Xanaria felt her mouth gape open. You're joking. She is coming with us. Whether you accompany us dead or alive remains your decision. The black-armored watcher of the throne inclined his head to stare at her. We have already lost many hours tracking you. No further delay will be tolerated. Adept Primus Juiced Harpagon. Compared to certain adept uses of the Imperium like the Adeptus Astartes or the Adeptus Arbits, the Adeptus Almeidas languished in the shadows of anonymity, despite having existed in one form or another since the Great Crusade. Of course, its prerogatives had enormously suffered across the millennia. Its propaganda and military branches had long since been disbanded, and the adepts toiling inside its offices were now limited to verifying that the souls who claimed a great enemy of His Most Divine Majesty had died by their hand were saying the truth, and if the answer was positive, transferring the resources and wealth promised by the Adeptus Terra. The Imperium being the Imperium, and Holy Terra being Holy Terra, the adepts present on the throne world had delegated the delivery of minor bounties to their enclaves on Carduniash, Cypermundi, Hydrofure, and Bacca before M33. Or at least that was the public version everyone knew. In practice, the Holy Terra's most noble branch of the Adeptus Almeidas had few things to do other than sending messengers to the middle of nowhere to verify if a petty Xenos tyrant or a particularly audacious traitor had been eliminated. Minor bounties and major bounties had by mid-M34 become the prerogatives of the Segmentum Fortress branches, leaving Holy Terra's Almeidas scribes with little to do during their days. Oh, in theory, the throne world was still recording the bounties won inside the frontiers of Segmentum Solar, but this number rarely passed over the 100 per decade mark. The central segmentum was the most heavily defended of the 5 components of His Most Divine Majesty's Imperium. Outlaws, pirates, monsters, and all sorts of Xenos tended to stay well away from there. An exception remained, however. Should any battle see the elimination of one being the Imperium had listed on its top 100 most wanted list, the Terran Almeidas branch had to be the deciding authority on the affair, the reasoning being that the bounties in question were in general too huge to be handed out like a rogue trader spending money on dashing clothes. But since his promotion to head of the Adeptus Almeidas exactly 47 years ago, Just Harpagon had never heard so much as a whisper of a rumor any of the dangerous beasts and traitors listed on this dreadful document had been extinguished. His duties were thus effectively reduced to copying documents for posterity and transferring data and assets from the estate imperium. Just had joked more than once with other senior adepts that something ridiculous would happen only when the Eye of Terror disappeared, or some other nonsense. Today, these words didn't seem so funny anymore. All right, the Adept Primus almost wept at the sight of his assistants bringing in a true mountain of paperwork before addressing his chief of cabinet again. How disastrous is it? It could be better. Adept Primus, the grey-haired man he had come to rely on, did his best to present a courageous face. Since Pavia and Kamarak have seen the elimination of Xenos inscribed in the top 100 of the most wanted beings, we will have to verify everything for them. Damn it. The role of vellum he was given was long, terribly long. I wish all these sums could be on my bank account. I suppose a lot of people in the Imperium wish the same thing, Adept Primus. Just Harpagon thought there was a lot of truth in this statement. We are in a dangerous situation, he admitted. I have received more messages from Xerxes Van Dyer outright ordering us to not give a single throne geld to the victors of Pavia and Kamarak. It was absolutely illegal, since the Adeptus Almeidas was legally independent and its expenditures, finances and other resources were transferred by many adept uses and private interests, no single organization having the right to give him orders. That is illegal. And I don't think the Lord Commander Militant of the Guard or the Fabricator General will tolerate this, Adept Primus. Believe me, that's something I'm well aware of, Just Harpagon replied bitterly. But it's not like we can completely ignore him either. Whether you like him or not, Xerxes Van Dyer and his clan are firmly entrenched in the administrative structure, and frankly, those who could replace them if they overreached aren't exactly paragons of morality and virtue either. So give me a creative way to please everyone. His chief of cabinet grimaced. Most of the traitors and Xenos' lives have been ended beyond doubt. At Pavia alone, we have 107 minor bounties, 4 mid-sized bounties, 11 large bounties, and of course Sliskus the Serpent. The only ones I see possibilities of arguing are the pirates Tanaka and Moonblitz, whose bodies have not been recovered, and the Xenos Calico, which made an arrangement beforehand to surrender itself. The rest. Reading the sum up on the vellum, Just had to agree it didn't look promising. And one had to look at his actions in the grand scheme. If the bounties weren't delivered when it was obvious the deed had been proven to the plebeians, nobody would risk his life for the God Emperor in the future. You make good points. Yes, deliver the full bounties in cash and nature for the pirates Black Daka, Korok Trek, Brakorth, Day, Kalmar, Loxena, Bloodweaver, Hoth, and Sliskus. They can have the minor and the mid-sized bounties too. However, the planets of Sliskus bounty will need to be approved by the High Lords, and we will only give, let's say between 40 and 50% for Tanaka, 15% for Calico, and less than 1% for Moonblitz. The latter was very reasonable on his part. Really, was he supposed to believe this Lady Weaver could destroy an entire fleet so violently that no debris was left? He wasn't that stupid or unaware of military realities. Yes, Adept Primus, came the reassuring answer only to start the next headache. Kamarak. This was going to generate more documentation on vellum than the last 4 decades. Just knew it in his bones. What Van Dyer wants in this instance is immaterial. Tarot readings, and certain infernal devices supposed to explode at this Xenos moment of death, have confirmed that the alpha-level threats Rakarth, Drazar, and Vect have indeed been killed by the forces which destroyed Kamarak. The planet and the subsector are something we will happily delegate to the High 12, but the rest of the rewards must be handed to those who have taken the heads of the Xenos. There are also 20 major, 8 median, and 281 minor bounties, Adept Primus, someone shouted in the distance, as more and more piles of vellum arrived to bury him in his quarters. I know. Just Harpagon began to sob at his lost holidays, his lost anonymity, and the exile of the quietude and the serenity which had reigned in the headquarters of the Adeptus Almeidas. I know. Segmentum Tempestus. Ophelia Sector. Ophelia 7. 30 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Ecclesiarch Pelagius I. The Chapel of the Living Saints had once been a modest church when its construction was ordered by the first Cardinal of Ophelia, but it had long ago been assimilated by the immense structure of the Grand Shrine Cathedral of the Saviour Emperor. Some deacons and cardinals often complained it was too bland and modest for such a prestigious chapel, but Pelagius had rarely heeded their concerns on that front. The narthex and the reliquaries were in gold and half of the pavement was pure white marble, so the essentials were respected, and the 7 living saints the ecclesiarchy had recognized as such were displayed in the form of great statues on both sides of the alleys. The ecclesiarch knew their names. Of course, the study of the living saints was a mandatory course for every young priest welcomed into the theology schools of Ophelia 7. The most recent one to be added here had been Saint Armorium of Gaugamela, archmartyr of the Fourth Black Crusade. Before him had been Saint Eschweiler of the Holy Wrath, Sword of Vengeance, honorific Marshal of the Black Templars, whose crusade had allowed victory in the Cacodóminus War. Saint Essendolus, the defender of martyrs and Lady of Redemption, who was now a legend for an M33 war the Inquisition had done its best to conceal everything about. Saint Cid Morialdo was represented as a simple soldier, but the man had been a high-ranked adept before being touched by his light and leading billions of faithful on the battlefields of the Second Black Crusade. And of course closer to the Holy of Holies, the old trinity of Saint Heroes, Saint Gerstal, defender of the Cadian Gate, Saint Keeler, prophet of the God Emperor, and last and greatest, Saint Aulanius Pius, divine martyr and witness of the Holy Ascension. Many pilgrims who were given access to this chapel regularly expressed their surprise to the priests that there were only 7 of them. After all, the God Emperor reigned over 1,000,000 worlds and each year saw more martyrs and heroes giving everything they had for the survival of Imperium and humanity. Wasn't 7 a rather paltry number for the countless lives lost in crusades to expand his realm? The answer was rather obvious theologically. Living saints weren't mere saints, whose canonization was often recognized after long periods of prayers and extensive studies about the life record of the hero martyr. They were touched by the power of His Most Holy Majesty, and they accomplished His will. They were Sanctus Divini Luminis or Sancta Divini Luminis, literally Saint of Divine Light in High Gothic. By the light they carried and the deeds they did, they were recognized and elevated to just below the God Emperor. For several centuries, there had been only 7 to be recognized. Before the year was out, Pelagius had no doubts whatsoever an 8th statue would be brought into the chapel. And no, him coming here was in no way an attempt to influence the billions of pilgrims rejoicing in the cathedrals and all holy sites of worship the seat of the ecclesiarchy boasted across its hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. The evidence spoke for itself this time, and as the news of the miracle spread the faithful would approve his message. Pelagius waited long minutes alone. The silence was almost deafening, since he was constantly surrounded by millions of faithful from dawn till dusk, but it wasn't unpleasant. The stained armor-glass of the windows was austere and combined with the candles it left the chapel in semi-obscurity that served his purposes of meditation and reflection. And as the antique metallic doors opened to admit the man who was without contest his most powerful ally in the Holy Synod, Pelagius had to admit it was also a fitting location to speak without running the risk their words would be repeated by 10 million mouths before the day was out. "How long has it been since we spoke here?" asked Cardinal Palatine Jean-Luc Duplessis once he had walked the long alley separating him from Pelagius in silence. 10 years. My diary says it's been closer to 15, the head of the Adeptus Ministorum mused whimsically. 15, the white-robed man murmured, we truly aren't getting any younger. Pelagius wasn't going to claim the burden on his shoulders felt heavier after this sentence was spoken, but it wasn't lighter either. I'm sure you have heard even more than our elite astropaths have reported to me, the ecclesiarch gave the man many in Ophelia 7 and beyond had nicknamed the White Eminence a grin. So go on, astonish me. I wouldn't say I have heard more, Jean-Luc denied for the sake of denying with a smile, but assuming I did, for the moment my efforts have been more of a nature to confirm the first messages we received and gathering as much information as we could. The Cardinal Palatine paused for a couple of seconds in a classic tactic he often used when he was giving sermons in front of his flock before getting straight to the subject at hand. The information is right. The Eldar of Camarak have been utterly obliterated, and the few of my agents who have been able to arrive at Pavia have confirmed the immense majority of the story. Yes, the living saint was ordered by a custodes to attack the Xenos in their darkest lair. Yes, she gained golden wings in addition to her already existent powers when slaying one of the most wanted beings of the Imperium, the monster known as Drazar. Yes, she likely found parts of the Astronomicon and contributed to the fact the light of the God Emperor shines brighter today. Yes, she fought millions of Xenos by herself and spoke with the Primarch Rogel Dorn. Yes, it was thanks to some of the insects she uses as her weapons that the light of the God Emperor devastated Camarak, erased the filth of this galaxy, and unleashed the hour of the Emperor's judgment across the domains of the Imperium. A holy judgment, which, while it had not killed that many important figures of the clergy, had still seen over 200 people including a pontifex succumb on Ophelian soil. Saint Eschweiler himself did not cause so much devastation a millennium ago, Jean-Luc Duplessis finished. General Taylor Hebert, Lady Nyx, is a living saint beyond question. Coming from a Cardinal Palatine whose attention to details great and small was legendary, this was all the confirmation Pelagius needed after reading the astropathic communiques addressed to him. I suppose your first suggestion is that we summon the Holy Synod as soon as possible. Definitely, the White Eminence of the Adeptus Ministorum agreed, his grey eyes calculating and weighing hundreds of major issues. It is extremely regrettable Atlantis has done its best to minimize the saintly powers of this living saint while the Mechanicues gave her the full support she needed. As a consequence, we must act decisively. We must declare that Taylor Hebert is a living saint, and we push for Theodora Gaia's canonization as quickly as possible. The Abbess Crusader died a martyr to save a Primarch's life. There is no other option if we wish to maintain even a shred of credibility among the faithful. I agree, the ecclesiarch replied levelly. And we will spread the news at Pavia, where I think 2 of our fleets are going to arrive in the next 30-40 hours. Those fleets are a beginning, advised Jean-Luc Duplessis in a deadly serious tone, as Cardinal Militant Ferdinand de Barragan of the Fleet of the Lost Martyrs and Prioress Militant Barbara Danton of the Fleet of the Vigilant Flame will be able to provide much medical, material, and spiritual support to the survivors of the Battle of Camarak. But they're just the first step. In this case, it is really no exaggeration to say we're arriving after the battle. No matter how quickly we proclaim that Her Celestial Highness Taylor Hebert is a living saint, this absence will be noticed. A small squadron of ships and a single division of Frateris Templars are not enough, no matter how many martyrs died and how many miraculous deeds they accomplished in 100 hours. Pelagius wanted to say his most powerful ally was wrong, and that the Adeptus Ministorum could easily compensate for their absence, but he couldn't open his mouth and speak the words. They weren't entering this new scene of miracles as beggars, but they weren't far from it. On this point, I must, with deep regret, agree with your position. So go ahead with your proposals. Some of them are going to be controversial, the Cardinal Palatine warned. More controversial than for Saint Morialdo, Saint Eschweiler, and Saint Armorium. Pelagius gave one of his best smiles to Jean-Luc. These three living saints had unquestionably been touched by his power, but there was no denying that many of their actions had generated a lot of trouble and offended hundreds of cardinals. The archives he had read made that abundantly clear. Well, if you put it like that. His old ally mirrored the smile before returning to a serious expression. First, obviously we are going to financially and militarily support General Taylor Hebert. As the scale of the victory we are allowed to reveal to our flocks becomes clear, I don't think there will be any opposition against opening our coffers to finance her projects. Like every living saint we recognized so far, she will be granted the right to create her own order militant. Getting the synod to accept the openings of a few schola progenium and theology schools shouldn't be too difficult either. The petition to make Pavia a shrine world whose ownership is given to the living saint in perpetuity is an imperative. He had nothing to say against these moves. Of course, some cardinals palatine and archcardinals, if not the majority, were going to say it was the least they could do. Continue, I'm certain you have more ideas. Your prescience is excellent, Your Holiness. Yes, I think that we can't stop there. Since Lady Weaver is already a sector lady and has obviously been touched by the God Emperor's light, the logical process is to keep the local cardinal of the Nyx sector in charge, but make him clearly subordinate to her will. For all intent and purposes, this will make her the cardinal of Nyx, Pelagius commented calmly, not really surprised by the suggestion. And give her full power over all deacons, pontifexes, and other high-ranked religious figures we have in that diocese. There were similar precedents with other living saints, but they would have to send envoys to see if the current cardinal and his key allies were fine with it. Not that it would likely change anything in the end. A living saint's only potential religious counterpart was the ecclesiarch, and Pelagius was not going to waste influence protecting some unpopular figures if they were reticent to bow to a living saint who had committed a xenocide in 100 hours. Also, since the list of bounties won at Camarak include a subsector, I propose to give one out of the Atlantis sector, for now. There was no need to be a great politician to imagine that Jean-Luc Duplessis didn't intend to stop there as far as the carving up and disassembly of the Atlantis sector was concerned. We will also likely have to use our influence to modify the charts and existing tithe treaties of Nyx. At the moment we're speaking, Samarkand is the overlord of the quadrant Nyx is in, but as the spoils of Camarak and the rewards for the archaeotech found will be repatriated, the planets under the authority of the living saint will be the new center of spiritual and technological gravity. Our full support to increase the influence of the Nyxians and Lady Weaver would be an important gesture not likely to be forgotten. That is a good beginning. We will also need to immediately send some of our best diplomats to Terra and Nyx to avoid any regrettable complications, Pelagius added while contemplating the noble visage of the statue of living Saint Euphrates Keeler. By a great coincidence, I had also prepared a list of names, but feel free to send me a list of your own before tomorrow. Slowly but surely, the two senior figures of the Adeptus Ministorum began to walk out of the Chapel of the Living Saints. And then there is the issue of Bacta, Duplessis side. I am sure we have a hard fight ahead of us when the news reaches the Senatorum Imperialis. Wait. The ecclesiarch had read several mentions of a healing substance by that name, but the exact use of it had apparently failed to be fully explained in the messages he consulted. Why is Bacta so important? It took 3 sentences of the Cardinal Palatine for Pelagius to have an excellent idea of why this new medicine was so important, so miraculous. You are right. We must have it. The liturgical and prestige purposes were obvious, and the capability to heal some of the greatest heroes unable to continue service in the name of the God Emperor wasn't to be neglected either. The thought which came next was not one he would have uttered normally, but this latest revelation must have shocked him more than he thought. We may have a second Alyanius Pius on our hands. I think, Jean-Luc replied very seriously, that in the next millennia to come, pilgrims will say Alyanius Pius was a distant ancestor of our new living saint. Beyond the edge of reality. Approximately 31 hours after the mark of Camarak. Knight-errant Samtik Merher. When the psychic conduit ejected their entire group, Samtik had expected a lot of awful things to await them at the end of the journey. And yes, By awful things he meant hordes of demons. This whole trap reeked of the ruinous powers, and specifically of the change which had corrupted the Primarch of the 15th Legion. But they weren't attacked. When they landed on both feet, there was no one waiting for them. Where are we? By the Golden Throne. This was an excellent question. The ground the knight-errants and inquisitor had landed upon exhibited all the characteristics of a desert, down to the whiteness, the warm temperature, and the dry air. All of this information was given by the systems in their helmets, of course. None of the space marines present was stupid enough to remove his helmet when a warp trap had already separated them from the rest of the inquisitorial task force present in the Pavia system. They didn't lower their guard, and nothing happened. The sky over their heads was an eerie blue with no clouds or any sign announcing future weather perturbations. The desert appeared to be made of salt. North, west, south, east, there was nothing in the distance save a desert of whiteness. One thing is clear, we aren't in the warp. The ruinous powers could play a subtle game, but if they had been thrown into the immaterium, they would be busy fighting for their lives, not wondering where they had landed. But then who attacked us? It wasn't the sirens, their psyker powers are useless without water. And as little as Samtic wanted to contemplate the potential of an inside betrayal, it didn't make any sense. For one, the majority of the other inquisitors were confirmed to not be psykers, and these baseline men and women had been by their side aboard the Coral. As for an enemy intervention, the pirates of Pavia were dead or captured, and among the survivors, the sirens were the foremost candidates for something like this. Sliskus breed could not use any sorcery without dying horribly in the following seconds. And besides, who would have a motive to do something so dangerous or manipulate someone to activate a trap so complex? Moreover, were they truly so dangerous and extreme action like this was warranted? Samtic didn't think so. Yes, they were a team of space marines, but that hardly made them more than one among thousands, and there were ones far more dangerous and experienced across the galaxy. And yes, the Inquisitor was dangerous and possibly unique, but there were other para-humans among the Caribbean fleet and elsewhere who weren't exactly fragile and prone to causing gigantic battles. Why send them here into the middle of nowhere, away from any enemy? We are soon going to have water problems if we don't find a way to return to Pavia, Samtic told the other knight-errants. And I am unable to sense the portal tunnel which brought us here. Immediate dispersion. Inquisitor Contessa barked, and the Astartes obeyed automatically, though they didn't see anything besides the immensities of nothingness. Flee. Inquisitor, with all due respect. Something fell from the sky like a meteor, but it wasn't one, not enough flames, too much light. It was too fast, real atmosphere or not. And it came straight for them. They were space marines, veterans of several thousand battles, but they had no anti-air weapons, and bolters weren't going to stop something that could survive atmospheric entry. They tried to adopt a dispersed formation which would not see them all eradicated in a few seconds. And then the creature flew over them. It had the appearance of a woman between 4 and 5 meters tall with long platinum hair and many asymmetrical wings. She wore no clothes, and all the wings appeared as unnaturally long and randomly placed. That is the Simurgh. Flee. Don't try to fight her. Get out of her range. And then the winged creature screamed. Acacia Expanse. Pavia System. 35 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Hospital ship Tulip of Contentment. First Secretary Wolfgang Bach. The ships like the Tulip of Contentment, unfortunately for the Nix SDF and the Imperial Navy, were the result of a program the Mechanicus biologist teams had sponsored in the last half-decade. Obviously, the more than generous sums they had been granted for their budget had helped, but there was no denying that when the time to build those had come, it was the cogboys and not the admirals who had risen to the challenge, first to find construction docks to build them and then to requisition all the resources necessary to complete them and make sure they had the infrastructure required to play their roles inside their hulls. Still, Wolfgang wasn't that jealous. These medical purpose ships were more badly needed than ever, as the battle may have ended more than a day ago, but the Magi biologists and all the healers, surgeons, biological specialists, nurses, and other hospital personnel were engaged in a race against time to save the maximum amount of lives from the results of Kamaraka's slaughterhouse. Despite the potency of Red Bacta, despite large stocks of medicine brought in for what was then Operation Caribbean, there was a lot to do on the broken bodies of men, women, and abhumans who had fought in the sub-realms of the Webway. At least the man they had come to visit was out of danger, according to the Magi who had received them before storming out to use his skills on victims with more serious / with heavier trauma. Vice Admiral, the first secretary saluted as he entered the room, noting immediately that even with the privileges of rank, there were 2 unconscious Navy officers in the beds behind the man. First Secretary, replied Maximilian von Schaefer, Vice Admiral of the 17,634th Battle Group. I wish I could raise my arms to salute, but... Most of the body of the Cyprum Mundi-born Admiral was immobilized and covered in bandages and casts, and the legs and the arms were included in that category. I do believe some introductions are in order, Wolfgang continued as he turned towards the 2 Navy officers who had accompanied him. Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal, commanding officer of the Tempestus Baka 13th Battle Fleet, and Rear Admiral Fujiko Yamamoto, acting commander of the Ultima 70th Battle Fleet. Von Schaefer had certainly seen Ruenthal in several instances during the battle, of course, but Wolfgang was rather sure he hadn't met the middle-aged Yamamoto. She had been quite far down the command chain of Augustus von Kischer's fleet at the beginning of the naval slaughter. "I see," the Vice Admiral coughed. "I'm afraid I wasn't expecting such a prestigious group of visitors today, Admirals. To be honest, we would have preferred to wait until you had recovered more," Oscar von Ruenthal admitted, "but there are a lot of battle fleets which are on their way, and there are certain protocols to respect which would not help your health if we delayed coming to see you." "Protocols?" The Baka-born Admiral nodded solemnly, an expression which gave him a far older look, probably more fitting given his real age. The large box he opened answered why Ruenthal had been evasive, and both Wolfgang and Yamamoto hissed, recognizing the decoration instantly. There weren't many things which could be mistaken for the Lion of Terra, after all. I'm honored," Maximilian von Schaefer uttered with difficulty. "The Lion of Terra is given to you for the one-sided victory of Pavia you participated in." The heterochromatic eyes of the dark brown-haired Navy officer recognized implicitly there was thus a measure of political intrigue in this reward, and of course your actions during the great naval actions of the Port of Lost Souls, where the Eldar fleets were entirely destroyed. Karduniash has also sent word the Lion is accompanied by a promotion to full admiral, with all the prerogatives and privileges of the rank. Wolfgang had lived long enough at the Karduniash Academy to know it was at least 1 and maybe 2 decades of advancement von Schaefer had been granted with this gesture. "I accept, of course, for all the men and women I led into battle," declared the new admiral, 2/3 of his body disappearing under the medical bandages. Most of those men and women had perished, it was left unsaid. The 17,634th Battle Group had fought hard, but its small size had seen its ships perish in droves when the Eldar attacked with their armadas. 2 cruisers, 2 light cruisers, 3 corvettes, 24 destroyers, and 8 auxiliary ships were gone forever, and von Schaefer's own indomitable resolution was going to need years of repair. The Lunar-class cruiser Sword of the South was in the same state, and 5 other Hoplite-class destroyers were so damaged the tech priests had not yet decided if they were going to be repaired or scrapped to return less damaged warships to warp-capable status. "You were speaking about Navy officers about to arrive. Both astropaths and navigators have confirmed powerful battle fleets are on their way to Pavia," confirmed Fujiko Yamamoto. "We already have hundreds of Mechanicu's hulls arriving every hour, but according to the astropathic messages, it is only a small vanguard before the true armada. Baka and Karduniash have confirmed the Ultima 501st Battle Fleet, the Acacia Expeditionary Fleets of Ultima and Tempestus, and the Tempestus 783rd are on their way. There are also 2 Frat Eris Templar fleets, 1 gigantic gathering of Space Marines, and naturally the Mechanicu's Explorator fleets. We think there are at least 24 of them, including major capital ship formations from Esteban 7, Metallica, Lucius, Agrippina, Griffon 4, Ryza, Grea, Enceladion, Stygies 8, Atanix Triumviri, and of course Mars itself." "Impressive," von Schaefer nodded and seemed relieved he would not have to play the hospital patient in front of hundreds of officers more senior than him even after his promotion. "There will be a formal ceremony when you're out of the hospital," Ruenthal smiled. "But it can wait until you're recovered enough to walk on your own. Which should be in 4 or 5 days. 2, Maximilian corrected, his lips twitching at the surprise the Baka officer showed at the revelation. "Bacta is a wonderful thing, as long as your body isn't full of Eldar toxins and bioweaponry. Would it be irresponsible of me if I sold my flagship to pay for an equivalent tonnage of this miraculous healing substance?" "No," Wolfgang answered seriously. "Of course, at the moment nobody is really able to make the proposal. The Dawnbreaker Guard protects the general until she has recovered from the exhaustion suffered from Kamarak. Something that only seems to intensify the power of the religious fervor created by the destruction of Kamarak," remarked Rear Admiral Yamamoto. "The warships aren't the only ones to be diverted to Pavia. There are also hundreds of pilgrim ships, and between Bacta and Ethergold, they have thousands of good reasons to pray. Alas, I must confess I have not yet been able to acquire one example of each military medal my good friend Taylor Bear rewarded her forces with. But I must commend you on your taste, Inquisitor. These objects are quite rare and worth the effort. Should you decide to pursue the matter, the doors of my galleries are always open to you." Classified by order of the Holy Ordos of the Inquisition. Macro Transport Province of Moira. Lord Goldsmith Shekhar Crassus. Shekhar didn't regret having petitioned to join the forces of Operation Caribbean as the Lord Goldsmith for a single moment. Assuredly there had been minor drawbacks, like the very real risk of being shot at, but macro transports like the one he had been assigned to were heavily escorted by warships even in the worst moments, and most of the time they had stayed well behind the front lines. Furthermore, the province of Moira was one of the brand new ships which had come out of the Nyx shipyards, and unlike too many places Shekhar could name, it took hygiene and maintenance very seriously. All the levels he had visited were clean, the hydroponics worked above regular levels, and there were no crowds of useless passengers crowding the alleys in each compartment. This was a ship assigned to a military campaign, and it really looked like it. It went without saying that sometimes the title of Lord Goldsmith, or whatever name a crusade force used to designate its chief metal maker, was not as prestigious as it sounded. There were already millions if not billions of military decorations in existence all across the Imperium, and too often generals and admirals didn't want to bother with new ones when the old ones were considered appropriate for the battles fought and won. Defeats, obviously, were rarely commemorated by medals. But Kamarak had happened, and the living saint, holy was her radiance, had allowed him and his assistants to work on decorations which would commemorate the legendary deeds of the battles of Kamarak and Pavia. The distant cousin very distant of the Lord of Samarkand tried to not look too nervous as several musical instruments started playing and a tall figure entered his office. Lord Midas, Shekhar saluted formally. The Space Marine of the Dawnbreaker Guard was not in power armor, but even wearing a modest red robe and a violet cape the member of the Adeptus Astartes couldn't be mistaken as anything but one of the Emperor's finest. Shekhar Crassus, the Space Marine replied, omitting his title by design. Most of the giants were blunt to the extreme and were only willing to tolerate the titles of the saint they were sworn to protect. I came to evaluate if the work proceeded satisfactorily. Of course, the Golden Sun's battle brother had warned him of his arrival. The announcement was more to impress the importance of fulfilling their duties while tens of thousands celebrated the victory upon the 40 or 50 guardsmen and tech priests who stood in parade formation. It does, my lord. After the initial round of security checks, Shekhar quickly led the Space Marine to his workshop where the finished goods were waiting. As per the general's instructions, we didn't concern ourselves much about the price, which was frightfully rare. One medal or a weaving of ribbons did not cost much, but 1 million or 10 million were another story entirely. The medals recovered in Kamarak alone will guarantee the equivalent of decades of pay for the average private, the blonde-haired Space Marine replied neutrally. While I can't speak for Our Lady, I doubt the expense of giving a few medals is something she will look at twice. Of course, Shekhar couldn't disagree with that, nor he did want to. The 10 decorations prepared, Lord. There were clearly more than 10 objects presented in their traditional mahogany boxes on the presenting table, but he had decided to show all the variants this time. That way the metal expert of the Dawnbreaker Guard would have seen everything long before anything had reached mass production. The leftmost ones are the beetle hearts, aren't they? Indeed, the Lord Goldsmith beamed. Lady Weaver insisted on a variant of an old Terran decoration should Pavia prove successful, and I only adapted the existing model to fit the circumstances. The heart is Megaran amethyst framed in gold, and for the beetle itself I used her razor beetles as a model. The ribbon is also violet. As you can see, there is also a variant with laurels. I approve. There were going to be a lot of those made, needless to say. As long as you had been wounded in action in the Living Saint's service, you were eligible for it, and the order had been given that no difference was to be made between Pavia and Kamarak. The laurel variant would be for the most grievous cases, combining wounding in action with decisive tactical exploits. Next is the Termite Cross. This one was an exclusive decoration for the fighting which had happened at Pavia. We used silver and gold with varying ratios for the different variants of simple, swords, aquila, and laurels. The laurels also have a tiny ruby at their heart, as befitting of the prestige. It was, all things considered, a very classical metal. The cross was Black Templar's style, only the use of precious metals showed the importance of this metal which would be given to valiant soldiers of His Most Holy Majesty. I approve. They didn't spend a lot of time on the Hornet medal, which was going to be awarded to warriors having successfully participated in boarding operations at Pavia. Too bad, Shekhar had enjoyed the challenge of giving it an insect shape in gold and silver. The ambule distinction for the forces having participated in underground operations at Kamarak and the Spire Breaker for men and women who had shattered the ugly monuments of the Eldar passed without problem too. But it was not unexpected, for all their gold and silver, these decorations were clearly secondary ones compared to the real show. We used a lot of gold and a few grams of ormite for the Primarch's witness. The image of Rogaldorn had been difficult to transcribe onto such a small edifice, but they had succeeded. For the first time, there was not full support in Midas' voice. Would it not be better if there was a layer of color on the outer edge of the medallion? Ultramarine blue, Lord. Yes, the Dawnbreaker Guard nodded after a moment. Proceed with the change as soon as you have finished it. Next we have the Hellspider and Dragonfly crosses. The two great valor medals of the Battle of Kamarak, the former being awarded for ground fighting, the latter for space combat. 4 variants like the Termite Cross. Indeed, the Samarkand-born goldsmith confirmed. The 4 levels of cross, swords, aquila, and laurels are well known by the majority of the Imperial Guard and the other adept uses fighting under Lady Weaver's banner. How much of it is argent amite? 50%, Shekhar admitted. We had to find space for the gold and jewels. A lesser goldsmith would have protested that this was far too expensive for something that was clearly going to be given to tens of thousands of guardsmen and other victorious men and women. But Shekhar Crassus was not a lesser goldsmith, and if there was any battle which deserved such rewards, it was this one. I approve, and if Midas approved, then it would go ahead. The last 2 military decorations will obviously need to be artisan crafted, there was no need to say more. Those two on the right side were the jewels of the collection, and all his personnel who had worked on the looks and the crafting of these beauties had applauded when they were officially declared complete. First was the Order of the Ancients. It had been decided that after so many STC recoveries, the heroes who had made their salvation at Kumarak possible deserved a proper medal. The Order of the Ancient was this award, cog-like mechanisms of argent amite surrounding a true ruby, themselves encircled by an ormite dragon, and the aquila at the top holding the order in its talons. Since the symbol of the Imperium was obviously also ormite, this clearly made it one of the most expensive medals of the Imperium. For all the assurances of the propagandists, very little ormite was ever employed in common medals or armor decorations across the Imperium, not when a few grams were easily worth millions of throne gelts. The technologic theme will please the Mechanics for sure, Midas complimented his department's efforts. The dragon, though. Lady Dragon had insisted in an interview, as a hypothetical scenario, you understand. The Space Marine frowned for a few seconds, before obviously deciding that the presence of the flying reptile was not something that was objectionable. Last but not least, the Moth Star. If the previous decoration had been a challenge, what could be said about this marvel of jewelry? 10 small emeralds adorned the metal, and shaping the argent amite and ormite to form a miniature reproduction of the giant light moth several pilgrims were already worshipping had been something he had done himself with 2 of his best specialists. The recipients of this mark of exceptional valor would have a moth on their chest so realistic it looked like it was about to fly from its support. Congratulations, Goldsmith, it is a fine piece of jewelry and artwork. Thank you, Lord. The Space Marine handed him a large roll of vellum which had been until now attached to his belt. The preliminary numbers Marshal Groner has compiled for the beetle hearts, termite crosses, and hornet medals. I will come back to view the new Primarch's witness and give you the numbers of recipients for the Kumarak Awards. Archmechanic Iron Revenant. Tech Priest Row 36. There were many tech priests, be they low menials or high archmagi, who believed Archmagos Belisarius Call's tendencies veered dangerously close to the behavior of a heretic. They were utterly wrong. Archmagos Dominatus Dominus Belisarius Call would never do something so trivial as slowly leaning towards an unacceptable behavior. He either did it, or he didn't. And on this particular topic, Row 36 was ready to admit to himself his master had crossed a few doctrinal lines the Magi and Archmagi of the Adeptus Mechanicus stayed well away from. To give a modest example, there were 3 people in this highly secure laboratory besides himself, and all them had a name ending with Call. Such things didn't bother Row 36, but then he was programmed to not be destabilized by them. Master? Per your instructions, the body of Abbess Crusader Theodora Gaius has been returned to her subordinates for funeral purposes. The blades of the Naga were also released to the Inquisition, probability of their destruction within 2 hours exceeds 99%. Since the Master of the Iron Revenant didn't deign to cant or reply by more traditional methods, the junior tech priest continued. Archmagos Lankovar has also contacted me to inform you a Grand Council of the Mechanics is going to begin in 3 standard hours, and your presence is mandatory, along with the precious data relic in your possession, deciphered and undamaged. This elicited a response, though not the one Row 36 had simulated to have the highest odds. Lankovar? Not Hediatrix or 24 Toledo. Yes, it was Lankovar, Master. My hypothetical reasoning is that they delegated the task of contacting you to him to avoid tensions. Row. Lankovar is from Stygies 8. They simply thought it was better for a radical Archmagos to address me. But let's not disappoint them, shall we? A long and complex binary cant was given, and a column of heavily modified servoskulls flew out at maximal speed. Once we have finished this conversation, go to Vault C1 and retrieve the Emperor's data repository and the 3 copies I've made, then deliver them into Archmagos Lankovar's possession. This should appease the conservative mechadendrites of my Martian peers. It is done then, Master. It is done, the senior Archmagos proclaimed loudly. The schematics of the Emperor commissioned Percival Siegebreaker, based on the STC schematics of Albion Engineering of Terra, are now returned from the abyss of ignorance they had fallen into. The Eldar would certainly not appreciate this irony, but of course, there weren't that many alive after Taylor Hebert had explained the meaning of total war to them. I will assist with the reunion, of course. Many hours will be boring in the extreme, but there are several STC templates to be negotiated, and not being in good standing with the heroine of the hour is not something I can afford if I want to consult the Athena STC database at Nyx. Row 36 wasn't even surprised that Kumarak and the gigantic apocalypse they had fought their way through had not been enough to change his master's plan. What sort of war engine is a Percival Siegebreaker? He asked instead. A very good question. I believe it is the missing link, if the Omnissiah will forgive me the expression, between small titans and the large night suits we use today. While its weapons are frankly nothing new in my databanks, the internal systems, alloys of construction, and neural interfaces are absolutely fascinating. I believe that with a few of these ameliorations, a Knight Paladin will easily improve its offensive and defensive capabilities by 20%. This was deeply impressive. The last improvements Mars had authorized to that class of knights had been done more than 300 years ago, and had only resulted in a 0.9% increase in performance, which was nonetheless not negligible because these were towering walkers one spoke about. What about the gene seed? Master, I was politely informed your involvement in this affair was neither desired nor welcomed. Scandalous. The binary burst was so large that Call Inferior and Call Cyberlogis momentarily stopped their work to look at the intelligence which had given birth to them. I am the most proficient Archmagos biologist in the Pavia system. Row 36 made a sound that most humans would have called a cough. I don't think they deny your skills in the biologist branch, Master. Merely your doctrine and motivations. The latter was admittedly far worse than the former, from an imperial point of view. This isn't acceptable. If nothing is done, they will put 17,000 progenoids under lock and key. 17,000. Do they know how long it took me to cultivate the gene seed for 1,000 progenoids of the 3rd Legion? This was obviously a rhetorical question, because Row 36 didn't think there was a single living being outside the Iron Revenant who knew there was gene seed of the 3rd Legion in Call's possession. It is already frustrating not to be able to study the changes Weaver has made upon the 9th Legion's gene line. Master? Weaver has made no genetic modifications on the Brothers of the Red or any Blood Angel's successor. Not genetically, no. Not yet. The Archmagos adding the 2 last words didn't give Row 36 a feeling of satisfaction. But psychically? Oh yes. She's making them more stable, more gifted at controlling their aggression on the battlefield. None of them have succumbed to the Black Rage in this battle as far as I was able to ascertain, and the number of Red Thirst cases was abysmally low compared to my most optimistic simulations. Taylor Hebert is changing the 9th gene line, Row. Of that I have no doubt. The successor of Row 35 for a brief cogitator processing cycle tried to consider the implications, before deciding he was not paid nearly enough for that storm of politics and techno-religious problems. Speaking with her directly would allow me to spend less time with the conservative Archmagi. Master, I will remind you Lady Weaver is resting and nobody but her Dawnbreaker guard and a carefully selected few are allowed to see her. You will not be permitted in her presence before the negotiations. A shame, the Archmagos Dominatus Dominus sighed. I wanted to study the Bacta vials her biologist teams are handing out to the hospital ships before the first assets sales. The price will be expensive, Master. A simulation was hardly needed to understand that. And you already have a considerable purchase list in the Noosphere. The consultation of the Athena STC database had promised to be anything but free, but several STCs had been added within the last day, as well as the schematics for the dragon armors, Bacta, Ether Gold, examining the artifacts of Fukin before the rest of the Mechanicu's priesthood, and these were just some of the prominent points. Yes. So we will have to offer more than all these Magi and Archmagi who pretend to have a 12th of my talent. Row 36 was loyal to the Master of Masters, but even he would admit humility and Archmagos Call had never been allies or companions on the quest. Imperfect as it is, the Enterprise appears to have satisfied Weaver and she will not say no to spare parts, schematics, and if necessary, modified variants of this hull. The presence of Space Marines by her side suggests a possible interest in Astartes' tactical dreadnought armors. The control of a sector gives possible negotiation overtures in ore shipments and finished tech components, and if it's tech priests she wants, we have a few spare millions tech priests and skitarii of all known disciplines. And some were experts in disciplines the Fabricator General definitely wouldn't approve of. And if it's not enough? It was not a challenge. If this had been the usual post-battle quarrel which always occurred wherever his master was present to dispute the spoils of victory, Row 36 would be confident Archmagos Call would triumph without trying. But it wasn't. There were already more than 2,000 starships of the Mechanicus who had not been there a standard day earlier, and it was the first and smallest wave of visitors about to be unleashed on Pavia. If that is not enough, we have many options. I have terraforming technology that Hediatrix 24 Toledo doesn't have access to. 2 Mechadendrites seized the servoskull which had been observing the results of Call Inferior. There is also Terra Cimmeria. Master, the predecessor of Fabricator General Esvicom forbade you from selling it, or transporting it out of the Sol system, now that I think about it. Terra Cimmeria was the one and only space macroforge of the Terra Cimmeria class, his master's argument that yes, it was possible to fuse the firepower of a Romuli Starfort and the production capacity of a forge in the same hull. The final result was likely the most gigantic project ever built by the Imperium since Cadia had needed to be fortified after the First Black Crusade, and the Parliament of Mars had been, slightly unnerved the moment they had realized what his master was building on his own. That was his predecessor. The current Fabricator General might be far more reasonable for a chosen of the Omnissiah. Or he may not. Was this how Interforge civil wars began? Pilgrim ship faith in his divine art. Painter Artemis Ricard. Among the millions of pilgrim ships which traveled across the stars in pilgrimage of him, Artemis Ricard was proud to say there were few like the faith in his divine art. At times, humility compelled him to admit immediately after that it wasn't like there was a marble-carved template for the hulls which transported faithful souls to the different shrine worlds of the Imperium. There was no specific pilgrim class, or if there was one, he had never heard of it. Pilgrim ships were known by this name because they transported pilgrims, and the smallest were using tiny transport hulls while the largest could be more than 10 kilometers long. As long as the ministorum's fee to register the hull for a pilgrimage was paid and there were at least 1,000 souls calling themselves pilgrims on board, no one cared much about the details. Hulls painted in gold belonged to him as surely as the most miserable old tub of the fringe. It didn't matter if you had 1,000,000 souls or merely 1,000 for your journey, the God Emperor watched over all, and save the interminable traditional queues, the pilgrims could go worship His Most Divine Majesty wherever they wanted. Yet even Artemis Ricard was not going to deny the costs associated with these travels were high, and one had to find the means to pay them. Otherwise, the ship you commanded was going to continue its pilgrimages, you just wouldn't be at the helm to discover new horizons. The solution he had found for his ship was the noble art of religious painting. While he was not exactly a master artist himself, he had dabbled with pencils and cans of paint in his childhood, and could recognize when an artist had a modicum of talent. He had presented the idea to his crew, and it had received an enthusiastic welcome. In a matter of months, the faith in his divine art had begun selling paintings of primarchs, angels, and of course the God Emperor to the shrine worlds and cardinal worlds they visited. They didn't always manage to completely cover their fuel, food, and other expenses when they departed again. His crew rarely made sculptures and other forms of artwork, focusing above all on the different styles of painting. But their finances were relatively healthy for a 5-kilometer-long starship with no adeptus or chartist patrons, and 3 decades of tradition had created a robust community of painters aboard the faith in his divine art. And then the will of the God Emperor had called them to the Pavia system, and they had not been in orbit around the renamed Malta-class star Fort Omniscia's favor for 15 minutes before they were already commissioned by numerous ecclesiarchy sources to draw and paint the triumph of Kamarak. Truly the God Emperor smiled upon them, and knowing they were in the same system as a true living saint had brought tears of joy to the most stoic crew member of the lower decks. Even if they didn't conform to the ideal of the pilgrim quest every day, the men and women living in the faith in his divine art were pilgrims. If some artists had felt their faith weaken with their artistic muses in the last decades, these potential crises of faith had been strangled by the miraculous news of the Battle of Kamarak. The God Emperor had sent his custodes here to help his living saint, and triumph had been won over the perfidious Xenos, just as it should be. I have never seen so many of our charges paint so enthusiastically, his second noted, the old Lasker coming to join him on the balcony where Artemis currently watched the spectacle. And it was a spectacle of colors and faith. 2 grand alleys of painters in a single hall, 51 painters in all busy making their pencils and painting utensils dance upon the canvas and the support they used to reveal their talents, their inspiration, and their faith. Never have we been blessed by miracles of the God Emperor, Artemis Ricard pointed out slowly as he watched Damien Jolly wield his weapon like it was a question of life or death, as a large imperial flag was borne on the canvas in the hands of a guardsman. So is that the famous scene where the Matapan first raised the imperial flag over Kamarak, you reckon? Certainly, his subordinate agreed. I must say that letting the freed souls come aboard has proved a great boon in this regard, Captain. Yes, next to each of his painters there were at least a couple of men, women, or children who had been rescued from the monsters of the Dark City. How else could Artemis and his artists create realistic works of art? They had not marched in the carnage of Kamarak, fought side by side with the living saint, or been direct witnesses of the miracles. Some people, the captain of the faith in his divine art knew, would have been tempted to follow very lax guidelines to get faster results, but those were not the ideals this starship was run with. They are in need of succor, and we are in need of miracles. The Imperial Guard had given these poor souls spare military clothes, which unfortunately weren't exactly tailored for them. The Caribbean Command and the Mechanicu's ships provided food packages by the thousands. But rooms not cramped, an atmosphere which was not filled with baying soldiers, proper civilian clothes, and other luxuries. That they could provide, at least to a couple of thousand. The faith in his divine art had only been filled to 4/5 of its maximum passenger capacity at its latest stop, an unavoidable consequence of having the final fifth waiting for him at the next stop on their journey. I heard they have started an interesting tradition, these pilgrims rescued from the dark, his second informed him as he observed a woman whose face had been subjected to horrible scarification whisper something to Oliver, who was trying to give justice to the will of eternity massacring the Eldar fleets with the holy might of the God Emperor. A tradition. Many of them were born in that realm of darkness, whispered the officer as befitted such a terrible revelation, and others were tortured so much by the Xenos that either way, the result was the same, they didn't have names of their own before they were freed. They had only a few letters and numbers, most often branded onto their flesh by their masters. Artemis Ricard lowered his head in shame. He knew it wasn't his fault, nor was it really the fault of the Imperium as a whole. It wasn't like the High Lords and the commanders of any segmentum had never wanted to invade this lair of horrors, they'd simply been unable to until recently. But at this moment he felt like a failure at the thought that billions had been suffering in a never-ending torment while his crew and himself celebrated and continued their never-ending pilgrimage. But since the living saint freed them with her insects, they have taken insect names as their own. The 3 around Oliver decided to call themselves Termite, Moth, and Hell Spider. Hell Spider. He could not stop himself from chuckling. Laughter answered him. I understand it's a popular one, given the sheer horror the long ears felt when their pets were turned against their armies. Well, it's their decision, and who was he to say they were wrong to show their devotion to the saint who had acted to save so many of them from the slave markets and the dark dungeons where they had awaited long and awful deaths? And for what it's worth, I pray it will be a new beginning under his grace for them. The light was back. And if Kamarak, the pit of evil, was gone, then surely many things weren't impossible in the first place. E grotto dum anima est, spes est. As long as there is life, there is hope. Battleship Enterprise. 2nd Naval Secretary Dennis Peters. Dennis smiled when he woke up. He must say he had a pleasant night, and the view he had in the morning was extremely attractive too. Someone is looking very pleased with himself, Gabriella Jordan grumbled. Despite donning a new uniform and presenting her back to him, the captain somehow managed to know everything which was going on around her. Assassin training? He asked. Yes, the yellow eyes were filled with amusement. That's unfair, the red-haired para-human complained theatrically. Says the man who can stop time for a few minutes in service of a general who can send an army of insects against her enemies, Gabriella told him, while making her body disappear under her guard uniform and searching for her boots. You should prepare too. The flexi disks and the data slates are not coming more slowly just because we aren't there to fill them. I thought winning meant less paperwork. No, the woman who had been the second in command of the Alamo 4th Penal Legion before its annihilation corrected him. Winning means the administratum and the rest of the bureaucracy don't have to train your replacement to do your quota of paperwork. Realizing waiting was not going to be a worthwhile solution and that the nightly activities weren't going to resume, Dennis abandoned the warmth of his bed and went searching for a presentable uniform. Was it true also for your? Dennis didn't know how to finish the sentence. He had been among the maybe dozen people to be informed Gabriella was an ex-agent of the Officio Assassinorum, though he hadn't expected to get to know her as intimately as he did before Operation Caribbean began. A lot of temples are based in the heart of Solar, and the Sol system is the heart of the Imperium's bureaucracy. What do you think? One more myth which collapsed: even the most dangerous assassins were not exempt from after-action reports and other boring protocols. I'm thinking I don't want the job, Dennis answered, watching the athletic woman in her long black hair. No one really volunteers, Gabriella shrugged. It's not a system which is conceived to give the chance to be a millionaire. I am not a millionaire, the 2nd Naval Secretary of Nix sniffed in an offended tone. Liar, the ex-assassin he had accidentally electrocuted while fighting spoke. No formal numbers have been given as the cogboys are busy calculating the value of the spoils, but it will be in the millions of throne gelts, easily. For you maybe, Dennis took the haughty posture of an arrogant noble, but you're a captain, and with the loot of Pavia captains have accumulated a total of approximately 4,400,000 throne gelts in their bank accounts so far. I'm a naval secretary, a high officer, and my share is closer to 170 million. By the time the shares of Kamarak are counted, you will be a billionaire or a trillionaire, finished Gabriella. Now that's my turn to say that's unfair. I have not set the system of prize money in place, my lady. A glance at the code of laws governing the capture of criminals, enemy infrastructure, archaeotech, and other valuable objects was sufficient to tell you the Imperium was not an egalitarian society. The whole system of shares was divided into tenths. 2 of these tenths went to the junior enlisted having participated in the battle, who through a strange coincidence always made up over 80% of the army's and fleet's manpower. 1/10 went to the junior NCOs. 1/10 went to the senior NCOs. The officer's colonel or equivalent rank and below would distribute 1/10 among their numbers according to rank and seniority, and this was repeated for the high officers. But the commander-in-chief had 2/10, the admiralty which had given the orders 1/10, and the local sector authorities received the last 10th. And of course, that didn't take the massive bribery, favors, and gifts one was supposed to transfer to people who had never been present on the battlefield for a single day into account. Yet in this case, people were going to scream, or depending if certain astropathic messages had reached them, they were already screaming. Due to the lack of attention this whole operation had received, the lack of admiralty overseeing the procedure, and the reality they weren't inside the Imperium's zone of influence, everything which should have gone to an admiralty or a sector lord was going to the commander-in-chief, aka one General Taylor Hebert, who was thus earning a even 40% of the gains shared among the warships and formations mustered. How did you spell rich, again? I would have to kill you if you did. Gabriella moved so fast he almost jumped when her lips found his. You were an acceptable lover last night, Mr. Secretary. I may be convinced to retry the experience. She had the last word, for, by the time he had regained his wits to don the rest of his uniform and leave his quarters, Gabriella was long gone. I can't deny fraternization has its upsides. Though he was nonetheless going to support Taylor putting the dreadnought back into his stasis field as fast as possible. Battleship Enterprise. Tech Priest T11001100 Zeta. More than once, T11001100 Zeta had experienced sheer terror as one experiment or another exploded in close proximity to his mechadendrites and threatened to end his career in the service of the Omnissiah. Kamarak had been another dark moment to survive, though unlike some other tech priests, it had not been the most awful event he'd experienced in recent years. It hadn't been devoid of danger. At some point the para-human they were supposed to oversee had tried to pilfer from archaeotech piles which weren't his property, and it had taken immense efforts of negotiation to save the ungrateful red-clothed loudmouth from servitorhood. But the tech priest promoted to Omicron Gamma rank was ready to admit there were some funny moments too. On average, they happened twice per day, when Leet failed to realize what little authority he possessed wasn't sufficient to let him go where he wanted. No, you will not pass, the sanguinary priest in the colors of the angels resplendent and the purple cloak of the Dawnbreaker Guard announced in a thunderous voice. Our Lady is resting, and will not be disturbed for a trivial matter. This isn't a trivial matter. Leet yelped. That squat is utterly crazy, I tell you. He's doing arm wrestling with the Black Templars and wants me to accompany him to his glorious doom. T11001100 Zeta noticed the Tinker had used capital letters like the muscular abhuman did. I fail to see why that is Our Lady's problem. The white armor of Sanguinary Guard Puriel of the Angels and Carmine was gleaming like it was new, as it had been one of the first to be fully repaired by the Magi toiling aboard the Enterprise. Unless the Slayer is causing great damage and impeding the ongoing repairs, the Dawnbreaker Guard has no reason to intervene with him. He nearly drowned me in a tank of Amasek. The sanguinary priest, who was called Sturzing, T11001100 Zeta remembered a bit late, did not seem impressed by this incident. Half of the crew is drowning themselves in Amasek as soon as they have the opportunity to celebrate, the red-armored Dawnbreaker Guard informed the Tinker sarcastically before turning his head towards his companion. And it is remarkable, because Rhodes didn't think we had stored a third of the alcoholic cargo the fleet is currently drinking at the moment. Reinforcements aren't the only thing we have received in the last hours, brother, Puriel replied. We are also blessed by the presence of the King of Amasek, a ship normally operating in the Desadarian Gulf. But the governors using its services are so grateful Our Lady rid them of the Eldar raids we have been allowed to empty its hull of its alcoholic contents. You mean there is enough alcohol left for Borak to drink 10 nights and 10 days? Leet's face was livid, well, more livid than his average of the last hours. I'm not sure the stocks will hold for 10 days and nights, Puriel said after a moment of reflection. This Slayer has quite a robust constitution, and he's regularly challenged by the Silver Skulls and the Salamanders. And those chapters aren't exactly lightweights when it comes to celebrating. You see. One thing T11001100 Zeta had to give to Leet, he didn't retreat at the first sign of danger. Many guardsmen and tech priests would have scurried away when 2 space marines told them to get lost. It's imperative I speak to. No. Please. No. Lady Weaver is resting. You let Clock Blocker pass this morning. We did, Sturzing admitted. But it was the second naval secretary, he didn't stay long anyway, and we knew he wasn't going to pester Our Lady with his personal issues. I am not going to pester Taylor with my personal. When they wanted to be, Space Marines could be very, very intimidating. Like, right now. Our decision is final. And we will warn the rest of the Dawnbreaker Guard about your disrespectful insistence when our shift ends. Furthermore, I don't see why you are complaining. The Angel Resplendent added viciously a moment later. Following a warrior like Borak should be a lot of excitement for the next years. And yes, Leet might have forgotten that members of the Adeptus Astartes viewed things a bit differently than the rest of humanity. You haven't heard him sing. Leet complained. Even the Fae 20th has fled when faced with that weapon. We have heard the ruckus made by possessed traitors, Tinker. Borak can't be that terrible. Archmechanicus El Dorado. Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar. Silence. Silence. The screams of the poor Magos he had left to brave the extremely agitated crowds of Magi was powerful, but he was losing ground with every second against the loud arguments and the furious debates raging everywhere. Ultimately, Dismirius did what he should have done from the very beginning, he fled towards the elevators, with as much dignity and stealth an Archmagos could allow to present in public. And if he murmured 12 sacred cants once he was back on the upper levels of the El Dorado, well, no one but the servitors was witness of his weakness. And to think he had once believed the aftermath of the Battle of the Death Star was bad. Compared to the scenes unfolding at this very moment beneath his feet, the greatest battle ever waged in the Nyx sector was nothing. Nothing. There were already 500 million tech priests in system, and the number was growing steadily hour after hour. And from the lowliest tech priest to the highest Archmagos, they went to watch the miracles of the Omnissiah and pillage the asteroid bases and the debris of the pirate lairs. Not necessarily in this order, mind you. They haven't calmed, I take it. Inquired Archmagos Prime Gastaf Hediatrix when he entered the room where the voice of Mars compiled most of the information relative to the victory won at Pavia. They aren't calming. In fact, if I didn't think it was technologically impossible, I would swear on the laws they're getting worse, the Stygia's 8-born servant of the Omnissiah considered it an incredible triumph of will he didn't snap back. I already dread how bad the situation is going to be when we start selling part of the ore and other resources we obtained at Kamarak. The Magi of Lucius and Agrippina are particularly vocal about not being excluded from the negotiations this time. By the areas they prioritized in the quest for knowledge, these two major forge worlds had been excluded from the Athena database's negotiations, since their first ships had arrived years too late, and their representatives were hardly powerful enough to put enough resources in the balance. In a logical turn of events, this had not encouraged them to send forces for Operation Caribbean, something they had to be regretting a lot right now. We will deal with them according to the chosen of the Omnissiahs and the Fabricator General's instructions. We have a first return on the bounties, allowing us to make solid preliminary estimates on the prize money we will share between the forces of Operation Caribbean. I'm listening, Dismirius canted in a simple manner. Pavia had accumulated fewer valuable things than Kamarak. The STC templates seized in the Dark City were worth so much only the two artifacts of Fukin were not totally outclassed, and the latter were going to be returned to the Salamanders. But Pavia had been fought when the number of ships had been limited to Operation Caribbean warships, and only the Forge Worlds and the Adept Uses having representatives in the system at the moment Sliscus died were allowed shares of prize money and participation in the assets sales. The Adeptus Almeidas is avaricious and incompetent as always. Hediatrix began in fast-flowing binary, but with the overwhelming evidence we have sent them, they had no choice but to bow and deliver the majority of the bounties. We have the 500 billion of Black Daka, 700 billion for the Kroot, 750 billion for Brackworth, 400 billion for Tanaka, 5 billion for Moonblitz, 930 billion for the Navy Trader, 200 billion for the Rashan, 1.5 trillion for the Rogue Trader, 2 trillion for the Siren, 2.2 trillion for Bloodweaver, 2.5 trillion for Horth, and of course 17 trillion for Sliscus the Serpent. To these numbers are added 4 major bounties and 107 minor bounties. The total sum in Nixian throne gelts is of 28,689,841,000,000. It's far better than I or any magi thought we would be able to claim so quickly, Lankovar admitted. I agree, the senior Archmagos gave a few binaric commands to show other data flows on the tridimensional hololith. The Fabricator General and a few other High Lords must have pressured the Almeidas for them to act so efficiently and productively. As per the agreements, 100% of this sum will be declared prize money. Before he met Taylor Hebert, this number would have likely seriously agitated Dismirius. Today it wasn't normal to hear it, but it had lost the astonishment factor. Good. Your previous newsphere message informed me Anvilus had won the bid for the Omnissiah's favor, because they certainly weren't going to continue calling a Malta-class Star Fort Palace of Feasting, by the Great Cog. Yes, the negotiation also gave them the ceramite, plasteel, and promethium found in and near the space fortress, revealed the voice of Mars. The final sale price was 30 trillion throne gelts. Once we remove the taxes, the vellum, and the need to appease several segmentum-level authorities, the prize money for this Star Fort is 22.5 trillion. There was more, of course. There always seemed to be more, now that the enemies were dead and the Imperium was alone on the field of victory. The Archaeotech the Basileia had allowed the sale of was only worth 3 billion, but the crystals of Legia paid by the Siren to save her scales had to be sold to the Adeptus Astra Telepathica by law, and those added 4.5 trillion throne gelts to the total. There was much to be gained in salvage rights and fuel around Pavia. At this very moment it added 1 trillion more. There had been gold, silver, platinum, and jewel sales from Kalmar's pirate bases, and they provided 28.5 billion throne gelts to the survivors and the pension funds of Operation Caribbean. All in all, not including the adamantium, keeping a generous amount of gold and platinum in the custody of Lady Weaver, disregarding several captured warships and obviously removing the artifacts of Fukin and the greater part of Sliscus vaults from the discussion, the prize money of Operation Caribbean was worth 56,772,031,774,000 Nixian throne gelts. It meant that even the lowest private, whether he had survived the destruction of Kamarak and Slaanesh or not, had won a sum of 35,000 throne gelts for himself and his family, easily multiplying the combined fortune of a manufacturing working family by a factor of at least 10. Without counting a single throne gelt of the prize money of Kamarak. Then there's the adamantium. Ah yes, the adamantium, this ransom deserved the capital letters. Dismirius wasn't going to naysay that. I suppose there's no need to ponder the matter for dozens of cogitator cycles. While we don't object to the transfer of 51% of these 2 million tons of 99% pure adamantium, I have received confirmation from Magos Draco Richter and several other members of the Nix Council that it is out of the question to receive this in prize money or to otherwise convert it into throne gelts directly. It was only 51% of the ransom, but at 700,211 throne gelts per kilogram, this represented 958 trillion throne gelts, enough to generate a lot of inflation, and outright buy a few planets several times. I don't have any objection in principle, and I'm sure the Fabricator General won't either, Gastaf Hediatrix replied. What do you have in mind? Macro Transport Granite Rampart. Marshal Lorelei Maltka. It was a sad thing that Lorelei could sit comfortably in a cushy chair and say without lying that the unending list of fatalities and wounded suffered by Army Group Caribbean was not the worst she had ever seen, neither proportionally nor in absolute numbers. 1 marshal out of 3, 4 lieutenant generals out of 6, 16 major generals out of 24, 13 brigadier generals out of 48, and 49 colonels out of 144 are dead, the Mordian woman summarized the latest update on the fatalities, which hopefully would be far closer to the final after-battle report as the guardsmen and guardswomen succumbing to toxins and the various torture devices of the druggery diminished with every hour. It could be worse, Lieutenant General Marcus Hanover, who was at the moment combining the functions of commander of 5th Corps and the duties of her chief of staff, replied with a far happier expression than the butcher's bill should have warranted. In fact, it should be worse, even with the billions of insects the general used to break through the defenses of the Eldar and stop any counterattack of the arch-enemy and the Xenos dead. The God Emperor was smiling on us during the battle. A lot of long ears were fighting each other and we found allies and enemies ready to bathe in Eldar blood. Normally, the Marshal would have treated the mention of His Most Holy Majesty as the excuse a poor tactician or strategist used to explain that he had used up all his luck for the next decades, but in this instance, Lorelei had seen the angels born of light charging the demons. They were commanded by a woman who was meeting the definition of a living saint word for word. The entire operation had been ordered by a custodes, and if the rumors held any truth, the Golden Giant was the Captain General himself. It had also been confirmed by the official channels another Captain General, one lost since the end of the Horus Heresy, had taken command of the Blackstone Fortress Will of Eternity to lead them to victory. This was a lot of miraculous interventions, and each was not exactly small on the scale of divine miracles. True. By all rights, we should have lost the entire army group and the field army of Desateria long before cleaning up the port of lost souls, as it were. The 3 field armies had right now recorded 937,000 frontline troops deceased of an initial order of battle of 1,431,000 men and women. This was 65.5% fatalities, and it was far from the most devastated formation. Field Army Desateria had a grand total of 70% fatalities, and they had entered the battle well after any regiment of Nyx. This is an excellent reason to be satisfied. Especially where the armored, mechanist, and artillery regiments are concerned, the Sonus the officer agreed. In my opinion, the method the offensive was conducted with using the first waves of cons, cataphracts, and chimeras should be copied for all the military academies of the segmentum. We may even petition for the maneuvers and the inter-regiment synchronicity to be added to the manuals of the Tactica Imperialis. It was perfectible. The scarred veteran wasn't prepared to endorse this optimistic viewpoint in its totality. At least 3 times at Zelharst, we missed encircling several army-sized Xenos formations. I don't think Lady Weaver truly wanted to encircle those armies, Marshal, Marcus argued while replaying several critical moments of the Battle of Zelharst. I mean, yes, she would have done so if they were idiotic enough to not retreat like they did, but when she advanced, I think she settled on breaking their infantry and their cohesion. A plan known to fail repeatedly when attempted against greenskins, the Mordian woman knew what she was talking about. She had the scars and the bad career report to prove this viewpoint. Given her past record against them and the sum of experience most of the brigadier generals have against the orcs, I think our general would have chosen a different battle plan if the enemy had been screaming Wyek. Deep inside, Lorelei wanted to believe it too, though she had known many officers who excelled against one Xenos method of warfare but were unable to counter another. However, I think we can agree the Vox liaisons between Aeronautica and Guard need a lot of improvement. And if the tanks and mechanist formations have proven their worth, the infantry and reconnaissance regiments have been on the receiving end of a bloodbath. Out of the 900,000 plus fatalities suffered by the army group, an atrocious majority came from the infantry. It wasn't really their commander's fault, obviously. The Eldar had outnumbered them significantly, and given that one of the long-eared Xenos was faster, boasted better reflexes and senses, and had access to really horrible weaponry when they remembered armor was there for more than decoration, the huge losses weren't a surprise. Still, the Nyx recruited regiments in these specialties remained well below the standards expected of a veteran Mordian or Kadian company of the same size. Absolutely. I have already begun to put some of my thoughts on data slab. I saw Marshal Groner a few minutes ago, and he told me several colonels have already begun doing the same and the full synopsis will be given to Lady Weaver once properly formatted. Lorelei found herself nodding. Werner, the last Kadian Groner, her fellow marshal, was the only Kadian officer to get out of Kumarak alive, was maybe a bit too lax with discipline, and his strategies could use some improvement, but there was nothing wrong with his mind and his conception of an army group. If he had shared some of their misgivings, then their existence was certified at the highest level. I can spare a good hour before returning to the bureaucratic nightmare. What would you say are the biggest weaknesses of the Nyxian infantry? I'm a bit divided between their lack of mutual support with the Aeronautica Imperialis and the way they employ their mortars, the commander of 5th Corps answered. While I am in awe of the courage it takes to charge straight into the teeth of the monsters, none of it would have been needed if glory on a battleship flame wrought. Forge Father Fukin and Var. Despite the sons of Fukin often wishing otherwise, the entire chapter rarely met in anything approaching its full strength more than once or twice a century. The galaxy was rarely peaceful enough to allow for more, and the sons of Fukin were never the kind of space marines who stayed idle when innocent lives were threatened by demons, traitors, and xenos. And if one wanted to be completely accurate, the full might of the salamanders wasn't here today either. Between the incoming reinforcements of the 4th and 6th Company still in the warp and the 7th Company garrisoning Nocturne, the best updated records compiled confirmed 575 battle brothers of Nocturne were not present in the Pavia system. The Hall of Victories of the Flame Wrought was nonetheless resonating with the voices of the sons of Fukin. There were exactly 887 space marines gathered in this vast compartment. The Forge Father hadn't needed much brainstorming to acknowledge he had never expected to behold to such a spectacle. The location was the first impossibility his mind and that of each and every one of his battle brothers had to struggle against. The Flame Wrought, flagship of their legion, was back. After the end of the heresy, immense efforts had been deployed to discover the fate of the Gloriana battleship, but all had been met with failure. And now it was back, bringing with it columns of ancient veterans in customized Mark III and Mark IV power armors. Really, the entirety of this mustering was a remarkable display of the equipment designed by the forges of Nocturne. Save the obsolete Mark I and Mark II, there was at least one example of every power armor ever built to serve the loyal Astartes of the Imperium, and the modifications a good smith always did on his equipment ensured that even the samples of existing Mark III or Mark IV presented a panoply of different technologies. But most of the attention remained focused on the end of the hall, where a gigantic throne of obsidian-looking stone waited. Millennia ago, it had been shaped to look like a sleeping salamander, and the effect, Fukin Envar had to admit, was breathtaking. The stone sculpture appeared to be plunged into a slumber which it could wake up from at any moment. This was the throne of their father. This was the throne of Nocturne. This was the throne of Fukin. And the gauntlet of the forge was placed on it, symbol of the victories won in the past days. Many had wished for the obsidian chariot to be brought here too, but after a few hypothetical debates to evaluate the practicality of it, a consensus had been reached that the symbolism wasn't worth the technical obstacles. Silently, Chapter Master Tafor Hezon marched deliberately in the direction of the throne before stopping many feet away from it at the place that, in the past, would have been where the first captain of the Legion stood. On his right was Captain William Castor, senior officer of the Istvan survivors. On his left was Captain Ezerixpan, thought dead during the Cluvian disaster of M33 but in reality saved by a Xenos and freed after the Battle of Kamarak. The Forge Father's own position was close to them, closer than most of the captains and officers, but it had been decided that for today a trio of old and younger sons of Fukin would stand together in unity at the helm. The same was true for the rest of the hundreds of space marines present. There were no neat lines, no separation between the companies, and no segregation between battered and brand new space marine power armors. In this hall, they were all sons of Fukin. Brothers, the regent of Nocturne began. Fukin lives. It was more than a battle cry or a scream of defiance, it was conviction, it was loyalty, and it was the certainty of a volcano's fire that somewhere in this galaxy their gene-sire, their father, awaited them. Fukin lives. Fukin lives. Fukin lives. Fukin lives. Fukin lives. It took 5 minutes for everyone to calm down, and Tafor Hezon spoke again. Reports have been coming in from all over the Imperium. They speak of depraved heretics dying at the moment of triumph. Task forces of the traitor Third were disintegrated, took their own lives by plunging into suns and fire, or were massacred by loyal forces as they fell unconscious upon thousands of battlefields. We can't verify what is happening in the Eye of Terror of course, but between the uncorrupted gene seed found here, the humiliation of the false Primarch in the battle zone of Korspur, and the gigantic casualties these pleasure-addicted monsters suffered when the parasite they worshipped died, the traitor Third must be near extinction now. That is not enough torment to account for their treachery at Istvan, Captain William Castor declared with a ferocious smile. But it's the beginning of a fitting punishment. The corrupted phoenix has been cast down, Uxpan finished. Long may he scream and suffer at the proof of his irrelevance. One traitor legion cast down. Ave Imperator. Long moments were spent adding a few comments about how good it was to be rid of these insults to everything a true space marine stood for. A great victory has been won, Tafor Hezon resumed his speech. For generations it will be celebrated in the cities of Nocturne and beyond. But for now, as the Regent of Nocturne and Chapter Master of the Salamanders, I wish to raise two issues. The first, as some of you might have correctly deduced, is that as of today, we are in violation of many rules of the Codex Astartes. Thanks to transhuman hearing, Fukin Envar was sure he had heard at least 5 Istvan veterans muttering Guilliman could shove his treaties in a very unhygienic place. And yes, I'm sure some of you feel unhappy at the Codex. The breaking of the legions, that for some of our ranks was an eternity ago enforced by the cruel casualties of the drop site massacre and many betrayals by the ones we called brothers, was not something our predecessors had any choice upon. But records of early M31 confirm our father gave his word the Codex would be respected, and we will not go against his ruling. It was necessary to make this point loudly in public. While the Inquisition and other imperial adept uses sometimes turned a blind eye to the peculiarities of Nocturnan culture, philosophy, and post-battle actions, it was because ultimately, the Salamanders were a codex-compliant chapter and at no risk of building the numbers to become a legion again. But now everything had changed. At this very moment, there were 1,464 battle brothers bearing the Salamander's colors. One had to account for 2 serving as honor guard to the Primarch Rogaldorn, and in addition to this well above norm's number the gene stocks of the flame rot had to be counted too. It was possible some High Lords might have ignored the irregular effectives for the time it took for attrition to lower them to codex restrictions. The moment they heard the Apothecarium of the Gloriana held 5,000 progenoids of the 18th Legion though. The second issue is the astronomical debt we owe Lady Taylor Hebert, Basileia of Nyx, Lady Weaver, finder of 2 of the artifacts. No hand gesture was made to emphasize the presence of the Gauntlet of the Forge, but none was needed. This young woman saved the Forge Hammer and 2 artifacts of Fukin at great risk to herself and her forces. The chapter master spoke and not a single soul objected. And it is thanks to her actions so many sons of Fukin stand here today. I have already given the order, under my authority as Regent of Nocturne, that many of the jewels and most expensive crystals kept in our vaults for such exceptional events will be given to her as heartfelt thanks for her noble deeds. We will give one of the Folkite gun-making forges aboard the Flame Rot, the representative of the M31 Battle Brothers continued, along with many schematics of medical facilities and preservation technology we have safeguarded. Many great hunts for suitable insects will be organized by Astartes and non-Astartes on Nocturne and elsewhere, Uxpan commanded. For the swarm helped us, and the swarm must be strong in the flames of war. Yet as I said, this is quite a crushing debt we have accrued, brothers. Ta-4 Hezon effortlessly seized back all attention again. When the time comes, I will therefore ask for 2 of you to swear the vows of the personal guard of our hope and join the Dawnbreaker Guard. I will also, the chapter master continued without giving time to let the words be dissected and assimilated, ask for a vote. A vote that when we will divide this chapter in 2 for a salamander founding, I will bow before the Emperor's angel and ask humbly for the new successor chapter to be allowed to settle on a planet of the Nyx sector and fight her battles like our father himself would if he was present. The Flame Rot was a Gloriana battleship and thus quite a bit tougher than anything in the current Salamander's fleet, despite the extensive damage it had suffered. Yet when Fukin Envar had stopped cheering and vocally screaming his support like the rest of the chapter 1 hour later, he wondered if maybe they hadn't shouted loudly enough to shake apart walls and battery decks. Battle Barge Jagatai's Pride. Chapter Master Hibu Khan. The Great Khan of the White Scars did not have many passions outside of war, but watching fleets gather together and exchange signals of welcome was definitely one. And the thousands of starships arriving at the Pavia system were a sight even a chapter master of the Adeptus Astartes didn't see every century. There were massive Arx Mechanicus and heavy battleships, dozens of their cousins battle barges surrounding the colossal Gloriana Flame Rot, antique warships belonging to some rogue traders who may not live long once the Supreme Authority decided their fate, and of course countless squadrons of the Imperial Navy, small explorator fleets of the Adeptus Mechanicus, hundreds of pilgrim ships attracted by the decisive victory of Kamarak, support trains to repair the damages suffered in the Titanic naval battles, and likely hundreds more hulls that a singer would spend the rest of the night waxing poetically about. Hibu Khan didn't dance or celebrate at the moment, he had already done so, and there would be more to come later. For the moment, the song of silence and studious contemplation were all he needed. Alas, like many things when the sons of the Khan were away from the steppes of Kogaris, the serenity of silence was interrupted by his voice of the storm, that other chapters devoid of poetry tended to call a high chaplain or master of sanctity. You will have to make a decision soon, Great Khan. I will make my decision when I have truly mastered the winds blowing off Kamaraka's destruction, Hibu replied, waiting for the reaction of his interlocutor in a meditation pose. Surely you do not intend to support the first captain's suggestion, the highest-ranked chaplain of the White Scars chapter protested. Suggestion, voice of the storm. The Great Khan repeated interrogatively. Unless my memory is not what it used to be, I heard the first captain speak more than 3. You know what I mean, the black-armored space marine replied grouchily. I don't really care if you intend to sign contracts with General Taylor Hebert to give you thousands of new tanks, planes, and bases to repair our warships when the chapter needs it. Most of these decisions will only impact the Allied PDF forces we will rely on and the effectiveness of our equipment. No, I wanted to know your final decision about the proposal of the first captain to send one of our battle brothers to this Dawnbreaker Guard. In case someone had any doubts about it, Hibu Khan could confirm that yes, the voice of the storm was the most senior figure opposing this move. As I've said before, I have not yet mastered all the winds of this dangerously exciting situation, the Great Khan answered. There are reactions and minds I want to know better first. I want to hear the leaders of the descendants of the 7th Legion once they arrive, for one. Between the Blood Angels and their successors already present, the Salamanders, the Raven Guard, and even a single Ultramarine, this was a lot of the original legions which would be gathered in a very tiny amount of space. Under these circumstances, deciding rashly and hotly like an inexperienced scout on his first bike raid would mark him as unfit to be Great Khan. It will be a meeting like we haven't seen for too long, Hibu continued, carefully noting the marks of irritation of the voice of the storm. The 3 legions which stood as one against the threat of the arch-heretic on Terra will be free to rejoice once more as the hordes of the fiends have been rooted and the Astronomicon shines on our hunts. We aren't the lost sons of Sanguinius, the chaplain hotly retorted, rather peevishly in the Great Khan's opinion. And what they need and desire from this lesser copy of. Careful now, the chapter master's voice did not hold even the shadow of a threat, and his posture had not shifted a single inch. But the 2 words, no matter how gently they had been spoken, had warned the voice of the storm there were boundaries to not be overstepped. No, General Taylor Hebert isn't Sanguinius. After all, I think the Primarch of the 9th failed to destroy Comorac, no. It was a good thing the teeth of a space marine were very durable, otherwise the gritting which was done at this moment would have shortened their life expectancy by decades. As I said, I have not yet made a decision. I must speak with the General herself first, for while a man or a woman reveals their true personality in the midst of warfare, the burden of command and bloodshed also ensure it is not all his personality we are able to see. Then I will summon the Tsadian Arga, for their wisdom and abilities to see if our father's return is near will prove invaluable in the coming days. As you command, Great Khan. This was one of his brothers the Great Khan would never send to Nyx, neither as part of the Dawnbreaker Guard nor as simple envoy. Truly the chaplains were too rigid for his tastes, doer when they should be joyful, inflexible when they had to flow like the rivers of the mountains, and prompt to punish when the soul needed to be healed. Patience is the greatest virtue of the hunter, and Hibu Khan returned to his meditation in front of the stars. Prison ship constant vigilance. Lord Commissar Zuef. Death to the Corse Emperor. Down with the Imperium. Come and fight us if you think you're the masters of the galaxy. Corpse lovers. Beast lovers. Down with the Imperium. We are free from the chains of tyranny. For scum who had surrendered at the first opportunity, the pirates of Pavia who were waiting in the large empty compartment used for executions were rather loud. Maybe the absence of the usual pyres and chains gave them courage. Or maybe it was just plain stupidity. Down with the Imperium. Zuef nodded to one of the junior Arbit's wardens. The strident alarm shrieked a couple of seconds later, and the prisoners were forced to stop their treacherous and heretical shouts. Pirates, his voice was amplified by the Mechaniku's machines, allowing him to speak at his leisure without raising his voice. You were given a choice. A choice that, in my professional opinion, you didn't deserve but General Taylor Hebert gave in good faith. Cooperate with our interrogators, reveal the location of your caches and the identities of your accomplices across the Imperium, and your lives would be spared. You think we would trust the word of an Imperial general? The outlaw who had dared interrupt him was rather tall and wore rags that, in another life, may have passed as a second-hand militia uniform. His beard was long and unkempt, his eyes full of the viciousness one expected from the people who had bowed before Admiral Sliskus. The insubordinate wretch took a lasgun shot in his left leg for the interruption. The black-bearded pirate didn't fall screaming, but loathing replaced viciousness on his face. I find particularly interesting that you don't trust the word of the Imperium when you clearly have no respect for your own words, oaths, or promises made earlier. Many of your surrender statements were properly recorded when you threw down your weapons, whether it was aboard the Empire of Sin or another crippled ship of your 13 Pavia fleets. But yes, the general intended to stay true to her promises if yours were honored. They wouldn't have had easy lives, of course. For the humans, the penal legions would in all likelihood have been their fates. Oh, stop playing the moralising fool, Commissar. Zuef narrowed his eyes, as it was not a human who had spoken, but one of the Drukari. Just go ahead and kill us. If you can. There were a lot of things the Lord Commissar of Operation Caribbean would never say in front of a class of cadets or for an inspection of guardsmen, but this once Zuef had to admit he didn't think the sneer of the long-eared monster could be equaled by a human, including the nobility he had met so far during his career. There was always something about Eldar arrogance which made the megalomaniac behavior of governors and adepts lacking when compared to the Xenos the forces of Operation Caribbean had killed by the billions. Have you ever heard about the tale of Jaeger Day the Ridiculous? Zuef asked instead of entering a contest of insults with the Xenos pirate. He was one of your admirals in the Battle of Pavia, and was captured alive to be judged for the crimes of desertion, mutiny, piracy, devastation of human-inhabited planets and more. He believed we would not find an appropriate punishment for him since according to him, we wouldn't have the guts to throw him into the Sea of Souls in the traditional salvation pod. No need to inform this scum that Lady Weaver had personally encouraged von Schaefer to not use this method of execution, not because the insect mistress believed the abject traitor didn't deserve this death, but because she wanted his soul to be judged by the God Emperor, not swallowed by the abominations of the Empyrean. He was thrown into a basin of small burrowing spiders, which ate him bit by bit, laid their eggs inside his body, and poured just enough venom into him to cause extreme pain without letting him lose consciousness. Several times we plunged him into a tank of chemically altered promethium to disinfect him and begin the process anew. Is that supposed to scare us? Another Eldar taunted him. Sliskus did far worse for his amusement every week. Zuef knew he was supposed to give them another chance at this point, but why bother wasting his saliva? It was evident the pirates, be they humans or Xenos, weren't going to speak no matter what he did. Maybe the Inquisition could have broken them, but the Holy Ordo's acolytes were working on the far more interesting specimens captured at Kamarak, and had neither the personnel nor the motivation to spare for the irredeemable Pavia scum. Good. Then I'm sure you will be delighted to hear that you and every prisoner aboard this ship have been marked for execution by hell spiders. The first noises of the eight-legged arachnids were heard in the distance, and instantly all the long-eared Xenos and plenty of the humans by their sides stopped smiling. They come directly from the pits of Kamarak, and have received orders to play with their prey for a long time. Several pirates tried to put themselves back to back and form something that could have passed as a defensive circle if one wasn't too demanding regarding the quality of the tactic. It was not a stupid idea, but against beasts which had played the role of entertainment in the Kamarak arenas, it was just not going to be enough. The first adult hell spiders and a cohort of young ones stormed inside the execution chamber, and soon the pirates began to scream for mercy and beg for someone to spare their lives. "I'm surprised we didn't send Hoth with them," said one of the commissars of the Desaterian field army as the screams began. "Hoth is still in inquisitorial custody," Zuef informed his counterpart, "and I'm told the Ecclesiarchy has a very unpleasant fate in mind for him too." Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Mars. 42 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Fabricator Locum Decimus Osmium 5-1111. Decimus Osmium 5-1111 rarely visited Olympus Mons. There were several very good reasons for this, but the main one was his extensive yearly schedule. The Fabricator Locum of the Adeptus Mechanicus was the second highest ranked authority over all tech priests after all, and this implied a lot of major and minor responsibilities. As a consequence, Decimus could only come to the largest forge temple of Mars for ceremonies and sessions of the Martian Parliament these last few years. He was far too busy to make the travel for other reasons, and frankly, as noosphere communications improved more and more, it wasn't like his physical presence was really needed save if you really suffered from paranoia to the point of insanity or were doing things you really didn't want to be caught doing. Today was the exception, evidently. But when your only superior summoned you, the answer was always yes, no matter how pressing the other concerns in his forge and among the faction he led were. Besides, as rumors about the destruction of Kamarak and the consequences it had on the Adeptus Mechanicus spiraled out of control, Decimus Osmium 5-1111 wasn't going to protest that the situation didn't warrant it. In a sign that they were living in unprecedented times, the meeting was not done in the heart of Zorophris Esvicom's inner sanctum, but in the holy avenues of the Temple of All Knowledge where the Binaric hymn sang the praises of the Omniscia. "We have received astropathic communications from over 90% of the secessionist forge worlds," the Fabricator General began bluntly once the protocol salutations were over. They professed to having seen the error of their ways and been granted visions of how hurtful their actions were to the Adeptus Mechanicus as a whole. Even if the Fabricator Locum didn't know Zorophris Esvicom personally, Decimus would have taken the secessionists' contrition with a heavy dose of skepticism. Seen the error of their ways? They really could have used something more believable. "I'm sure the timing of the 24th Fleet's discoveries and the chosen of the Omniscia's tendency to find STCs has absolutely nothing to do with their willingness to return to the fold." The second highest ranked figure of Mars didn't bother hiding his disgust beneath a veil of logic. "All the major forges are included." "Yes," replied his superior tersely. "Artemia Majoris, Adermedian, and Milehand are leading the pack, with Gerulas, Mkand, Orestes, and Tancredi not far behind." A full data package was transmitted, and Decimus smiled at the magnitude of the defections which were about to strike Novaterra. 91.3% of their forge worlds defecting back, yes, but all the notable and specialized centers of production were on the list. In overall productivity, it was closer to 96, maybe 97%. Given that it was the secessionist tech priests which were maintaining their fellow rebels' armies and fleets, it stood to reason that the rebellion of Segmentum Pacificus was about to experience very difficult times. "I intend to be magnanimous," Zorophris Esvicom spoke without a trace of irony. "They will send us tithe fleets, the size of which will be determined by the algorithms of condition eta." Somehow, Decimus didn't think magnanimous was how the secessionists were going to call the terms proposed. Most likely they would say it was outrageous robbery or furious tyranny. Should we not be worried they will refuse the terms? They have seceded and broken their oaths once, what's to say they won't do so again? "Because I will write on their pardon treaty wafers that as long as they respect the upper percentiles of condition eta, 12% of the tithe tech priests and Mechanicus personnel sent with the tithes will be selected for an entrance petition into the Nix Mechanicus." Decimus Osmium 5-1111 had frequented with Zorophris Esvicom for several decades, and as such was rarely surprised by the deviousness of his superior anymore. This was one of the rare exceptions, and the Fabricator Locum was humble enough to admit his mechadendrites dropped for a few seconds. This was just, deliciously logical and productive. The secessionists or ex-secessionists now he supposed had to know their reputation on Olympus Mars was only slightly above that of the Moira-aligned here techs. Therefore their best chance to ingratiate themselves and restore their reputation with someone having all the latest database and template discoveries lay with the Mechanicus. If they didn't want to become irrelevant very quickly, they had to send the tithe fleets and respect the high quotas set by the Fabricator General. I see. I can certainly support this course of action in the next session of the Parliament, whose next assembly was certain to be advanced a lot for evident reasons. Have the template discoveries been confirmed? Yes, Xerophorus canted in an impressively sophisticated manner. Some Phaeton Magi found a new type of fusion reactor template. A Ranger Skitarius of Ryza discovered an interesting variant schematic of a multi-hololithic stratagem. The Griffon Mechanics dug hard and were reprimanded for certain questionable military decisions, but they found a template for an energy blade. Akatrin troops managed to secure the plans of a hive-sized complex intended for agricultural purposes. Mezzo's upper priesthood is ecstatic as their part of the expedition seized plans for a new type of mining ship. Our tech priests evacuated a damaged standard template constructor and the Apis pattern tractor. And of course the chosen of the Omnissiah, via her own troops, her tech priests, and her formidable skills, found the templates for a small model of the M31 Omnissiah's God engines, an aerial supremacy atmospheric fighter, a new model of space elevator, an esoteric force field, the recipes and cultivation methods necessary to produce a beverage called beer, and a starship-mounted electromagnetic gun. That is quite the list, Decimus canted, impressed. Yet there were some concerns about Call. The radical was involved in the discovery of the God engine's template, Xerophorus Esvicom admitted with evident regret. But I have given instructions to all my agents on board the 24th Fleet to be on their guard and advise the chosen of the Omnissiah on the proper conduct to adopt when meeting this problematic archmagos. In this case, I would suggest repairing the damage inflicted to 24th Fleet as fast as redeployment orders allow. Decimus pointed out. We can't allow Call to gain influence at Nyx because it looks like we are taking the discovered templates and not caring about what happens in the sector led by the chosen of the Omnissiah. The 24th Fleet will be repaired and reinforced, Xerophorus Esvicom swore. I have also begun to make the preliminary moves, which I pray the Parliament will support, that 35 brand new hoplite-class destroyers and replacements for all knights our allies lost in the Battle of Camarak will be delivered to Lady Weaver at a date no further in the future than 5 years. The repair and replacement costs of Legio Ares Estus and Legio Defensor Scott engines will also be covered by Mars and its forges. This was a bounty of metal and advanced technology few tech priests were ever offered to lead in their quests, and it was absolutely deserved, given the magnitude of the victory. High-priority macroanalysis must be pre-ordered to assess whether the implementation of a full forge world in the Nyx sector or a nearby region of space is viable in the long term. The possibility of the legality of assigning Legio Defensor to the chosen of the Omnissiah has to be ascertained at once. The chosen of the Omnissiah has a vote in the Martian Parliament, the Fabricator Locum thought out loud. If the number of votes to her name is increased from 1 to 12 and you grant the regency of one of the Tharsis forges we confiscated from the Moiri sympathizers to her, the legality of tying Legio Defensor into her service should pass the Parliament without difficulties. Some arch-conservatives would scream, no doubt, but they would have screamed anyway, Decimus thought as he examined the impressive databases of what the forces of Operation Caribbean had seized. Maybe we should give the chosen of the Omnissiah certain privileges where warrants of trade are concerned. Lady Weaver had apparently captured 9 or 10 rogue traders serving inimical interests, and her order of 2 Ambition-class cruisers for the shipyards of the Ring of Iron had not gone unnoticed by his agents. And I think beginning construction projects on a very large order of Astartes ships, equipment, machines, and infantry weapons may be prescient. The Logis stratagems will study the possibilities, his superior answered. But for the next day, I want you to use your influence and connections to make sure that the logical location to repair the Gloriana flame rod is the Ring of Iron and nowhere else. I want the repairs done here, under our supervision and our best shipbuilders. Of course, Fabricator General, Decimus Osmium 5-1111 acknowledged dutifully. Like you, I have no wish to let this great gift of the Omnissiah fall into the clutches of Carduniash or Bacca. However, I fear we will have to adapt the dockyards of some of our arcs for the flame rot. Do what you have to, the Fabricator General commanded. You will have at least several months, and the possibility, slim as it exists, to build more Gloriana battleships is worth contemplating. Do you really think the other members of the High 12 will allow us to build even one of these magnificent Leviathans of the Void? Decimus thought he could be forgiven his skepticism. The flame rot was back and that was an accomplished fact, though given how many of the existing ships of this class were in mothball promised hellish politicking to keep this one in active service. But a brand new Gloriana promised to be something far more unpleasant to fight for. I'm rather sure they won't, Xerophorus Esvicom admitted. That's why I will ask someone else. Lord. I have been summoned to the Imperial Palace, Decimus Osmium 5-1111's eyes opened wide as he processed the words and felt his heart drown in joy. Because there was only one being who could do this summoning. I will make sure to ask this question, and many others. Acacia Expanse. Pavia System. 46 hours after the mark of Camarak. Battlebarge Europe. Captain Valerian Benlio. Valerian watched the peaceful face of the space marine who had been one of his battle brothers. In death, the ravages of the Red Thirst had faded rapidly, returning the afflicted to something much closer to an angelic appearance. Only in death do duty and the curse ends, the Blood Angel whispered, slightly altering the old adage known to every space marine. The sanguinary priest by his side grimly nodded. The help of the Nixian biologist experts has been of great use, acknowledged the gene specialist, but once the bloodlust has dug its claws into our psyche, there is little hope of freeing any battle brother from it. And the benediction of Lady Weaver doesn't work on this flaw. Unlike the Black Rage, there had never been much hope the red flaw was going to disappear, but with several battle brothers succumbing to it in the middle of Kimarak while the shield of angels soared on golden wings, the possibility of having this curse disappear in another miracle was reduced to zero. Wrong, the sanguinary priest disagreed. I'm confident it does. The Liberius has analyzed the battle records, and given the violence and the number of the chapters of the blood present, the number of battle brothers afflicted by the red thirst is extremely low. As per the most recent records, there have been approximately 1% of our battle brothers suffering the most extreme symptoms of the red thirst. Between the invasion of the ruinous power of excess and the ugly fighting against the Xenos, it should have been at 20% or more. The librarians have offered the hypothesis the psychic component of the red thirst has been extremely weakened. But it confirms the red curse is a genetic problem of our line, not a warp-fueled sorcery like the Black Rage, the Blood Angel stated. And as much as it was good news since they knew where the problem lay, it was also a source of consternation. The gene craft which had been used to create the Space Marine Legions was not something understood extremely well after all those centuries, even by the most dedicated chief apothecaries and the archmagi of the biologist division. And of course, developing major gene labs to investigate the problem, never mind curing it, was always enormously expensive and a security risk, as the ruinous powers often tried to cripple the investments and brains behind the attempts before they were successful. I know there have been talks between Bale and Nyx about the red thirst. The sanguinary priest tried very hard to inject a shadow of optimism into the conversation. Between Bacta and some new components extracted from insect environments, we may be able to cut the numbers of our brothers succumbing to the thirst down even further. By the feathers of our father, let's hope you're right. Valerian was tired of losing good veterans and promising young blood to this cursed bloodlust. Space Marines were meant to fight the most dangerous things in this galaxy, not be culled on operating tables as they bayed for blood like key-ornate lunatics. I will take my leave, unless there is more. Go, brother, the sanguinary priest shook his head, you will only be able to watch, and no one should see a battle brother in such a state. The Blood Angel's captain thanked him silently and turned away, leaving the rooms used by the apothecarium to examine the victims of the red thirst. Alone, Valerian walked through the corridors of the Europe, and wondered about the vast implications of everything he had heard. They were already huge. For all the bad news delivered about the red thirst, the chapters of the blood were fighting in a far more disciplined manner, and without the Black Rage afflicting anyone, the sons of Sanguinius were no longer asking themselves how to husband their strength before, during, and after a campaign. The ranks of the chapter of the blood were slowly replenished year after year, and despite the losses the contingents which had deployed in the webway had suffered, the Blood Angels and their successors had far more strength available than they had before the Battle of the Death Star. Obviously, it hadn't exactly decreased the popularity of Lady Weaver among the battle brothers tracing their gene lineage to Sanguinius himself. The thin smile of Valerian Benlio which had materialized after thinking this quickly disappeared as he approached a large door guarded by 2 devastators and 2 sanguinary guards. Contrary to the near totality of the Space Marines resting in the rooms of the battle barge of Bale, only one of the sanguinary guard belonged to his own chapter. I must speak with our guest, the captain saluted. The blood drinker commanding the group of 4 saluted back. You may enter, Captain. I believe you know the procedure by now. Indeed Valerian did. The sanguinary guards would enter with him, and provide protection and what could be bluntly called mental vigilance against anything their guest might do. The unlocking procedures were done with a prompt celerity no tech marine could have found fault with, and the captain was introduced to the presence of a person he had never imagined meeting a few days ago. Captain Benlio, Chapter Master Raphael Yarable lowered the book he was reading on a table to meet his eyes. I was not expecting you to return so soon. There have been complications and changes. Valerian didn't say more. The other Astartes didn't need to be aware of all the complications his presence engendered. Many of the Inquisitors who have arrived in the last hours have begun making overtures to relinquish you and your entire chapter into their custody. As such, the possibility of transferring you to Bale to stand judgment for your actions is almost non-existent by this point. Truthfully, the Blood Angels captain had always thought this was a very remote possibility. Pavia, for all its celebrations and improvised parties, was a system experiencing what could be summarized as an extremely strong anti-chaotic quarantine. Only the Supreme Commander of Operation Caribbean or an Inquisitor SEAL could give you permission to leave the pirates' graveyard without being shot at by the thousands of warships mustered, and the people who had this type of power had so far only used them so sparingly one needed only one hand to count them, and finished with fingers to spare. I would prefer not to be judged by the Inquisition, the chapter master of the Sons of Sanguinius, once upon a time prestigious chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, now infamous renegades who had joined the cause of the Novaterran secessionists, stated with the dignity one expected from a marine of his rank. The chapters of the blood would prefer to avoid such an unfavorable outcome too, not because the blood angels were fond of the Sons of Sanguinius chapter, the shame of having one of their own chapters go renegade, the first ever since the heresy, and especially one of the most trusted second founding successors, had provoked many ugly scenes in the halls of Baal and several home worlds. But trials of the Inquisition were rarely fair things, and often led to the Inquisition discovering secrets and past exploits no chapter wanted the rosette-wearing executioners to learn of. But the last communication we had with Chapter Master Malakbal placed him far north of Baal, destroying several greenskin scrap yards. He would need at least 10 months to reach Pavia. The Inquisition will not wait that long. Assuming Lady Inquisitor Rafaela Harper would have wanted to wait for the Lord of Baal in the first place. Valerian was pleased to affirm their chapter master was extremely popular in Ultima Segmentum, courtesy of 10,000 victories won against impossible odds to protect the imperial citizens from dangers varying from mere mutants to abominable threats. But many of the very choices which had led to him being popular had also resulted in public clashes with inquisitors. In the end, this leaves you with two choices. The first obviously is to be tried by the entirety of the chapters present in the Pavia system. Michael Yarabel immediately grimaced, and Valerian wouldn't claim the chapter master didn't have reason to do so. While it had worked at Pavia for the now renamed Heracles Wardens, the ex-Alpha Legion warriors weren't the Sons of Sanguinius. The former had waged their own private war against Xenos and the traitor-sworn humans, remaining loyal to their ideals but never formally part of the Adeptus Astartes. The argument they had given all for the Emperor was justifiable, and most of the rank and file had long atoned for not joining the Loyalists openly against the arch-traitor and his hordes. Moreover, they had risked total destruction in the Battle of the Death Star, and the panel of chapters present had been ready to take their sides over the Black Templars. Obviously, the aftermath of the Battle of the Death Star wasn't Kamarak, and the Sons of Sanguinius hadn't been mauled by the apocalyptic battle in the Port of Lost Souls. Their fleet had arrived too late, only a single strike cruiser had fired its guns in anger. The renegade chapter of the Second Founding had definitely broken its oaths by seceding with the Novaterrans, and the chapters present were far less likely to take their side against the Black Templars in this instance. Envoys had been sent to the First Founding flagships, and the replies had not been promising if one was in favor of mercy. Valerian understood. With the return of so many salamanders and Raven Guard aboard the Flamerot, all the Space Marines were reminded how dangerous the seeds of treason could be when left unopposed. And the second option. You pledge your life and those of all your battle brothers to Lady Weaver and the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, and pray they think your battle prowess compensates for your talent to convince yourselves your oaths can be bent until they don't stand for anything true. The tall Astartes flinched, before bowing in regret. We deserve that, Michael acknowledged after a moment. In hindsight, we should have deserted the secessionists' side the moment the Black Rage was removed from our hearts and minds. Valerian was ready to admit it would have been a far more optimal scenario, yes. At least it would have convinced many inquisitors and plenty of high-ranked figures the Sons of Sanguinius genuinely reacted to the miracle of the Battle of the Death Star. Whereas right now, tens of thousands of astropaths were shouting through the void how many Forge worlds were abandoning the treacherous realm of Pacificus and asking the mercy of Mars. And since the warriors of Chapter Master Michael Yarabel had clearly not been reacting to the Kamarak miracle, I choose the judgment of Lady Weaver. If our fate is to be judged, let it be by the angel who bears the weight of Sanguinius legacy. Battleship Enterprise. Seneschal Consort Way CAO. The Golden Wings were superb for propaganda VID casts and flying on a battlefield, but they weren't practical at all in the confines of a warship. Despite the width of the Great Bed, the symbols of the God Emperor's power reached far beyond it, and should their wingspan spread a few more centimeters, they would hit the walls. In addition to these problematic features, they were far too luminous if someone who wasn't their owner wanted to sleep in the same room. Taylor could influence how radiant they were while she was awake, but for the moment this self-control slipped when she was asleep, and the means to temporarily vanish the angelic appendages had so far eluded the general of the Imperial Guard. Wei silently watched the face of her lover-mistress for several minutes before clearing her throat. As much as she wanted to let her sleep, there was much to do today, and the signs of extreme exhaustion from the Battle of Kamarak were no longer visible. Basileia, a glorious day of celebrations and political meetings awaits you. To this noble proclamation, a pillow was sent flying her way. Wei evaded with the ease of long practice. Leave me be a few more hours, the old and immature remark was uttered under the blankets. The Captain General respectfully asks for a moment of your time in 2 hours, the seneschal consort announced to the woman who at this moment didn't really look like the model of angelic sainthood thousands of pilgrims prayed to day and night. And I don't think you want to have an audience with him in your nightclothes. A second pillow was thrown, this one missing her by an even larger margin than the first one. And if you're fast, I think we will be able to take a warm shower and have breakfast together. The blankets flew along with much of everything which had been left on the large bed of the commander's quarters, and in a flash, Taylor was embracing her. It was warmth and light. It was like every one of her regrets and fears was banished in an instant. For several seconds, there was only kissing and savoring the moment. You should have started with that, the purr made her heart shiver with passion. Battleship Son of Victory. Admiral Oskar von Ruenthal. No, Baron, the official position of the Admiralties of Bacca and Karduniash is that Admiral Augustus von Kischer died a hero in the Battle of Kamarak. There won't be any court-martials or judicial procedures launched against him or any member of his faction. If it had been left to him, Oskar wouldn't have recommended this outcome. Yes, von Kischer had died facing the Xenos, but his behavior had not exactly been without reproach, and the recordings of the squadron's councils of war which had survived the carnage were more than sufficient to begin serious investigations. It seemed that Admiral Augustus had been loyal to the Imperium and his own ideas, but not exactly gifted when it came to developing the tactics and strategies which would lead to reducing the immense casualties each of his victorious battles caused. If the man had been a mere captain, an inquisitor would probably be in the process of purging him and his entire family, and likely the cousins and the second cousins for good measure. But it was a senior admiral's reputation at stake, and it appeared the Admiralties had no wish to transform the aftermath of Kamarak into a circle of court-martial. Like most organizations gathered around the purified orb of green and blue of Pavia, the Imperial Navy had proclaimed everyone who perished against the Eldar and the archenemy were eternal heroes of the Imperium. There will probably be sanctions in the years to come, Baron Galahad Lagos of House Krast, his drinking partner for the evening, commented in a very sober voice despite having finished his second Amasek bottle. You could say a lot of things about knightly nobles, but they held their liquor. Oh, undoubtedly, the Admiral reassured his officer. I would not be surprised if the building of most of the Invincible-class fast battleships and all the fast units in construction at Karduniash and Bacca stopped within the year. On this it didn't matter if his report praised the fast battleships or not. Above cruiser tonnage, the coalition of Imperial forces which had invaded Kamarak had lost 1 Blackstone fortress, 4 battleships, 6 fast battleships, and 2 heavy cruisers. The big problem was that all the standard battleships had needed hundreds if not thousands of hits to be reduced to impotence before being destroyed by the enemy, and it was a fatality count after 4 separate engagements. True, there were 3 other battleships, 1 grand cruiser, 1 battlecruiser, and 1 bombardment cruiser which were so badly damaged they were going to need years of repairs, but none of them had been battered as easily as von Kischer's ships were. Still, for the moment our biggest problem is trying to assess how bloody our victory was and how big the spoils of war are, Ruenthal confided to the Baron. I'm a bit jealous we aren't included in the Pavia Divide, but I suppose that since we arrived dozens of hours after Sliskus was dead, neither my battle fleet nor any of the reinforcements have a leg to stand on there. Maybe Augustus von Kischer would have been arrogant enough to try. The fact the imbecile had tried to contest the leadership of a living saint had spread everywhere across the battleships and the other elements of the gigantic fleets arriving night and day at Pavia. If the Bacca-born admiral guessed correctly, von Kischer had tried to stake a claim on the prize money despite not having done anything to deserve it. It had failed, and while there would be no courts-martial for him, there would be no praise either. The different battles in the Port of Lost Souls had been an extremely violent series of unrestrained destruction and deliberate slaughter. 1 Blackstone fortress, 4 battleships, 6 fast battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 32 cruisers and carriers, 8 strike cruisers, 33 light cruisers, 6 heavy frigates, 84 frigates, 7 corvettes, 199 destroyers, 5,100 starfighters, 50,300 atmospheric planes of all types, 48 Dragon armors, 5 macro transports, 2 Titan transports, 1 Ford ship, 1 fuel transport, and 16 transports and auxiliaries had been lost. The list of crippled and extremely damaged ships was just as long and possibly more worthy of tears. But the Eldar threat represented by Kamarak had been devastated, with 777 Xenos battleships wiped out and 136 billion monsters removed from existence. Von Kischer aside, the Navy has little to be ashamed of, Admiral, the red-bearded Baron emptied another large glass of Amasek. House Jeffers, our longtime rogue trader allies, can't say the same. Did you know one of their daughters was one of Sliskus' concubines? No, Oskar confessed, I did not. I mean, I read the list of the so-called rogue traders who were neutralized by the tech priests, but I believed it was because some of them had stolen the warrants of trade and simply assumed the identities of the owners as well. Given that one of the 9 rogue traders had been captured after an assault upon an Eldar cruiser and seen giving commands to a band of Kamarak-born murderers, this was not an unreasonable assumption, he thought. No, these were actual rogue traders that Sliskus convinced to work for him one way or another, Galahad grumbled. Oprah 3 Jeffers really is a daughter of House Jeffers, no warrant owner but still. I contacted my king to ask for explanations. I'm sure there are a lot of astropathic exchanges between Chrysis and First Duke Jeffers as we speak. This was a huge political scandal, even for an imperium full of them. The Jeffers rogue traders were the dynasty who had founded the first knightly houses during the Great Crusade, in the shape of House Krast and other long-extinct houses. Oskar promised himself to reread the list of rogue traders awaiting Lady Weaver's judgment. There were 9 of them, so if they were truly all what they pretended to be, it was going to make the trials of the other heretics and Xenos look like minor gossip at best. I hope for House Jeffers this was just a bad daughter led astray by a malicious Xenos, because otherwise the Inquisition and the Historical Revision units were going to have field days. Treason of this magnitude could only be erased by the most dreadful death sentences. So do I, the Baron attacked the lower end of his third bottle of Amasec with enthusiasm. It looks like there's a Custodes shuttle in flight. I wonder where it's going. Battleship Enterprise. Captain General Anubis Excelsior. Anubis, as Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, was a High Lord of the Senatorum Imperialis, and most security measures in the known galaxy were deliberately and drastically lowered for him. As such, he only had to pass through 4 company-sized guard formations, over 40 space marines, the large Heracles Warden's dreadnought with a pirate hat, and at least several hundreds of crewmen and tech priests to reach the woman he had requested an audience with. Obviously, Anubis Excelsior approved. After what had been done to Slaanesh, the remaining ruinous powers were going to want all participants involved in the death of excess dead, preferably under atrocious circumstances if they could arrange it. My condolences for Constantin Valder, the golden-winged general, began as they met in a large mess hall which appeared to have been transformed into an art gallery in the days after the Battle of Kamarak. Thank you, Anubis replied politely. He will be sorely missed. The Bell of Lost Souls operators had been ordered to ring the greatest bell 1,000 times for the first Captain General, after the 1,000 chimes which were given for the martyrs of Kamarak. I fear we will never see his equal again. Never is a very long time, remarked Taylor Hebert. But I will admit, the way he died alone overshadows most exploits of the heroes of the Imperium. I don't think we can inflict a repeat of Kamarak to the ruinous powers. No, we can't, pretending otherwise would be foolish and arrogant in the extreme. We have offered rewards to anyone who can give us information about the location of the Apollonian Spear, the Captain General's personal weapon. According to the elite psychers we have in our employ, it was not destroyed in the last moments of the Battle of Kamarak, and we dearly wish to bring it back to Terra. I will inform some of my agents to look for it, the woman his liege had empowered promised, but it is a big galaxy, as I'm sure you are aware. The eyes which met his gaze were strong and defiant. Do you want me to continue searching for the objectives we missed at Kamarak? Concerning the whereabouts of the Khan, by all means, it was the only major objective which had not been successfully carried out. His return and that of Dorn alone would in all likelihood convince many traitors to rot in the warp storms while we purge the galaxy of their ilk. For the minor objectives, don't bother. Karsik Eluriak and Aurelia Malice are now beyond your reach. If we have to eliminate them, it will be the Adeptus Custodes and the Anathema Psychona which will go after them. The Hourglass of Sand Screams and the Book of Unblemished Ecstasy have been stolen, I fear, by agents of the archenemy or the murderous clowns of Seguruk. And the SSLYTH? We have barely captured 36 of them in good condition. Oh, the SSLYTH were a distraction to force the parasites' attention away from the objectives which truly mattered. This was the truth, sort of. But I will arrange the transfer of your scaly prisoners to my ship. SSLYTH or no SSLYTH, the fact the Imperial forces under her command had accounted for all but one of the major objectives and 5 of the minor ones was something to be praised. You are more than welcome to have them, the insect mistress answered as they admired the sculpture of a space marine breaking slaves' chains while trampling several Eldar in the process. I suppose you want to supervise the transfer of the gene seed of the 3rd Legion to Terra too. We intend to leave approximately 1,200 in your custody. Actually, the light in the parahuman's eyes changed for an instant into something that looked like disbelief. You're not serious. That is a horrible idea. The lady of the Nyx sector bit her lip. The senior high lords will scream that I am rebuilding an Astartes legion, and we have no idea what sort of underhanded slave bond the Naga has available to enforce his control over the gene seed of the 3rd Legion. Rest assured we will keep the high lords in line, Anubis Excelsior assured her. As for the 3rd Legion's gene seed, the Naga has lost all psychic allegiance over it, though I won't deny allowing the founding of a chapter under your watch will be a necessary test to see if we can really use this gene seed in later foundings. All right, Taylor Hebert conceded after a few seconds, but I have neither the ships nor the heavy equipment to arm them. Infantry weapons and power armors are fine, recruiting operations on a few planets is no problem, but in the next several years I am going to be busy building up Battlefleet Nyx and our other space forces to make sure the ruinous powers don't do a Kamarak in reverse. There is an Astartes founding in the works, the 13th I believe. This was hardly a great secret, several high lords had been pushing for it before his departure. My tribunes will order the 3rd successor, Dorn's Legacy, and the Salamander's 2nd chapter to be included in the military build-up. The Salamanders. Weaver regarded him with a strange expression. Oh, they haven't approached you yet? My mistake. Forget my last words. The woman who had fought the Queen of Blades grunted, and Anubis knew this wasn't something she was going to forget. We are going to transfer you a team of gene specialists to help the apothecaries and magi biologists you already have on hand. This would serve a dual purpose, both helping reverse the genetic degradation affecting so many gene lines of the Space Marines, and serving as a laboratory of research and improvements away from the throne world where certain parties wouldn't be able to ruin everything. It will be led by one of the most renowned experts at our disposal, Jehu Zushadevi. His name clearly meant nothing to his interlocutor, but then this was not a field which regularly made the headlines in the propaganda broadcasts. And in exchange, we want you to look for blanks and build cotters of the Sisters of Silence, and research the possibility of refining custodes and blank usable variants of Bacta. That sounds acceptable, the golden-winged, black-haired woman said slowly. But the Magi and the other biologist specialists will need at least a custodes to test the result of their work. I will send 3 of the 10,000 to Nyx. Officially, they will be there as emissaries and bodyguards. Unofficially, they will serve as liaisons, and buyers for things which mustn't see the light of day. The para-human woman looked at him with a suspicious gaze, and once again the Captain General counted his blessings the Emperor had made this dangerous being more stable and less willing to go on a galactic rampage. Scenes like Kamarak were fine if precisely delivered at carefully regulated intervals, a decades-long crusade at this intensity wasn't. Fortunately, the living saint the Ecclesiarchy's decision should not be long in coming had many anchors to keep her stable and loyal, and Anubis knew from his tribune their liege wished to add a few more as precaution. Officially too, I can tell you that His Majesty is very pleased by your actions, and has given permission for you to be donned in ormite-colored power armor like we are. This one saw him receive a chuckle in return. With the Angel's Tear in repairs, the insect mistress was clad in crimson power armor today. You can keep the ormite bullions. The statue obtained at Kamarak had quickly been destroyed and melted down into one of the simplest forms of existing currency. By law, this ormite should be delivered to Terra, but this time an exception would be made. And most strategic metals you aren't contractually obligated to sell to the Mechanikus and other parties. The Golden Throne knew she deserved it for her victory over some of the most dangerous beings of this reality and beyond. We will transfer a Falchion-class battleship into your command, as well as 10 stasis-sealed bottles from the Imperial cellars. The message he had received told him the para-human would know the significance of this champagne, even if he didn't. Then there is a last formality. Kneel. Neither Anubis nor she knew it at this moment, but it would be the last time Taylor would do so formally before years in the future on the throne world. In the name of the Master of Mankind, ruler of the Imperium, protector of humanity, lord of the Astronomicon, and guardian of Terra, I, Anubis Excelsior, Captain General of Custodes, formally recognize you as peer of Terra, Baroness of Pavia, and Duchess of Kamarak, Lady Weaver. The Astartes of the Dawnbreaker Guard and the troops of the Fey 20th who had waited at the other end of the chamber roared in triumph. 11th most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Lelith Hesprax / Enaria Eldinesh. The Queen of Blades. Ancient Eldar Warrior. Omega Extremis Level Weapon Master. Alpha Plus Level Psyker. Flee on sight. Reward, 1.5 quadrillion throne gelts, 1 sector overlordship, title of Blade Master conferred, Imperial Laurels, Him-class Paradise Station. The Webway. The Black Library. 70 hours after the mark of Kamarak. The Queen of Blades. For a few seconds, Enaria was tempted to stop the great Harlequin of the Laughing Shadows as he disappeared in the meanders of the Black Library holding the Book of Unblemished Ecstasy in his hands. It wasn't that she didn't trust what the Whiteseers would do with it, it was just that in her opinion, that thing was best destroyed. Unfortunately, in hundreds of thousands of cycles, the Queen of Blades had never found a way to permanently destroy this damnable object. Every time she severed it and reduced it to ashes before throwing it into a sun, the disgusting thing came back, somehow. And no, contrary what its name suggested, it wasn't something created by Slaaneshi-addicted worship slaves. This was a far more ancient mistake, one of the many problems she had culled from the Ildari race before it could contaminate the rest. The humans have a saying I believe, Seguruk began like he could read her thoughts. It wasn't possible, of course, but she knew it amused the god of folly to try. Those who fail to learn from history are condemned to repeat it over and over again. The former arena mistress of Kamarak snorted. You should use all the masks to carve this saying in bright gold letters into the crystal chambers of every Craftworld's farser. I think they would benefit from the reminder. Ildari and God stayed silent on the balcony of the Black Library, the former drinking and eating, the latter watching the theatrical rehearsals of his followers below. There were over 400 Harlequins, and through divine inspiration all were directly assimilating the new tale that was the fall of Slaanesh and the return of hope. I hope you know what you're doing, Seguruk, the Queen of Blades addressed the deity when her surroundings were cleared of food. Do I? The threads of the future are changing so fast, trying to predict where something is going to fall is more an exercise of luck than skill. You are trying to add deities to our pantheon, Lelith Hesprax declared, completely unamused. The last time our race tried this, we tore reality apart and murdered half of the galaxy's population. There were still hundreds of long-lived races in the galaxy that considered shooting an Ildari on sight to be a holy deed. Morathi and her cultists had really managed to instill undying loathing in too many hearts, and contrary to what certain Asuryani claimed, no, the Asuryani and Drukari would never stop paying for this horrible legacy. You know what my first plan was, the great Harlequin reminded with a smirk. I have no wish to become a goddess, Enaria replied in a tone far colder than she had intended. Then I will try my chances with the aspects which might in time become Athardi and Adaeth. There was little power when the names were uttered. For all the present and future beings which would swear allegiance to these fledgling entities, at the moment they were far too weak to present a challenge for someone of her level, never mind being recognized as true gods. Do what you want, who knew, it might produce interesting results. Though she had more hopes for the shard of carnality than the shard of vainglory. The first had been taken by a young survivor of Kamarak and had understood the horrible reality of how badly the descendants of the Ildari were outclassed when it came to standing and fighting against a worthwhile enemy. Karsak Eluriak on the other hand had not participated in the Battle of Kamarak and, from what she had heard, remained as arrogant as ever. Your followers of the Cult of Strife will need to make a choice. I've renamed it the Cult of Blades. Oh? Well, your wishes will still need to make their choice. Given how much your ranks have swelled after Kamarak, you can't leave their souls unprotected for long. Sometimes, it was really a pain when Segarak spoke in his reasonable not-so-crazy voice. It will be Athardi, let's not waste my time pretending otherwise. I will not let anyone of my cult get filled with more pride. That is not conducive for humility and teachings of sword fighting. Unless you have another potential god up your sleeves. You know very well there isn't, unless you wish for them to worship a human. Inaria raised a mocking eyebrow. Even by the standards of the jokes you use, the repercussions wouldn't be funny, at all. Says the princess who crowned a human as Empress of the Ildari. The Queen of Blades snorted a second time before rising from her seat and jumping onto the balcony's rail. Send the witch I have chosen to be my arena ambassador to Nyx. Please. The veteran of the war in heaven turned her head a last time. What do you intend to do with the ex-avatar? Now. I intend to let that stay a surprise. Inaria huffed and jumped. 1 hour later, the Queen of Blades had left the Black Library and returned to her favorite activity, searching this dangerous galaxy for dangerous things to challenge. Acacia Expanse. Pavia System. Pavia. 90 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Captain Victor Tovar. As they waited under the blue sky populated with white clouds, Victor marveled at the power of the God Emperor. If someone had told him that, a few days ago, this world's atmosphere was violet because it was saturated with a filthy Xenos weapon, the Fey captain wouldn't have believed him. The flowers and grass were trying to provide some green once more, the wind ruffling his uniform was pure and cold, and the waters of the streams nearby were a melancholic shade of blue-green that he was willing to bet the countless pilgrims arriving each day would sing the praises of. The Fey 20ths survivors waited. 2,106 men and women had perished in the Battle of Kamarak, reducing the core of the veterans of the Battle of the Death Star once more. What was the saying of the salamanders again? Into the fires of battle, unto the anvil of war? Well, the Fey 20th had once again passed a trial by fire, this time against the Eldar and the shock troops of the arch-enemy. 255 veterans of past campaigns out of 969 had gone down fighting weapons in hands and war cries on their lips. 2 captains, 4 lesser tech priests, 3 commissars, and plenty of supporting forces which had never been placed as frontline troops but that the enemy had slaughtered anyway. And their mechanist infantry was one of the best regiments, if their low rate of casualties alone didn't prove it. The evidence was plain to see as on the large avenue prepared by the Mechanic-Use machines, regiment after regiment took position. Many had been reduced to single companies, and some even less than that. The banners of the Sherlock Fifth were carried by young boys who had certainly been sent away before the hammer fell, for there was not a single frontline survivor of their effectives. The same was true of the Nyx 31st Siege Infantry. The Patton 23rd Armored, the Montgomery 5th Armored, the Fay 24th Mechanist Infantry, the Pandia 71st Reconnaissance, the Alamo 4th Penal Legion, and the Buxanu 7th Mechanist were also nothing more than a flag and a group of dazzled survivors. And plenty more regiments were shadows of themselves. But at the moment a great luminous light arrived above their heads, it was extremely difficult to be gloomy, and a torrent of cheers rose to the heavens as Her Celestial Highness Moth Lisa descended onto the parade grounds of Pavia in a rain of gold, and Victor Tovar wasn't ashamed to admit that like many guardsmen and guardswomen he kneeled at her arrival. Then applauses doubled as the servo-transmitters of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the VID broadcasts revealed the general and a single custodes on the gigantic moth's back. Maybe something important was said in the minutes which followed. Victor thought it was possible. But between the guardsmen shouting, the Skitarii singing something in their incomprehensible language, the blaring of the god engines and the knights who stood like tall mountains, and the rumble hammering, no one was going to call those noises song of a dreadnought wearing a pirate hat and a muscled squat, no one would know for sure. Lisa the Moth landed, right in front of a gigantic altar of sugar, fruits, and other delicacies which had been prepared for her, and the largest insect of the swarm showed absolutely no intention to wait before savoring her reward. People nonetheless cheered harder, as Lady Weaver jumped on golden wings with the custodes. The ruckus was properly deafening, with the forces of Operation Caribbean providing only part of the rejoicing. Between the Kamarak reinforcements, hundreds of thousands of former slaves, tens of thousands of Navy personnel, pilgrims, Frat Eris Templar, civilians of 1,000 worlds, representatives of 100 Forge worlds, the massive parade ground had an audience which looked like a proper victory triumph. Weaver! Weaver! Praise the living saint! Praise the God Emperor! The custode slammed the butt of his long spear against the ground, and something approaching a respectable silence came. Their general was the first to speak. In the name of the Emperor of Man and his Imperium, the golden-armored woman proclaimed, I claim this world. I bring light into the darkness, justice into the lair of lies, punishment and death to the traitors. I claim the world of Pavia for humanity and the golden throne of Terra. Ave Imperator! Ave Imperator! Ave Imperator! The words were ancient and formal, but they were always spoken when it was time to add a new planet to His Most Holy Majesty's Imperium. By this law, by these traditions older than 1,000 generations, Pavia belonged to humanity again. More shuttles descended, disgorging tech priests and staff crewmen carrying full coffers of medals and awards. But as the custodes removed his helmet and spoke, they were mostly ignored. Many have perished to accomplish the Emperor's will in the fires of Kamarak, and the silence of millions was complete, as there was something about these two figures shrouded in golden power that told you that yes, these were two people who had been blessed by the Master of Mankind. And last but not least to fall was Constantin Valder, first Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes. In memory of him and all those who died fighting by his side, spiritually and physically, I beseech you for 10 minutes of silence. Titans bowed. Knights went immobile. The endless ranks of infantry went to one knee, with only the banner bearers standing as was the tradition. For 10 minutes, nothing moved, no one spoke. Then the Basileia of Nyx, their angel of Fae, spoke again. There was once a city on our home world, and Victor like millions heard the truth in her words, that stood at the carrefour of many old human civilizations. Even after time and sieges had torn apart most of its ancient beauty, it still stood in the hearts and memories, spears of light in the morning, crimson tears in the evening, gold and rose marble, queen of the cities. Somehow, it was like hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, took an even larger breath in before the final revelation. The name of this city was Constantinople, and in honor of Constantin Valder, I propose the new capital of Pavia to be built here, and to be given this name again, so that no one will forget the memories of hope, wealth, trade, victory, and wonders it gave to humanity. What do you say? Constantinople! Constantinople! Ave Imperator! Constantinople! Her Celestial Highness Moth Lisa sang loudly seconds after, but while there were more deafening cheers, Victor believed it was to ask for more food and more caresses. Abbess Brigadier Galatea Dumas. The ultra-large moth's head looked at her with curiosity before deciding that there were more important things to do in life, like salivating over the container of large blue fruits which was being elevated to her altar. The beautiful song's melody resumed, signed to the masseurs and tech priests assigned to her good health that her Celestial Highness's Moth Lisa was ready to receive the petting her status deserved. Galatea had the greatest difficulty not bursting into giggles at the behavior of this particularly aristocratic-like insect. Of course, the next seconds forced her to focus on the control of her brand new red power armor. It would be extremely humiliating to fall over while the gazes of all the surviving Atlantis women were on her, plus those of a few thousand Astartes and millions of civilian and military witnesses. It took long seconds, but she arrived at her destination, a few feet away from the living saint, without tripping or in some other way ruining her image. Taylor Bear watched her a long minute without saying anything. The only sounds were Lisa devouring her fruits and flags clacking in the wind of Constantinople. Several silver spiders were running at the living saint's feet. Her armor was a vision of golden perfection. The radiance in and around her was so pure it was dolorous to watch for too long. A Primarch's life was saved. A STC template was found. For all your small numbers, it can't be denied the division of Abbess Crusader Theodora Gaius more than earned the accolades which future generations will give to each of their names. The Abbess Brigadier stayed kneeling, acutely aware how much blood had been spent to achieve their two most glorious exploits in the Battle of Kamarak. You came to me a few hours ago, Abbess Crusader, asking that, in exchange for the ownership of the template, I gave you the right to create a new order of Frat Eris Templar in the Nyx sector itself. To my greatest regret, that won't be possible. Only an iron will allow Galatea to not gasp or make any sort of aghast sound. Behind her, some of the other women were not so silent. There are many things I like about the Frat Eris Templar, continued the living saint. And there are many I am not comfortable with. Thus when the Ecclesiarch himself sent an astropathic communication stating that I could act as I wished, I decided to change what was intended a bit. The nebulous shard, the unique sword of the Basileia Saint, was drawn. I am surrounded by Astartes, as I think my guardians can attest. There were loud chuckles all around. So it can't be argued that the men of the Imperium have their chance to protect me and ascend to the status of the Emperor's chosen. But no such formation exists for the women. As a consequence, I have decided that there will be no Frat Eris Templar in the Nyx sector. There will be the Templar Sororitas, and they will have the privilege of organizing selections on the worlds of Nyx and Claire 47 to select their warriors. The relief she felt at the words was indescribable. For long moments, Galatea felt ashamed to have doubted the living saint, and felt tears pouring down her cheeks. When they faded, she realized her power armor had changed. On the left shoulder pauldron was a magnificent rose of silver, while several fleur-de-lis symbols of the same color and metal had appeared everywhere on her armor. The silver spiders which ran down to rejoin their mistress were certainly no strangers to these alterations. The crystalline sword was placed on her left shoulder. I name you the Order of the Silver Rose, and by this sign you will protect the innocent, defend those who cannot defend themselves, heal the loyal and the just, be steadfast in the preservation of humanity's future, and always, always, remember that as long as evil is fought in all its forms, good will be victorious in the end. Will you to pledge your life to this cause, in the name of the Emperor of Man, the Ecclesiarch, and my ideals, Legate Galatea Dumas? Yes, your Celestial Highness. On my life, I swear it. Chapter 42, Extermination Interlude 2. Extermination Interlude 2. Victory Councils. As we have now had many cycles to make our judgment on the issue, it is clear the Battle of Camaraka's consequences, whether good or ill, favored the Asuryani when viewed in the short and long term. The death of She Who Thirsts was the first crushing defeat the primordial annihilator suffered in its endless war to sunder the barrier protecting reality from its horrors, and it was far more total than any, save perhaps the human Great Seer, could have anticipated. The damnation imbued in the number 6 was purged everywhere, which would have already been a great victory, for it was the former sacred number of our ancestors. But the symbolism went deeper than that. Several expeditions of Ulf we recovered many documents from the era of the war in heaven, and several cycles after the mark we now have enough evidence to confirm some very old hypotheses. Yes, the majestic old ones had created a proto-deity of change first, breaking their own rules when confronted by the Ungur onslaught. With this information, it was not difficult to see the horrible trend leading us to the end of times. The corrupted change had become the death of truth, wielder of lies, and the holder of 9. Then corrupted war emerged from the oceans of blood and turned out to be more powerful than its predecessor, for the galaxy was burning and armies destroyed stellar systems with weapons that should never have been invented. It won long enough to become the holder of 8. As starvation and the Ungur inflicted more and more damage to the psyche and bodies of the children of the Old Ones, despair and decay were everywhere. They coalesced and formed the holder of 7. And our people, in a folly of self-indulgence, betrayals and excess, had given birth to the holder of 6. Maybe the humans would have created the holder of 5 at the end of their era. Maybe not. There are plenty of species in this galaxy which use their gifts inconsiderately, and the victors of Camarak are by far not the worst of them, only the most numerous. But whether it would have been a perversion of obedience, order, pollution, dark weaponry, or unrelenting destruction which was supposed to be created, it didn't happen. Instead, it was the beast of anarchy's turn to usurp a throne. It was the holder of 11, and it was not the 5th aspect of the primordial annihilator, but the 4th. The cycle of chaos, the very cycle many farcers had believed impossible to oppose, was broken, possibly forever. Each tendril of the eternal abyss wanted to prey on a different population of mortals. Instead, it suddenly had to adapt to a thing practicing spiritual and symbolic cannibalism. A battle was won, perhaps the most important one. For without hope, many souls would not have found within them the courage and defiance to rise up and oppose the plans of the primordial annihilator. But as everyone with military experience knows, a battle is not a war. The enemy's reverse was temporary. Its hordes would come back. I am Aurelia Malice of Craft World Ulf. We are ready to fight them. The Weavrian pilgrimage was officially recognized by this name after the 410M35 proclamation of Ecclesiarch Pelagius II, but obviously the pilgrims had not waited until this date to lay the foundations of what was going to be one of the most prestigious religious journeys across the entire Imperium. The Age of Silk and Hope, the First Age, had ended by then, but the Weavrian marvels were still there, each commemorating the victories of Her Celestial Highness Taylor Aber, Lady Weaver, Basileia of Nyx, living saint of the Emperor. Due to the symbolism and the events of the grand victory of Camarak, the decision quickly imposed itself upon the myriad of pilgrims to begin their holy journey in the Pavia system and its shrine world. The presence of the second Weavrian marvel, the Fountain of Light, made this evident. This marvel is thrice blessed, for it is one of the most famous victory monuments of the Battle of Camarak, the first location where a jewel of ether gold was enshrined by the living saint, and at its heart the tomb of Constantin Valder the hero was built. Billions of faithful souls would in millennia to come abandon their material possessions and travel thousands of light years to mourn the loss of such a worthy champion. By itself, it would already be an opportunity to contemplate magnificence incarnate, but the Fountain of Light was mere years later surrounded by the holy city of Constantinople. The rumors, in this case, are completely true. One could spend a life there, and still fail to see every artwork and fascinating relic of the First Age. After viewing such spectacular displays of saintly beauty, millions of voices pressed for the next part of the journey to include other examples of the Camarak Ovation's monuments, but the Ecclesiarch remained firm. As such, the Gaius Mausoleum, the Arena of Blades, the Grand Reliquary, and the Camarak Museum will be memorable parts of one's pilgrimage, but their visit will come after many other marvels. Extract from Weavrian Marvels, written by retired Cardinal Greyer, 126M41. Transmitted, Holy Terra. Received, Astropath 10XA03 Longsight. Destination, Cartoonish. Mission time, classified. Telepathic duct, classified. Reference, classified. Author, classified. Priority, Vermilion. In the name of the High Lords of Terra and His Most Holy Majesty, the Primus decorations awarded for the Xenocide of the Eldar during the Battle of Camarak are: Star of Terra, General Taylor Hebert, Nix, Army Group Caribbean Commanding Officer. Star of Terra, Major General Helmut de Villers, Cadia, 9th Division Commanding Officer, posthumous. Star of Terra, Major General Honorius 7 Weiss, Cadia, 12th Division Commanding Officer, posthumous. Star of Terra, Major General Cassander Gorgias, Donia, 21st Division Commanding Officer, posthumous. Star of Terra, Brigadier General Steele, Portsmouth, 43rd Brigade Commanding Officer, posthumous. Star of Terra, Colonel Alaines, Nix, 31st Siege Infantry Regiment Commanding Officer, posthumous. Star of Terra, Captain Peter Chewikoff, Fay 26th Mechanist Infantry Company Commander, posthumous. Lion of Terra, Vice Admiral Maximilian von Schaefer, 17,634th Ultima Battle Group Commanding Officer. Lion of Terra, 3rd Lieutenant Freya Brasidas, Aeronautica Imperialis 10th Wing. Praise the martyrs, for their blood is the foundation of the Imperium. To say the title of Peer of Terra is highly desired is a massive understatement. Of course, so is noting that it is difficult to acquire. To the best of my knowledge, there are only 2 ways to obtain it: convince 10 out of 12 of the High Lords Primus of the Senatorum Imperialis to vote to have it bestowed upon you, or receive it from the hands of an emissary custodes. The former is always a daunting task. The latter never give it without the express consent of His Most Holy Majesty. This regulation isn't without good reason, obviously. The title of Peer of Terra automatically gives its holder, whoever he or she may be, precedence over the entire imperial aristocracy and adepts in status, save the members of the Senatorum Imperialis. It also provides significant tax exemptions for a high list of commodities, authorization to buy and sell top-grade military supplies, and many other privileges most citizens of the Imperium can't even imagine in their wildest dreams. Should the High 12 or His Most Holy Majesty decide to add further titles, the names of the locations added will more likely than not have other tax exemptions, land privileges, and wealth-generating measures added to what is already a divine favor. You will understand that the perks of being a Peer of Terra obviously far outweigh the consequences of attracting the envy and the interested gazes of trillions of souls. Even if it is not inheritable. Even if the bestower or the bestowers of the peerage can rescind it when they or he want. But I will be of no help on this quest. That is something I failed to achieve. Attributed to Star Marshal Alexander Macharius, 670M41. Of course we are going to put a bounty on this lackey of the false emperor. Spread the word. Spread the word that we are offering 888 packs, 7 trillion Aurelius, 9 legion favors, and 7 planets to the one who ends her life. All methods are acceptable. Weaver. Must. Die. Words attributed to Hand of Destiny and Grand Dark Apostle Erebus, shortly after the Battle of Camarak. At my word, the maelstrom shall come and Vrox shall drown in blood. Even the dead shall not find peace. I shall be the herald of the apocalypse of anarchy and Lord Malal shall know all of your names. The last words of the secession speech of apostate Cardinal Zaffin, arch-heretic despot of Vrox, in 810M41, and, though no one confirmed it, likely his final words too. 10 seconds later, Templar Sororitas Palatine Anastasia blasted his head apart and executed him in the name of him on Terra. 2 hours later, the rebellion of his followers was broken militarily. The Order of the Silver Rose would spend the next 10 years purging all followers and other heretical influence from the surface of Vrox and the surrounding sector. Beyond the light of the Astronomicon. Eastern Fringe. Scrapzard Mordecai. 150 hours after the mark of Camarak. Thought for the day, the alien's dream is to dance on the grave of mankind. Warbosser Guard. Last night boys, IZEHADSA dream. We Watts attacked Tigraz, boss. Urgard glared at the tiny boy who had dared to interrupt him. He was the chosen of Gork and Mork. No one interrupted him. Fortunately, his favorite big shoulda was close to his right fist. BLAM. IZEHADSA dream. The most powerful warboss of the Eastern Fringe shouted. Mork tells me to Swarmbringa will give a better fight for us. This announcement was welcomed by thousands of roars and screams of joy from his warband. Kamaragaz was a challenge from Dahomies. Urgard told his troops. Gork herged dem Tolkien and these think these de masters of de greatest scrap ever. Bud was abouts Tigraz, boss Gruffya is gone to attack it. BLAM. Forgets Tigraz and de Red Zarbis. Mork's defiler ordered in a thunderous growl. Forgets Tigraz and de Panzi homies. We must prepare for this Swarmbringa. Urgard's visions had never been wrong. The war boss of the Eastern Fringe had killed all those who protested against them. We will Gadatrok. Squigiths. Megaconons. Bomba. Shuda. Stompa. Gargant. Ize wants the biggest walk ever to fights the Swarmbringa. NWEZ will win because ORKS are the best. Waik. Waig. Lauda. Urgard commanded, shooting several of the boys closest to him who hadn't shouted hard enough. Lauda. This will be the biggest scrap ever. Dawak ofzal wikes. Waik. This time millions of his troops answered the call on their scrap planet headquarters. It was an expression of ferocity and joy all spacefaring races had learned to fear the moment they saw a green skin. And it had never presaged anything good for them. Acacia Expanse. Pavia. Battleship Enterprise. 156 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Champion Kratos. Once again, Kratos had to suppress his urge to shout and instead let the flow of pilgrims touch his red power armor before they allowed him to pass through the corridor. It was incredibly annoying. By the blood, Kratos was just a member of the Dawnbreaker Guard, he was not Lady Weaver. He was not Sanguinius Reborn. He was a champion of the Flesh Tirers, proud son of Cretacia, a noble warrior of the Adeptus Astartes, and certainly no divine being, but try to convince all these men and women of that. At last, the effusions and the prayers times were over, and he was able to enter the main bridge of the Enterprise, where silence and cold professionalism reigned. Near the empty throne of their lady, First Secretary Bok and Archmagos Sagami were talking with several Navy officers. Kratos removed his helmet and breathed a loud sigh of relief. I see the pilgrims tested your temper too, Thermoses began conversationally. The twitching of the lips of the Red Legion Space Marine couldn't qualify as a smirk, but the intention was there. We'll see if you are still laughing when you're returned to Lady Weaver's side, the Flesh Tirer champion replied. The pilgrims and other religious devotees are out in force in the corridors. Remind me why we think we are a purpose-built warship. Kratos, I will remind you we are allowing only the smallest trickle of religious representatives on the Enterprise. That way, the millions of Frateris Templars, pilgrims, and priests present in this system are compliant and satisfied. Kratos shrugged. All this stuff reeking of politics and religion had always bored or disgusted him. The more distance there was between him and those ridiculous mortals, the better it was for him, and certainly for everyone else. Our Lady orders and I obey, the champion of the Dawnbreaker Guard muttered. But I would prefer if we could keep them on their pilgrim ships and avoid their presence here on the Enterprise. I don't feel comfortable with them here. Use some of your rest hours to find an artistic pastime, the Devastator Marine suggested. I know part of the reason my serenity isn't so troubled is that I have my glassware projects for the Hagia Sanguinella and the Nyx Palaces. You should try it, it refreshes the mind. Kratos grimaced internally. Several years ago, he had confessed to Gamaliel that, unlike the overwhelming majority of the Dawnbreaker Guard, the Flesh Tirers had never entertained any artistic pursuits whatsoever. Before that point, it had hardly bothered him, but as he saw Midas playing with jewelry and metals, Sturzing sculpting his statues, and the others frequenting ateliers and artists' lairs during their spare time, well, it put him ill at ease, because it appeared the accusations of several chapters that the Flesh Tirers were barbarians was hitting closer than he wanted. I will think about it, the champion muttered noncommittally. Any notable changes since the last report? A new Mechanicus fleet from Stygies 8 has arrived. Though judging from the reports of Archmagos Lankovar, it looks like we have 3 or 4 explorator magi who gathered their forces and rushed to meet us as fast as their engines could mechanically travel across the stars. This adds 6 cruisers and more than 70 lighter warp-capable hulls to the Mechanicus presence. Days ago, this would have been a respectable amount of reinforcements. Now? Not so much. The space around the planet of Pavia, the ruined carcass of the Empire of Sin, the 2 Malta star forts, and the surviving fleet which had destroyed Kamarak was crowded with thousands of starships, both warships and civilian vessels. All the adept uses had come, from the mighty battle barges of the Adeptus Astartes to the floating cathedrals of the Ministorum, from merchant conveyors of the Chartist captains to the large cruiser squadrons of the Imperial Navy. There were even 2 golden hulls of the Custodes, surrounded by Arcs Mechanicus, War Arcs, and the gigantic red and black forged ships of Mars. I suppose Our Lady will want them to sign treaties of cooperation and technology exchange as soon as possible, Thermoses continued. The tech priests of Stygies have a reputation, after all. And in many ways, Lankovar was a moderate for the breed of cogboys which headed out into the stars from that specific forge world. You know my thoughts on the subject, Kratos commented drily, before frowning as several sections of the bridge began to spring to life and many men and women sworn personally to the Basileia began to rapidly update their data streams and the tactical hololith. Alpha plus warp translation on Mandeville T3. Alpha plus warp translation on Mandeville T3. Tell all Mechanic-use ships to abandon their explorations in that zone. By the blood! The exclamation escaped his lips, but Kratos knew a second later no one would comment on it. A fleet-sized translation was not an unheard-of phenomenon to occur. Watching an Astartes fleet emerge from the warp, on the other hand, remained something reserved to a far smaller number of souls, and in general the enemies of the Golden Throne, who often had little time to marvel at the retribution force the Space Marines had gathered in a single location. But even for a veteran champion, the might of the Armada materializing into reality was awe-striking. Soul Drinkers battle barges identified, Sanctifier, Carnivore, and Glory. 5 strike cruisers and 10 lighter ships of their chapter are accompanying them. Executioner's chapter fleet identified. They brought the battle barges Blade of Perdition and Fist of Aquilon, supported by 4 strike cruisers and 8 frigates. The list went on and on. Even when the chapters of the Blood had mustered during the council on the aftermath of the Battle of the Death Star, there had not been so many battle barges and capital ships present. Of course, the 9th Legion had never possessed the greatest fleet of the legions Astartes before its dissolution. But the 7th Legion, the Sons of Dorn, had always loved their walls, be they on the ground or in space. And at this moment, it appeared they had all come. It was more illusion than reality. By the very nature of strategic availability, not every Space Marine of Dorn's lineage could rush to Pavia. But the intention was there. The identification codes of the Venom Thorns blazed brightly next to the Fists of Wrath. Cross-painted battle barges of the White Templars followed heavily armored vessels of the Iron Champions. The invaders had joined the Emperor's Havoc, and the Night Swords were sailing with the Fire Lords. Dozens upon dozens of battle barges and strike cruisers had already left the Immaterium when the Excoriator's battle barge Rampart of Terra accelerated, the reason quickly becoming all too clear as gargantuan masses dwarfing the largest battleships of the Adeptus Astartes by their simple existence arrived at Pavia. By the Primarch, that is, Thermus's mouth failed him, and appropriately it was the tech priest in charge of the long-range auspexes who finished the sentence. Crimson Fist Starfort Rutilus Tyrannus identified. Imperial Fist Starfort Dawn of Crusade identified. Even an emotionless cogboy, however, needed to take a few seconds as a huge Leviathan of the Void arrived on the hololithic displays of the Enterprise. Gloriana Battleship Eternal Crusader, Black Templar's flagship, identified. After this titanic arrival, the presence of 2 Imperial Fists battle barges in the rearguard, the Storm of Wrath and the Spear of Vengeance, were almost ignored. And here I was wondering why we had seen so few of them until now. Wolfgang Bach, by the looks of it, had recovered faster from this surprise than anyone else. Final count. 2 Starforts, 1 Gloriana super battleship, 54 battle barges, 172 strike cruisers, and 420 lesser warships have translated, First Secretary. We have 36 different chapters demanding permission to enter the system. Permission granted, the young blonde-haired man turned towards Kratos and Thermus's. Please inform Lady Weaver the Imperial Fists and their successors are there. Segmentum Obscurus. Solus Sector. Craft World Ulthwi. 160 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Farser Filganilth Sirt Moran. Of all the things amusing him since he arrived at Ulthwi, Filganilth had not expected the less-than-perfect appearance of Eldrad Ulthran to be the one he would place at the top. But it was. Not a word, the older Farser hissed at him, threatening him with a half-hearted glare. Alas for him, the fact he wore a bright yellow robe and not his usual black armor rendered the command a bit less impressive than it should have been. I haven't said anything. The last of the Sirt Moran declared in a deliciously innocent tone before succumbing to the temptation right after. Will I be invited to the wedding? A book was levitated and missed his head by inches. If you have come to discuss my private life, I have one piece of advice for you, don't. Fine, fine, the exiled Farser smiled. Did she pledge her allegiance to Ulthwi? Yes, she did it last dawn. Already 2,000 of her fellow refugees have followed her example and taken the carnality stones to protect their souls. In that case, Filganilth said very seriously, you'd better prepare for regular visits of new Drukhari refugees. The second fall and the utter destruction of the Kamarak nobility have left most of our dark cousins leaderless and searching for salvation. A nascent power which is stricter but leaves some leeway is far more acceptable in the webway than it was a few cycles ago. I know, Eldrad admitted. Though Ulthwi can't and won't absorb so many refugees in so little time. Aurelia's capacity to create the new carnality stones of authority is unique, but once the oaths are given, we will spread the next wave of refugees across the coalition our councils are preparing. That way you will have this new class of aspect warriors becoming a familiar sight across several craft worlds and increasing the assimilation process without straining the resources of Ulthwi. Clever. I don't know if I would describe Aurelia and the new converts of carnality as aspect warriors, Eldrad mused thoughtfully, seemingly not realizing he had called the High Emissary by her first name. As far as we have tested, they certainly have military skills and talent in the art like our seers, but many of their foundations do not lie in the domain of Cain. But we are still experimenting, and this is a subject with a lot of fields to study. Filganilf considered it a true triumph of self-control that he didn't ask what sort of studies were done in the beds of Ulthwy at night. You spoke of a coalition of craft worlds. Ferderith is among them, I assume. That craft world was a vassal of Ulthwy in all but name. Obviously, Eldrad confirmed. We have also been able to add 2 Kythe, Bracel, and Minothenser. The word of the Storm of Silence carries weight, and of course, the significance of our doom being vanquished has bolstered the factions pushing for a common front against the menace of the primordial annihilator. Yandon. First contacts have been promising, but there's no formal agreement, yet. Pity, at this moment, Yandon was unquestionably the largest and most populated craft world in existence, and their influence carried far and wide. If Ulthwy and Yandon allied, true unity of purpose and minds might very well become a reality. I'm afraid my visit to Aeledok did not meet a sixth of these goals. Autarchs and Farseers are all terrified by the rise of a Necron dynasty, and fear more are going to activate their tombs and begin a genocide of Asuryani. I think that if the worlds weren't so close to the Angel of Death's dominion, they would already be in the process of striking them. Disappointing, but not unexpected. Thousands of cycles spent warning the new generations about the Inger and their metallic servants can't be overturned in a cycle or two. I'm more interested in what Siamhan is up to. Right now, I think they're still partying. Filganilf raised his eyebrows and made a few very suggestive gestures with both hands, gaining an offended glare from Eldrad. And if you think your party went beyond the usual limits, let me tell you that you've not reached the prelude of what the Siamhan families have done. Yes, I'm aware Siamhan was wilder than our culture, even before the destruction of the Dark City. As long as they do not make too much a habit of it, I can close my eyes and ignore it. What is more important at the moment is showing off our strength and presenting a pro-human position. Of all the trillions of Imperial Starfarers, there are many who believe that a war between our two species does nothing but hurt us and advance the plans of the primordial annihilator. The Corsair fleets are going to be a problem in this regard, the exiled Farseer commented. Some may be tempted to go to Biltan when the human's hammer is going to come down. If they do, we will bury the connections which exist between our coalition and them, Eldrad coldly responded. At this moment, the last thing we need is to attract the attention of the Queen of the Swarm towards Ulthwy. Unless we could pay for the Queen of Blades' services, an attack involving her upon any craft world would result in the same carnage that was wreaked upon Kumarak. I'm sorry Filganilf, but I won't sacrifice my hope for the lives of Biltan and the allies it convinced to join them in the march to their doom. I know, and I wasn't going to beseech you to. Frankly, there was probably nothing that could be done for the 4 craft worlds which had participated in this disaster. Nothing but evacuating the maximum amount of civilians, especially the children, and protect the infinity circuits if it was at all possible. This was a very dangerous galaxy, and weakness always attracted predators, not only the primordial annihilator and the humans. I heard Azurman and Amun Harakt went to Nakartime in person. And they only killed 21 senior commanders on their way out. Eldrad confirmed. Truly a great show of restraint on their part. Assuredly, his Farseer counterpart agreed. So, how interesting is a sexual relationship with a refugee of Kumarak? Eldrad glared again, but Filganilf regretted nothing. Acacia Expanse. Pavia System. Battleship Will of Hoth. 163 hours after the mark of Kumarak. Sister Brunhilde Decker. The purification of the battleship was a one-sided battle Brunhilde loved to watch. The giant moth was sending orbs of pure golden light in every direction, and each second she and the rest of the audience were hearing more shrieks of corrupt things being disintegrated. If only she wasn't forced to stand in parade stands decorated with so many medals the color of her red armor was barely visible beneath them, the day would be perfect. Brunhilde was among the privileged soldiers invited to witness the creation of holy ether gold and the exorcism of evil forces, which was not something one refused. But between the fact she hadn't fully mastered her new power armor and the storms of servo-owls swirling around her, the new Templar Sororitas wished there were fewer souls like a number under 10 billion watching each and every one of her moves. No, I don't think I will keep the battleship, Magos, Her Celestial Highness the Basileia nonchalantly told the cogboy who had brought the Noctilith crystals out of the Blackstone fortress. I will rename it, of course. The Will of Hoth is a really stupid and heretical name. Better calling it Hope of Light or Power of the Moth. My preferences would go towards Hope of Light, chosen of the Omnissiah, the tech priest informed her respectfully. Are there more reasons apart from its corrupted past why it is not your desire to keep this hull in your service? Yes, the living saint's answer was sufficiently loud to be heard by dozens of people, not just Brunhilde. First above all is the fact that this starship is going to need years of repair. Lisa is purging the chaotic taint from it, and that's a very good thing. What Ethergold is not capable of, alas, is undoing decades of lack of maintenance. The heretic commanding this warship believed his fell patron would prevent engineering problems from surfacing, but he was as wrong there as he was on many other things. Give it 20 more years and maybe 50 more translations, and the hull would have begun to experience major integrity defects. Adding to this problem, most of my naval advisors think the Zion class is an inferior template compared to the Emperor, Apocalypse, or Retribution classes. It may be cheaper to build one, but it is also undergunned and under-armored. Its void shields are clearly 2 or 3 orders below those of a Navy's command flagship, and there are a series of technological and infrastructure flaws which must be resolved. As a consequence, I prefer to let other potential buyers have it. Tell the ecclesiarchy representatives they can participate in this auction too. It will be done, chosen of the Omnissiah. The red robes saluted and departed, taking with them the big crystals of ether gold that they had saved from the destruction of the Blackstone fortress and which were promised to the Nyx sector. Now that 2 had descended onto the world of Pavia, there were 10 of them, and all shone like miniature suns filled with the God Emperor's radiance. The purification of the warship also appeared to be ending, as large cargo hauler servitors were bringing a procession of moth-edible food and drinks, which were welcomed joyously by the gluttonous insect. Sugar, fruits, and other delicacies, Lady Weaver commented as the largest insect in her possession began her feasting, and ordering Brunhilde to approach. Like the first Lisa, the second drives expensive bargains for her services. I haven't met the first Lisa, your celestial highness, so I will take you at your word. The red-armored woman received a sigh in return. The high honorific can be left out when we're not in formal ceremonies, sister, the golden-armored living saint told her. I did not create the Templar Sororitas to kiss my armor and spend hundreds of hours singing my praises. As the servo-owls flew away and the gap between them and the Dawnbreaker guard widened, Brunhilde felt the question burn on her lips. And then she decided to ask it. What was the worst that could happen? If you will forgive my curiosity, Lady Basilea, why have you chosen to let us stand apart? I am particularly grateful to you, but an order within the Frat Heiress Templar would not have attracted so much attention. Honestly. The black eyes burning with divine will went straight into her soul. As a general of the Imperial Guard, I find that the principle of the Frat Heiress Templar goes against the laws and the fragile equilibrium of power of the Imperium's adept uses. The Adeptus Ministorum was not part of his plan, but even so there's no practical reason why the ecclesiarchy should have large ground and space forces answering to their authority.